Chapter 1665. He stared fixedly at Hua Xiaoling. After weighing the pros and cons in his mind, he finally said, "When our people were clearing the area outside, they killed a few snipers on the spot. Do you know who they were?" Hua Xiaoling crossed his legs and lowered his head to sip a mouthful of coffee. He said calmly, "There's no need to say more. They must be Soviets, and they use Soviet-made sniper rifles, right?" He applauded him expressionlessly. "Well said. You guessed it right. I want to ask Mr. Peter, how did you know what was going on outside without leaving your house? Or did you already know everything about this matter?" Gun Yinji's expression also turned serious. She said sternly, "Young master you can't say such things carelessly. Do you know how serious an accusation this is?" But then again, if she hadn't recognized the ace of the Far East, Peter, as Hua Xiaoling, she would have suspected that this had something to do with him. However, when she thought about how he had risked his life to save her when her phone signal had been blocked in the revolving restaurant, and she couldn't make a call at all, Gun Yinji felt that even if she had recognized the wrong person and he was actually the real ace of the Far East, Peter, he wouldn't have done such a thing. It wasn't that Gun Yinji was so narcissistic that she thought this man wouldn't hurt her, but that he had no reason to do so. He placed the red wine on the windowsill and put his hands in his trouser pockets. He leaned against the wall by the window and sneered. So many people died, so much property damage, and such a bad social impact. You're telling me I don't know how serious an accusation this is? Yinji, could it be that after not seeing him for a while, your heart is already biased towards him? I'm not. Gun Yinji clenched her fists. Her delicate little face was as beautiful as the morning glow. I'm telling the truth. The truth? Then tell me, why is the sniper outside the building a Soviet? Are they using Soviet-made weapons? Even the remote control bombs in Luo Piapiao's phone are high explosives that the KGB is familiar with. Hijichu's fingers tapped lightly on the windowsill as he said expressionlessly, "You and I are both law students, so we need evidence to speak." Gun Yinji didn't want to be overwhelmed by Hijichu's aura, so she stood up as well and said excitedly, "Yes, you and I are both law students. We need evidence to speak, but not only do we need evidence, but we also need logic. We need sufficient logic to support the evidence. Otherwise, the evidence won't hold up." "Are you saying that my words are illogical?" Hijichu asked coolly as he picked up the glass of red wine on the windowsill and took another sip. "It's not illogical. It's just that there's no logical evidence to support what you said. In other words, it can't lead to your conclusion." Gun Yinji took a step forward and walked around the coffee table in front of her to stand 2 steps away from Hijichu. "First of all, you said that the sniper was a Soviet. Fine, even if they are real Soviets, does this prove that these snipers are related to Mr. Peter? If this can become a chain of evidence, then can every Huaxia who commits a crime overseas be blamed on the Huaxia Empire's diplomats abroad?" Hijichu curled his lips. "Okay, we still have doubts about whether the sniper has anything to do with Mr. Peter for the time being. We'll analyze it when we have the details." Gun Yinji continued, "And those Soviet-made weapons need to be analyzed in detail. Are they guns that the KGB members were in private, or were they bought on the black market? Using a country's weapons to commit a crime is the country's fault. This kind of simple and crude reasoning is only used when framing other countries. In fact, it had already become a consensus that spies didn't use their own country's unique weapons when operating abroad. Hijichu had also thought of this possibility, so he told the ace of the Far East about the situation. Otherwise, he could have hidden it from him first and then set up a trap to take him down. What about the CX series of high explosives? Was someone trying to frame him? That's a lot of money." Hijichu said slowly and looked at Hua Xiaoling. "Mr. Peter, do you have any ideas?" Hua Xiaoling glanced at Gun Yinji with a smile and said, "The formula for the CX series of high explosives isn't a secret. The difficulty lies in actually making it. We can start with this." Hijichu frowned. "You want to find out where it was made?" Hua Xiaoling nodded. "I'll send a message back and ask the KGB in our country to check if the CX series of explosives in our country has been lost. Then we can use the method of elimination. In this world, Which country has the technical conditions to produce this kind of high explosive? Gunyinji thought about it and added, since Luo Piapiao's explosion didn't cause too much damage, I don't think the laboratory was very big. Because if it was a national act, Luo Piapiao wouldn't be the only one who died. The other party probably wanted her dead as well, but they didn't expect Hua Xiaoheng to not only follow her, but also react so quickly and save her. In addition, judging from the snipers who were killed and the Soviet-made weapons that were seized, the other party had decided to frame the Soviet Union a long time ago. However, Mr. Peter happened to be with me at the time, so the situation became even more complicated. This is a case of man proposes, but God disposes. He Jichu wasn't so easily convinced. He sneered. It's not impossible to frame himself. As for him being with you at the time, it can also be said that he deliberately eliminated his own suspicion, just like a suspect deliberately creating alibi. The difference was that Hua Xiaoheng's situation could be considered alibi, but could also be said to be a ruse. Gun Yinji saw that He Jichu was trying to put the blame on Hua Xiaoheng, so she said angrily, "You also need a motive to frame yourself. May I ask what motive Mr. Peter has for framing himself?" "You can only ask Mr. Peter, right?" He Jichu's probing gaze swept across Hua Xiaoheng's face. Hua Xiaoheng, however, remained as unmoved as a mountain. He said slowly, "Do you think that if I were to make a move, why I need to make such a big fuss? Whoever I want to die can be solved with a bullet. Why would I need a phone to remotely control a bomb?" Gun Yinji suddenly came to a realization and quickly said, "That's right. The person who could install a remote control bomb in Luo Piapiao's phone is very likely an acquaintance of hers." Of course, if Luo Piapiao wasn't a very cautious person, it was also possible for strangers to get hold of her phone and tamper with it, but the possibility of that was very small. Modern people's phones were like their second identities. It was very difficult for strangers to get their hands on them. The point is, the other party installed such a powerful explosive in Luo Piapiao's phone. Even if the dosage is very small, they're still trying to kill two birds with one stone. Hua Xiaoheng looked away from Gun Yinji. The perfect outcome of their design should be for Miss Gu and Luo Piapiao to perish together. Or rather, to perish together in ashes, ashes of ashes. Gun Yinji's legs instantly went weak, and she almost couldn't stand steadily. This time, she felt the fear of being chased like a shadow in Germany in the other world again. At that moment, her heart skipped a beat. She suddenly looked up and said, "I have a feeling that this person, or this group of people, is an old acquaintance of mine. It should be this group of people who had chased after her in the other world." She tried her best to resist the urge to look at Hua Xiaoheng and stared at He Jichu. "Young Master He, can I talk to you in private?" He Jichu was a little surprised, but he still nodded. "Okay, come with me." He led Gun Yinji to his bedroom next door. Hua Xiaoheng closing the door, He Jichu leaned his back against the door and said calmly, "What is it? Mr. Peter was there just now, so I couldn't say." Gun Yinji paused, and her voice became even softer. "Young Master He, do you still remember how I was chased in the German Alps in the other world? Reinitz once said that they never wanted to kill me. They only wanted me as a sample for their genetic experiments. But, that time, there was another force that really wanted me dead. For example, Luo Jialan provided the money, and Yamaguchi Aiko provided the manpower. Whose idea was it? Maybe it has something to do with this world." The more Gun Yinji thought about it, the more excited she became. The person who really wanted me dead should be in this world. Because of that case, Yamaguchi Aiko had been tracked down to a dead end. This person had created the scene of death many times in an attempt to make others believe that she was dead. The first time, she had used Yamaguchi Yuko's name to create a car accident in Japan, and the name Yamaguchi Yuko had died. The second time, she had used Yamaguchi Aiko's name to put on a show with Gu Yanran on the Caribbean Sea in an attempt to make everyone believe that she had jumped into the sea and died. The third time was in Shimizu Temple in Kyoto, Japan, when Hua Xiaoheng and In Shixiang wanted to arrest someone. This woman named Yamaguchi Aiko was sniped and killed from behind. Now that she thought about it, was the Yamaguchi Aiko, who had died in front of Huo and the others for the third time, the real Yamaguchi Aiko? Hijichu's brows gradually furrowed. Then what evidence do you have to prove your hypothesis? Gunyinji spread her hands. That's the problem. It's only my intuition at the moment. I don't have any objective evidence. I only have an analysis of their methods and familiarity with them. But a faint smile appeared in Gunyinji's eyes. The fact that the other party used this method to get rid of Luo Piapiao gives me a new idea. She took out the small transparent plastic bag containing Luo Piapiao's hair and said calmly, "Young Master He, the main reason why I went to have dinner with Luo Piapiao today was because of this." This was the third watch of the day, Chapter 1654, Giving the Game Away. The double monthly votes had begun. Dear ones, you can vote for your monthly votes now. P.S. Dear ones, your combat power is too strong. We'll continue with the third watch tomorrow. All big shots, little angels. Chapter 1666. Hijichu looked at the small transparent plastic bag Gunyinji took out and was shocked. This is hair? Whose hair? Luo Piapiao's hair. Gunyinji nodded and put away the small plastic bag again. She sighed and said, "It's a pity that Luo Piapiao was instantly reduced to ashes by that explosive. I'll never be able to take my hair out." Hijichu was also a law student, so he immediately understood what she meant. His heart skipped a beat. He walked over and pressed Gunyinji's shoulder. He looked down at her and said softly, "Are you suspecting her background?" Collecting her hair was usually to verify DNA. Verifying DNA was, of course, to verify the blood relationship between her biological parents. Gunyinji grunted and said worriedly, "Young Master He, you have to keep this a secret for me. If the Qin and Luo families find out that I have this, they'll definitely make a lot of unimaginable associations. I'll be in a lot of trouble. Don't worry about that. I won't tell anyone." Hijichu hesitated. "But if you want to test Luo Piapiao's DNA, you have to avoid the Qin family, especially the Qin family's private hospital and the laboratory they funded." Gunyinji, she frowned. Other than the private hospital, the Qin family also funded many laboratories? Yes, they set up a lot of research funds. Laboratories in various universities can apply, but they have the right to the results of the experiments. Hijichu also frowned. The benefits involved in this are too great. It's not something we can stop. Of course, it was difficult to stop benefits related to money. Cutting off a person's path to wealth was like killing their parents. See if they would fight you to the death. Can't we find a hospital or laboratory that has nothing to do with the Qin family to verify the DNA? Gunyinji's eyes darted around. "Young Master He, did you ask the Qin family to hand in the list of laboratories they funded?" "I don't have the list for now, but the relevant departments should have it. And hospitals or laboratories that don't have the Qin family's capital definitely exist, but the problem is that you don't know which one doesn't have the Qin family's capital behind it." Hijichu thought about it and said, "If you trust me, I can take it to the military laboratory for you to test. I promise you, the Qin family won't be able to reach the military laboratory." Gunyinji hesitated and said, "If Qin Yaoguang hadn't married your father and hadn't worked with the military, I would have believed you. But now, do you dare to guarantee it?" Based on the Qin family's strength and Qin Yaoguang's laboratory's experience of working with the military over the years, Gunyinji suspected that the Qin family's hands had not extended to the military. Hijichu hadn't been around for the past few years in order to search for Gunyinji, so he really didn't dare to guarantee anything in this area. "What you said makes sense." Hijichu's expression darkened. "The military is going to clean up the two-faced man." Gunyinji smiled. "Then you go ahead with your work. I'll think a way. Maybe I can ask Mr. Peter to help me with the Soviet Union's laboratory." With the KGB vouching for her, Gunyinji believed that they wouldn't leak the secret. Hijichu thought it was a good idea and agreed. "Sure. Do you want me to talk to Mr. Peter?" "No need. He owes me a life. If I ask him to help me with this, he probably won't refuse." Gunyinji said with a half smile. The expression on her face was just right. Hijichu didn't doubt it at all. He only felt that Gu Nianji's attitude towards the ace of the Far East, Peter, hadn't changed at all. He had thought too much and thought that she was biased towards Peter, but she wasn't. "All right, you deal with it yourself," Hijichu said as he let her out. "Then will you stay here for the next few days?" "No need. I want to go home and have some peace and quiet." Gu Nianji gripped the small transparent plastic bag tightly. She couldn't wait to go back and share what had happened with Lu Jin. Lu Jin would definitely have to do the DNA verification. She had just used the Ace of the Far East as a cover to hide it from Hijichu. She didn't want Lu Jin's existence to attract Hijichu's attention. Hijichu was also a very sharp person, and he was very familiar with Lu Jin's previous identity. If he noticed Lu Jin, Gu Nianji didn't dare to imagine what would happen next. When she came out of Hijichu's suite, Hu Xiaoheng was already waiting at the door. He leaned against the wall opposite the bedroom, his hands in his trouser pockets, and leisurely stretched out his long legs. His gaze was deep and firm as he stared in the direction they had come out from. Gu Nianji only felt that his gaze was hot and passionate. It was like an airtight net that wrapped around her in the center of it. Hijichu said lightly, "Why isn't Mr. Peter sitting in Nianji's living room and waiting?" "I'm worried," Hu Xiaoheng said bluntly, not beating around the bush at all. Hijichu sneered and turned to walk towards the end of the corridor. He said coldly, "Mr. Peter, enough is enough. Nianji won't like it if you do this. She loves freedom the most and hates being pestered." "Huh? Young master, he is teaching me his experience in pursuing Miss Gu?" "Thank you." Hu Xiaoheng cupped his hands at him and gave an ancient Huaxia salute. "But we Soviets will pursue someone to the end if we like them. We won't give up even if we have to pester them." Gu Nianji wanted to roll her eyes when she heard this. She chuckled. "Mr. Peter, you must be joking. I'll go back first. Are you leaving or staying here to talk to young Master He?" "Why should I stay here to talk to young Master He?" Hu Xiaoheng looked unhappy. He was the first to wave his sleeves and walk away. He said stiffly, "I'm going back to the embassy too." The Soviet Union had a consulate general in Sea City, so of course they had an embassy in the imperial capital. Hu Xiaoheng's current identity was the deputy chief consul of the Soviet Union's consulate general in Sea City. He could stay in the imperial capital, but if he had something to do, he still had to return to Sea City. However, Gu Nianji couldn't go back to Sea City with him now, so she didn't mention leaving. Gu Nianji glanced at him and thought to herself that she had to give him full marks for his temper, because it was completely different from Hu Xiaoheng on the other side. She hurriedly nodded at Hijichu. "Young Master He, I'll be leaving then. I'll contact you if there's any news." She made a call to Hijichu. Hijichu said, "I'll walk you out." They walked out of the He family's mansion, and Hijichu found a special car to send them back. After Gu Nianji got into the car, Hu Xiaoheng was still cold. He raised his chin and said, "My car is still in the underground parking lot of the revolving restaurant. Can I go get it now?" Hijichu took out his phone and looked at the message. He shook his head and said, "Not for the time being. The road over there is still blocked, and the building is also blocked." "What about the fire? Is it out?" Gu Nianji poked her head out of the car and asked worriedly. She hoped that the building could still be saved. Hijichu said, "It's out, but the structure of the building still needs to be checked by experts before people can enter. The repairs on the top floor also need some time to prepare." Gu Nianji was relieved. It's good that there were no more casualties. This time, 5 people from a Qin family died and 4 were injured. Old Master Qin is still unconscious in the hospital. Hijichu told Gu Nianji the news he had just received. "I have to go to the hospital." Gu Nianji was surprised. "You're going to see Old Master Qin?" "No." The Qin family used Old Master Qin's serious injury as an excuse to apply for Qin Yaoguang to come out and perform surgery on Old Master Qin. Hijichu's expression was a little strange. Gu Nianji's heart sank. Can Qin Yaoguang's hand still perform surgery? That time, because Qin Yaoguang insisted on performing the memory removal surgery on Gu Nianji went all out and cut her wrist with a fruit knife. For surgeons, the hand was very important. Logically speaking, with Qin Yaoguang's injury, it was impossible for her to perform those sophisticated brain surgeries. He Jichu frowned and said, "The Qin family strongly requested that Qin Yaowang be Old Master Qin's only daughter and a world-famous brain surgeon. Even if she didn't personally perform the surgery, they would only be at ease with her watching from the side." Gun Yinji, "But Qin Yaowang is a prisoner." Gun Yinji was indignant, but she didn't object fiercely. After all, a human life was at stake, and it wasn't like this had never happened before. Even if it was a death row prisoner, he would be given a chance in such a situation. Old Master Qin's identity is different. He Jichu sighed. He's a very famous entrepreneur and philanthropist. Right now, Weibo is already trending #GetWellSoon hashtag for him. In just a short while, the number of comments and likes is already approaching 1 million. This figure could shake off the traffic of the top internet celebrities. This was the so-called voice of the people, and the government couldn't ignore it. Moreover, Qin Yaowang was also a little famous. She had been a doctor for so many years and had treated many patients. In addition, her case hadn't been concluded yet, which meant that she hadn't been officially convicted. At most, she was still a suspect. Gun Yinji sat back down in embarrassment and whispered, "Then, young master, you must be careful. If she escapes, if the military and the cabinet agree to let her go to the hospital to help Old Master Qin perform surgery, I will personally escort her." This was the first update of the day, Chapter 1655, Pestering Her Enemies and Not Giving Up. It was the second day of the double monthly votes. Dear friends, hurry up and vote. Today was the third update of the day, asking for monthly votes. At 1 o'clock in the afternoon, the second update. At 8 o'clock in the evening, the third update. P.S. Thank you to I Am Master Rashi for the 100,000 Chidian coins yesterday. Thank you to Suzawai for the 50,000 Chidian coins yesterday. Thank you to McMug Loves Blue and ZTM0106 for the 10,000 Chidian coins each yesterday. Kiss me, little angels. Chapter 1667. Gun Yinji trusted He Jichu since he was personally going. Qin Yaowang would definitely not have a good time in his hands. As for Old Master Qin's surgery, Gun Yinji decided to wait and see. He Jichu waved at her. "Go. Don't worry, I'm here for everything." Gun Yinji also poked her head out of the car and waved goodbye to him. Hua Xiaoheng sat on the other side of the back seat. His expression was grim. Gun Yinji thought he was still pretending and didn't pay much attention to it. Because He Jichu's driver was in the car, Gun Yinji didn't speak to Hua Xiaoheng. The two of them drove in silence until they reached the apartment complex that they were currently renting. "Miss Gu, Mr. Peter, is this the place?" The man looked at the address He Jichu gave him and asked, "Mr. Peter also lives here?" He rubbed his forehead and said, "Send me back to the embassy. This is my rented apartment." "Yes, Mr. Peter." The man got out of the car and opened the door for Gun Yinji. Gun Yinji got out of the car and glanced back at Hua Xiaoheng. Hua Xiaoheng's face was a little pale, but his expression was cold and his posture arrogant. He looked like he didn't want to talk to anyone. Gun Yinji thought he was still pretending to be arrogant in front of outsiders, so she didn't care and walked to her apartment building alone. She had already texted Lu Jin on the way back. As expected, as soon as she entered the lobby on the first floor of the apartment building, she saw Lu Jin respond. Gun Yinji quickly pulled him into the elevator. The elevators here all led directly to their floors, which was safer and more private. "Yinji, are you okay?" Lu Jin was extremely nervous. "You scare me to death." Those people were even more impatient than he had imagined. If he hadn't agreed to let the KGB officer go to the restaurant with Yinji, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Lu Jin broke out in a cold sweat at the thought of it. He held Gun Yinji's hand tightly and didn't let go until they entered her apartment. Gun Yinji was very happy to see Lu Jin so worried about her. "Dad, I'm fine. I'm really fine. It's not like we haven't encountered something more dangerous than this before." Gun Yinji giggled in an attempt to appease Lu Jin. Lu Jin's heart almost jumped out of his throat. "What? Is it more dangerous than this?" Lu Jin almost jumped up from the sofa, his eyes wide open. "Well, don't I know?" Gun Yinji smiled guiltily. She thought to herself, There are so many things you don't know. Only an idiot would tell you everything. She smiled and changed the topic. It was that time when I was hit by a heavy sniper rifle. If it wasn't for your bulletproof phone. Oh, right. It was all thanks to your modified phone that I was able to contact young master he in time. Gunyinji clicked her tongue. You didn't know that the other party used an electromagnetic shield, did you? Lu Jin's expression immediately turned ugly. Electromagnetic shield? Umph. You're really showing off before an expert. That's right. Gunyinji smiled and patted Lu Jin's shoulder twice. At that time, Mr. Peter's phone couldn't be called. He said there was an electromagnetic shield, so I proudly took out the phone that my dad had modified for me. I successfully contacted young master, he immediately, and got help. Lu Jin snorted. Ijichu is still of some use. Otherwise, he would be useless. Gunyinji knew that Lu Jin was biased against the He family, so she quickly added, Dad, I also brought back a sample of Luo Piapiao's hair. Unfortunately, she was killed on the spot, and not even her bones were left. Lu Jin was shocked. Luo Piapiao, is she the person you're going to have dinner with today? Yes. Gunyinji told him the whole story and added, I didn't know the Qin family would be there too. Luo Piapiao hid it for me. She only appeared with the Qin family after I went there. She shook her head and stretched her arms back. She hugged the back of her neck and sighed. Then in the bathroom, it was just the two of us. When I was fixing her hair, Mr. Peter suddenly rushed in and pulled me away. Then there was a loud explosion behind us. There was also a loud explosion in the dining room. Several people from the Qin family died, and old Master Qin himself was seriously injured. He's lying in the hospital now. Why are there these Qin family members everywhere? Lu Jin frowned. Was Qin Haoshan, who humiliated you last time, killed in the explosion? Gunyinji, she still thought about it and said, No, he didn't come. This person probably still had some sense of shame. He had just humiliated Gunyinji, so he couldn't immediately pretend that nothing had happened and eat with her. At least he knows his place. Lu Jin slapped the table and spread his hands at Gunyinji. Give it to me. I'll test your DNA. Gunyinji knew that he wanted a sample of Luo Piapiao's hair. She placed the small transparent plastic bag on Lu Jin's palm and said, I still have something to do. Dad, hurry up and test it. She thought for a moment and said, Can you do a full DNA sequence test? Why do you have to do a full DNA sequence test? There's no need to test all the DNA to prove immediate family. Lu Jin didn't understand. Gunyinji quickly said, Just do it, just in case. Luo Piapiao's body was gone anyway, so she couldn't be anxious now. Although Lu Jin didn't understand, he had always granted his daughter's requests. Okay, I'll do the test. It'll take some time. Lu Jin hesitated for a moment, but he still longed for the time he spent with his daughter. He thought that it wouldn't be too late to leave after he finished testing Luo Piapiao's full DNA sequence. That way, he would be able to spend a few more days with his daughter. Right now, to him, a day feels like a year was a compliment. It would be best if a day could look like a year. Because he hoped that the days he spent with his daughter would be endless. Lu Jin took Luo Piapiao's hair to do a full DNA sequence test. Lu Yuan followed him in and asked calmly, Ninji, are you okay? The internet was full of news about this. Why was there a bomb all of a sudden? I heard that even the military sent out a military helicopter squadron, and there was a gunfight. Gunyinji thought about it and said, I don't know why there was a bomb in the restaurant either. I happened to be in the bathroom at the time, so I kind of dodged a bullet. She didn't tell Lu Yuan about Luo Piapiao specifically because she wasn't sure what Lu Yuan was hiding. Lu Yuan immediately noticed that she wasn't telling the truth. He sat down on the sofa opposite her and asked with a half-smile, Only the restaurant had a bomb? I saw the news online and heard that the first bomb exploded in the ladies' bathroom. Did you forget to tell me that you were in that washroom? Gunyinji sucked in a sharp breath. This President Lu was too good at figuring out the general trend. She had only said that she had been in the bathroom at the time, and Lu Yuan had almost guessed what had happened. In this regard, he was even more astute than Lu Jin. Gunyinji's heart skipped a beat, and she said, Really? What did the news say? That means it exploded in the bathroom first. Lu Yuan finally asked the question he was concerned about. Mr. Peter, who was with you, huh? Is he okay? Gun Yinji looked at him suspiciously. Why does President Lu care about Mr. Peter? When did the two of them get along so well? Lu Yuan's expression didn't change. He said calmly, I'm not concerned about him. I'm worried that you'll take responsibility. Think about it. He's from the Soviet Union, and now he's pursuing you in a high-profile manner. In the end, he was suddenly involved in a serial bomb case because of you. If he's injured, the KGB of the Soviet Union isn't to be trifled with. They're best at retaliating with an eye for an eye and a tooth for a tooth. This was today's second update. Chapter 1656, An Eye for an Eye, a Tooth for a Tooth. It was the second day of the double monthly votes. Everyone, hurry up and cast your monthly votes. Today's third update. I'm asking for monthly votes. 8 o'clock in the evening, the third update. Mwah mwah little angels. Chapter 1668. Gun Yinji laughed and immediately said, he won't be injured. How could someone who didn't forget to wear a bulletproof vest, even on the street, let himself be injured? Lu Yuan, look at what you're saying. He's a human, not a god. How could he not be injured? Lu Yuan said sarcastically. Besides, bombs don't have eyes. Bombs don't have eyes, but we do, so we won't stand there and let the bomb explode. Gun Yinji said casually. We're all fine. Thank you for your concern, President Lu. It's good that you're fine. Lu Yuan nodded. He didn't dare to text Hua Xiaoheng rashly. Moreover, he was still a little worried since he didn't see Hua Xiaoheng. Did he send you back? Gun Yinji said, Mr. Peter still has something to do, so he went back to the embassy. Gun Yinji was both angry and amused when she thought about how Hua Xiaoheng's face had darkened when he saw her coming out of the room with He Jichu. Was he too immersed in his role, or had she never understood this side of Hua Xiaoheng before? After Lu Yuan left, Gun Yinji smiled and shook her head. She looked up and saw herself in the mirror, and her smile turned into a bitter smile. Her hair was a mess, her clothes were almost crumpled into pickles, and there seemed to be a smear of ash on her cheeks. Just like that, no one actually warned her just now. Gun Yinji couldn't help complaining. But on second thought, everyone probably thought that this was the normal appearance of someone who had escaped death from a bomb and fire, right? After all, it would be too fake if she was still dressed neatly, her hair shiny, and her face spotless under those circumstances. But this appearance was really ugly. Gun Yinji sighed softly and went to the bathroom to clean herself up. Hua Xiaoheng returned to the Soviet embassy in the imperial capital and rested in his room for a while. The shockwave of the CX high explosives was too powerful. Although he was wearing a bulletproof vest, his internal organs were still inevitably shaken. He wasn't an Iron Man, so he would definitely feel uncomfortable. But it wasn't that serious. After resting for a while and feeling much better, he called the doctor in and said, "Give me a checkup. I'm not feeling well today." The doctor was from the Soviet Union and quickly said, "What's wrong? Do you need an X-ray? If you want a CT scan, you should go back to China for a checkup." Hua Xiaoheng thought about it and shook his head. "Not for now. Give me a routine checkup first." "All right, Deputy Chief Consul Peter, please follow me to the infirmary." Very quickly, the routine examination was completed. The doctor looked at the data and said, "Your heartbeat is a little fast, and your blood pressure is also high. Did you just finish a marathon and become the champion?" "I'm fine. Something came up just now," Hua Xiaoheng said vaguely. "Is my body okay?" "Don't worry, this is nothing to you. But you have to rest for the time being. Don't run marathons anymore." The doctor joked with a smile. Young people have a good physique. The corners of Hua Xiaoheng's lips curled up. He took the medication the doctor had prescribed to help him sleep and went back to sleep. The human body restores itself most quickly during sleep. After sending Gun Yinji and the ace of the Far East away, He Jichu also left the He family and went to the military base to deal with this incident. "Young Master He, all the major media outlets are about to explode with calls. How are you going to announce the progress of the case this time?" The staff of the military legal department and the publicity department called He Jichu and asked him for instructions on how to deal with it. He Jichu said disapprovingly, "They have to ask about everything. It's time for the media to learn about confidentiality rules. I'll be right there. It was really impossible to guard against media leaks. When he arrived at the base office, He called in the personnel involved one by one and listened to their reports. The first person to come in was a bomb survey expert. Reporting to Chief, the scene has been cleared. According to estimates, there are 0.01 milligrams of CX-high explosives remaining at the scene in the ladies' bathroom. The fire escape was filled with ordinary TNT explosives, and the dosage was not large. The explosives in the restaurant are the same type as the explosives in the fire escape, but the dosage is much larger, enough to kill many people. End of report. Have you cleaned up the remnants of the explosives at the scene? He asked with a frown. They've all been cleaned up. Even if there are any remnants, they will automatically degrade after being sealed for 10 days. He nodded calmly. Write a report and hand it in. The confidentiality level that was second only to the highest level of confidentiality. This was a net he had set up to deal with the two-faced people inside and the outside masterminds behind the scenes. The bomb survey expert quickly stood at attention and saluted. Yes, Chief. The report has been written. I'll mark the confidentiality level and send it up immediately. After he went out, one of Ijichu's personal secretaries in charge of clearing the scene came in. Ijichu's expression was normal as he nodded at him. Tell me about it. The personal secretary was also a colonel. He stood straight in front of Ijichu. Reporting to Chief, there were snipers lying in ambush on 3 buildings near the burning building. There were a total of 5, and all of them were killed by our fighter jets on the spot. After investigation, the 5 snipers were all Soviets. They entered the country as tourists 3 days ago. Their sniper rifles came from the north. They were probably smuggled parts and then assembled. End of report. Hijichu was silent for a moment before saying, this information is temporarily confidential. The confidentiality level is C. The personal secretary immediately stood at attention and saluted. Yes, Chief. Then came the lieutenant colonel in charge of putting out the fire. After Hijichu patiently listened to all the reports from the people in charge, he took the data report from the bomb expert and went to look at the bodies of the 5 snipers. Test the DNA, find out their identities, and seal the news. Hijichu narrowed his eyes. He wanted to see how many two-faced people there were in the military this time. Hijichu was done with his work, but Chengjian was still in a meeting. Because the military was involved in this case, Hijichu was called to the military headquarters compound in the end to report to the military bigwigs and the cabinet prime minister who had come for a meeting. Major General may I ask why the military is involved in this case this time? Could it be that this case is not an ordinary criminal case? The cabinet prime minister, Xie Beichun, sat in the small conference room in the military headquarters compound with his secretary and staff. His expression was not very good. Prime Minister Xie, the methods and power of this case are not ordinary criminal cases, Hijichu said calmly. Our bomb expert wrote a report after the on-site investigation, but this report is classified as A level. It was the same confidentiality level as Chengjian, Xie Beichun, Speaker Long, Hijichu, and the others. Xie Beichun was very surprised. You mean these bombs aren't ordinary bombs? Hijichu said vaguely, I have a data analysis here. Because of the importance of this matter, please forgive me for not being able to comment right now. But I heard that you even sent out a fighter jet to clear the scene by force, just to save your ex-fiancée. A military lieutenant general sitting opposite Chengjian suddenly questioned Hijichu. Now Major General, he refuses to release the data analysis at the scene. Isn't this deliberately exaggerating in order to use his power for personal gain? This was the 3rd watch of the day, Chapter 1657, Exaggerating. It was the 2nd day of the double monthly votes. Everyone, hurry up and vote. Today, the 3rd watch of the day is asking for monthly votes. Moi, all the big shots and little angels. Chapter 1669. This person's voice was rough and had a very contagious feeling. Hijichu looked over intently. He recognized the lieutenant general's surname to be Jean. He wasn't a standing member of the Supreme Military Council, but a regular member. Of course, regular members of the Supreme Military Council were also very powerful, at least in terms of rank and position. They were all higher than He Zhichu. In terms of rank, He Zhichu was his subordinate, but not his direct subordinate. However, there was a clear distinction between superiors and subordinates in the military, and subordinates always obeyed their superiors. Therefore, He Zhichu respectfully asked, "Lieutenant General Jean, may I ask what my ex-fiancé's name is?" Lieutenant General Jean froze and waved his hand in annoyance. "How would I know your ex-fiancé's name?" "Major General, this is a place to discuss important matters related to the national economy and the people's livelihood. Don't bring your family's trivial matters here." "So that means Lieutenant General Jean doesn't know my ex-fiancé's name?" He Zhichu continued to ask seriously. Lieutenant General Jin's thick black brows furrowed, his wide nose flapping in displeasure. His bell-like eyes looked like they were about to spit fire. "I said you don't have to bring such trivial matters here. Does Major General not understand Chinese?" He Zhichu wasn't angry. He spoke calmly in a tone that pierced people's hearts. "Since Lieutenant General Jean doesn't know my ex-fiancé's name, may I ask how you found out from the military briefing that the person I mobilized the fighter jet to rescue was my ex-fiancé?" The public report did not have the names of every person involved in the incident, but the military briefing did, and this briefing was placed in front of these people in the meeting. Since Lieutenant General Jean didn't know He Zhichu's ex-fiancée was called Gunyinji, that meant he couldn't have deduced that she was He Zhichu's ex-fiancée from the name Gunyinji in the briefing. This also meant his source of information wasn't from the military briefing. That was interesting. Lieutenant General Jin's expression darkened as he looked at He Zhichu in disbelief. He slammed the table and stood up. "What kind of attitude is that? Do I need to tell you my source of information?" "Of course you don't have to tell me your source of information." He Zhichu nodded slightly, his voice becoming stern. "But your accusations are baseless. My ex-fiancée was one of the victims, and she wasn't the only one I saved. I also saved 17 people from the Qin family and 8 people from the revolving restaurant. I deployed the helicopter squadron and fighter jets, and in the end, we managed to save the lives of 26 citizens. Moreover, I am authorized by the Standing Committee of the Supreme Military Council. May I ask how I have abused my power for personal gain?" He Zhichu finally became aggressive. "Lieutenant General Jean, although your rank and rank are higher than mine, you can't make such a serious accusation without any basis. Our army has always been particular about using facts to speak for themselves, and we don't engage in false statements. Did Lieutenant General Jean forget the traditions of our army? Or is it that Lieutenant General Jean always says one thing in front of others and another behind their backs? You're calling me a two-faced man." Lieutenant General Jean was so angry that his face turned red. "I'm loyal to the country and the people." He had never abused his power for personal gain. There's no need to say one thing in front of others and another behind their backs. This kind of thing doesn't mean you have it just because I say you have it. It also doesn't mean you don't have it just because you say you don't. He Zhichu took a step back and said sternly to the silent General Ning, "General Ning, you're the highest-ranking general in charge of military discipline. I request that you conduct a thorough investigation on me and Lieutenant General Jean and prove our innocence." "Investigate what?" General Ning asked indifferently. "Investigate if you have abused your power for personal gain. Investigate if Lieutenant General Jean is a two-faced man." "Yes, sir," He Zhichu replied loudly. "I object." Lieutenant General Jean was furious. "Today's meeting is to discuss Major General He's problem. What does it have to do with me?" Of course, it was impossible to investigate Lieutenant General Jean just because of this matter. General Ning glanced at him and turned to He Zhichu. "Major General He, it looks like you and Lieutenant General Jean have some misunderstandings. It's fine to clarify things in front of so many people today." "Okay." He Zhichu readily accepted and immediately looked at Lieutenant General Jean. "I'll say it again. Lieutenant General Jean doesn't even know my ex-fiancé's name. Yet he's accusing me of abusing my power for personal gain. I can't help but suspect that someone is falsely accusing me, and that Lieutenant General Jean is being used as a tool. Lieutenant General Jean had just sighed in relief when He Jichu's next words nearly made him vomit blood. I, Jean Xingao, am being used as a tool. You're underestimating me too much. Lieutenant General Jean couldn't possibly admit this in front of so many people. He said with a fierce expression, "Don't try to change the subject. Just tell me why you're not willing to disclose the on-site data analysis. Could it be that there's something shameful?" He Jichu was silent for a while before saying, "Lieutenant General Jean, do you still remember what the military confidentiality regulations are?" Lieutenant General Jean was speechless. He frowned. "What do you mean?" "What I mean is that what you said just now is like a reporter trying to impress the public. Everything has to be shown to you. If you don't see it, it means that there's something shameful. You don't care about any related laws, discipline, and confidentiality regulations at all." He Jichu spoke elegantly and confidently. He turned to He Changjian, Xie Beichen, and the standing committee members of the Military Supreme Council. "You can view this data analysis with your confidentiality level. If you need it, you can look it up at any time." What he meant was that Lieutenant General Jin's confidentiality level wasn't high enough, so he couldn't see this data analysis at all. It was just the confidentiality level. Although Lieutenant General Jin's military rank and position were higher than He Jichu's, their scope of work was different, so the confidentiality level was also different. The atmosphere in the small meeting room clearly relaxed. Xie Beichen was the prime minister, so it wasn't convenient for him to question the big shots of the military. But He Changjian was different. He was the #1 member of the Standing Committee of the Military Supreme Council, and he was also the person with the highest military position. He Jichu was his son, and he hadn't done anything wrong. However, not only had he been humiliated by Lieutenant General Jean in front of so many people, but he had also tried to frame him. If he didn't speak, then he wouldn't be He Changjian. He Changjian coughed and said, "Lieutenant General Jean, I also want to know. Who told you that Major General, he used his power for personal gain to mobilize the fighter jet to save his ex-fiancée?" Lieutenant General Jean had just said that He Jichu didn't have the rank or qualifications to ask him this question, but He Changjian was different. He crushed Jean Xingao in both military rank and position. Lieutenant General Jean could choose not to answer He Jichu's question, but he had to answer He Changjian's question. His expression changed abruptly, and he said in a low voice, "General He, are you here to fight for your son?" He had thought that He Changjian would avoid suspicion and not let people think that he was protecting his own son. "Lieutenant General Mo, please don't distort the topic," He Jichu said lightly from the side. He Jichu said dryly, "I also have a military position. Although General, he is my father, he is only my superior here, and also your superior. You're not answering your superior's question? It seems that your source of information is indeed extraordinary." He Chengjian raised his head and said unhappily, "What the military values the most is that everyone is united. Lieutenant General Jean, you're not willing to tell me your source of information. Are you going to set up your own mountain and form a small circle?" Cold sweat dripped down Jean Xingao's forehead. In a moment of desperation, he remembered what that person had said and suddenly had an idea. He said, "The person who told me this news is a news reporter. I have the right to protect my source of information." He Jichu scoffed and shook his head. "Lieutenant General Jean, I'm afraid you're mistaken. A reporter has the right to protect his source of information, but you're not a reporter. You have no right to hide your source of information, not to mention that this information is personally related to me. In the officialdom, no one could ignore being accused of using their power for personal gain." He Chengjian's fingers tapped lightly on the conference table. His expression was stern as he said indifferently, "Lieutenant General Jean, either tell me the source of the information or accept the investigation." At this moment, Lieutenant General Jean was cursing the person who had sent him the information, but at this point, he had no choice but to say it. Looking up at Prime Minister Xie Beichon, Lieutenant General Jean said reluctantly, It's a reporter from Miss Xie's new media company. She said that everyone in their company knows about this. She also said that in order to save his ex-fiancée, Major General, he even rejected Miss Xie's invitation to watch the ballet tonight. Xie Beichen looked at him in shock. Miss Xie? Which Miss Xie? There are so many people with the surname Xie. If you don't tell us clearly, how will we know who you're talking about? It's Miss Xie Qingying. Lieutenant General Jin's eyes flashed twice, and a trace of pride flashed in his eyes. He Jichu didn't let him lead him by the nose, nor did he care about his deliberate attempt to sow discord. He continued to ask, "Then may I ask why the reporter from Miss Xie's company wants to expose you? You're neither in charge of military discipline, nor are you my immediate superior, nor are you the main person in charge of this operation. May I ask what's the relationship between the two of you that she has to expose you?" This was the first update of the day. Chapter 1658, Source of Information. It was the last day of the double monthly votes in April. Everyone, hurry up and cast your monthly votes. Today, we're still asking for monthly votes. At 1 o'clock in the afternoon, the second update. At 8 o'clock in the evening, the third update. P.S. Tomorrow is May. The double monthly votes for May are on the 7th day of the first month. Don't keep your monthly votes until the end of the month. Cast them at the beginning of the month. Moi, all the big shots and little angels. Chapter 1670. This question was too sharp. Lieutenant General Jean was caught off guard, and his face turned as black as the bottom of a pot. What do you mean? He could only bluff and blame He Jichu, trying to get away with his question. However, He Jichu not only had He Chengjin support, but he also had his own accomplishments as a lawyer. He couldn't let Lieutenant General Jean get away with this matter just like that. I don't mean anything else. I just want to know why this female reporter wanted to expose it to you, He Jichu said calmly. Even if she went online to expose it, it would be more normal than telling you directly. He Chengjian sneered. It's probably because Lieutenant General Jean is especially likable. General Ning, I think it's necessary to investigate Lieutenant General Jin's social connections. I didn't do anything wrong. Lieutenant General Jean was a little flustered. It was that female reporter who called me herself. As for why she called me, how would I know? Go ask her. As he spoke, he gave the female reporter's name and phone number. He Jichu had thought that Lieutenant General Jean was inextricably linked to this matter, but when he saw that he immediately gave the female reporter's phone number and name, he was a little confused. It really seemed like it was a coincidence. Lieutenant General Jean didn't like him, or did he actually dislike the He family and deliberately made things difficult for them? He Jichu couldn't come to any conclusion at this time. He wrote down the female reporter's name and phone number that Lieutenant General Jean had mentioned and said, "If the military subpoenas this female reporter, I hope Lieutenant General Jean will testify in court." Of course. Lieutenant General Jean wiped the sweat off his forehead and lowered his eyes to hide the hint of joy in them. Prime Minister Xie Beichun was very stunned. He hadn't expected this matter to have something to do with Xie Qingying. Moreover, he knew that Xie Qingying clearly had a good impression of He Jichu. Why would she do such a thing? However, now that Lieutenant General Jean had vowed that this matter had something to do with Xie Qingying's employees, Xie Beichun couldn't immediately refute him. He only wanted to wait until the meeting was over to personally ask Xie Qingying what was going on. After the interrogation of He Jichu, General Ning and He Chengjian discussed it for a while and said, "The military has already agreed to the request of the Qin family to let Qin Yaowang go to the hospital to perform surgery on old Mr. Qin." He Jichu immediately said, "I want to personally escort Qin Yaowang to the hospital. Also, I request that the hospital where old Mr. Qin is undergoing surgery be transferred to the military hospital." General Ning shook his head with some difficulty and said, "We've already promised the Qin family to let Qin Yaowang go to the Qin family's own hospital for surgery." He Chengjian also said amiably, "Major General, given old Mr. Qin's serious injuries, it's better for him to have the surgery in their own hospital. If he were to be transferred to a military hospital and something went wrong, some things would be hard to explain, and public opinion would be bad. Ijichu knew their concerns, but he didn't care. However, he could not go against his superior's decision. Even his father supported this decision, so he had nothing to say. Then I'll be in charge of escorting Qin Yaowang. Ijichu made his last insistence. All right, I agree. General Ning nodded. Go to the detention center and escort Qin Yaowang to the headquarters of the Qin Corporation's private hospital immediately. Remember to bring her back unharmed. Yes, Chief. Ijichu saluted, accepted his mission, and left. Prime Minister Xie Beichen did not have the time to look at the data analysis of the bomb scene. He left in a hurry after the meeting. The first thing he did when he returned to the Prime Minister's residence was to call Xie Qingying. Xie Qingying's father, Xie Dezhao, was only a branch of the Xie family. However, when Xie Qingying returned from studying mass media abroad, she took the initiative to help Xie Beichen campaign and became a great contributor to his campaign team. Therefore, the two families were very close. He knew that Xie Qingying was a very clear-headed person, so he did not understand why she would do this. At that moment, Xie Qingying was editing the news footage that she had filmed today in her company, especially the footage of the building on fire. She found many angles to show the situation in all aspects. Xie Qingying was very surprised to receive Xie Beichen's call. Uncle, what can I do for you? After Xie Beichen became prime minister, Xie Qingying retired. She did not serve in the cabinet, but founded a new media company. The business was booming. Of course, with Xie Beichen as her backer, her business path was smoother than others. Xie Beichen frowned and said, "Come to the prime minister's residence. I have something to ask you." Xie Qingying was stunned and understood that something must have happened. She immediately packed her things and left in a hurry with her LV briefcase. When she arrived at Xie Beichen's residence, Xie Qingying was immediately led to Xie Beichen's study. Uncle, what happened? Xie Qingying sat down in front of Xie Beichen. Xie Beichen said seriously, I went to the military for a meeting today and heard from someone that a female reporter in your company complained about He Jichu to the military. What? Xie Qingying stood up in surprise. Did you hear wrong? Why would a female reporter in my company complain about young Master He? Who is she? Seeing that Xie Qingying was completely unaware, Xie Beichen breathed a sigh of relief. He waved his hand and smiled. Don't worry, don't worry. Sit down and talk. How can I not worry? Xie Qingying placed her hands on the table and leaned forward. She said anxiously, Does young Master He know? What would he think? But I really didn't know about this. Believe me. Of course I believe you. Xie Beichen patted the back of her hand. Sit down. It's not a big deal. It's fine as long as you didn't do it. Go back and ask this female reporter what's going on. The military will summon her. Xie Qingying suppressed the anger in her heart and slowly sat down. She said, What did she complain about? She said that He Jichu mobilized a fighter jet to save his ex-fiancée. He abused his power for personal gain and used public resources for personal gain. Xie Qingying couldn't help rolling her eyes. Gun Yinji was also a victim. Under those circumstances, of course, young master, he had to mobilize armed helicopters and fighter jets to save her. Even if Gun Yinji wasn't there at the time, that was the only way young master he could save her. Aren't you jealous at all? Xie Beichen said with a smile. He picked up his teacup and took a sip of water. He did go to save her. A human life is at stake. He went to save someone, and Gun Yinji just happened to be one of the people he saved. Xie Qingying shrugged. And even if he went to save Gun Yinji because she was in danger, it means that he's a loyal person. He didn't separate public and private matters just because someone rejected him. Ha ha ha. I finally understand what it means to be in the eye of the beholder. So in your eyes, there's nothing wrong with He Jichu. Xie Beichen laughed so hard that his shoulders twitched. Xie Qingying's face turned red from his laughter. Uncle, how can you laugh at people like that? I'm telling the truth. I know. Xie Beichen knocked on the table and stopped smiling. He pointed at her and said, From now on, you can't act alone. Even if you want to see that female employee of yours, you have to be accompanied by at least 2 people. Do you understand? Huh? Why? Xie Qingying asked in confusion. I still want to talk to her alone. If that person isn't lying, then this female employee of yours is clearly framing you. I'm worried that if you interact with her alone, she'll cause trouble and frame you. Xie Beichun explained very cautiously. Xie Qingying finally understood, and her face turned livid. I'll hold a meeting in the company and directly question her at the meeting. Okay. Xie Beichun gave her a thumbs up. This method is better than mine. As long as Xie Qingying had a clear conscience, Xie Beichun hoped that as many people as possible would know about this. Xie Qingying left the Prime Minister's residence and quietly returned to the company. She looked at the employees who had come to work today and found that the female reporter happened to be in the company today. She immediately called everyone to the conference room for a meeting and said that she had something important to announce. When everyone heard this, they enthusiastically ran to the conference room and waited. Because it was a new media company, most of the employees were young people. Xie Qingying walked in and saw the female reporter talking smugly to someone. She was laughing so hard that she couldn't help feeling sick. She walked to the stage and directly called out the female reporter's name. She asked calmly, I heard that you told someone in the military that young master he used his power for personal gain and used a fighter jet to save his ex-fiancée. You also said that young master he rejected the agreement to go to the ballet with me? Why don't I remember telling you that I'm going to the ballet with young master he? The female reporter almost fainted. She never expected that Lieutenant General Jean from the military would be so unreliable that he would actually sell her out. This was the second update for today. Chapter 1659, Nothing Bad. It was the last day of the double monthly votes in April. Everyone, hurry up and cast your monthly votes and recommendation votes. Today it was still the third update for monthly votes. At 8 o'clock in the evening, the third update. P.S. Tomorrow is May. The double monthly votes for May are on the 7th day of the first month. Don't keep your monthly votes until the end of the month. Cast them at the beginning of the month. Moi, all the big shots and little angels. Chapter 1671. The female reporter's face was ashen. She stood up shakily and was tongue-tied for a long time. She gritted her teeth and retorted, President Xie, I don't know where you heard the news, but it's not true. You didn't. Xie Qingying's voice turned cold. Then the lieutenant general of the military is framing you. Anyway, why did you say that and who you told it to? Actually, it has nothing to do with me, but you shouldn't have involved me and let others think that I asked you to snitch on me. How is this snitching? This is clearly the truth. When the female reporter saw that Xie Qingying even knew that the other party was a lieutenant general, she knew that she couldn't deny it. Since that was the case, she had no choice but to break the jar. Young master, he used his position as a major general to mobilize the military's resources at will. He obviously still has feelings for his ex-fiancée. I'm fighting for you, President Xie, but I didn't expect you to not only not appreciate it, but also cause trouble for me. All right, I don't want to do this job anymore. I quit. The female reporter had planned to leave a long time ago, but she didn't expect to resign under such circumstances. The connections she had accumulated in this company were almost destroyed by Xie Qingying in an instant. Her colleagues and friends knew that she had snitched, so how could they still treat her the same as before? You want to resign and leave? You're dreaming. I'm officially informing you that you're fired. Not only do you have to compensate the company for its losses, Xie Qingying did not hesitate to take out the labor contract she had signed with the female reporter back then. Moreover, your actions are slander. Wait for my lawyer's letter. I'll sue you. The female reporter's face was already pale. She opened her mouth a few times, wanting to plead with Xie Qingying, but she had just said some harsh words, and now she had to swallow them in front of the entire company. It was really a loss of face. Therefore, she didn't say a word and walked to the door of the conference room. She wanted to go to her office to pack her things. Xie Qingying immediately called the security guard over and said, Please ask this lady to leave my company immediately. She's been fired. At this time, she wouldn't give her any chance to access the company's computer and internal system. Xie Qingying took out her phone and logged into the company's intranet. She quickly deleted the female reporter's account and changed her work email password. The female reporter turned around and glared at Xie Qingying. My personal belongings are still in my cubicle. The security guard will pack up all your things, but you can't enter the company again. Xie Qingying was very tough and didn't give her any chance. This woman had damaged her relationship with He Zhichu too much, and Xie Qingying didn't want to let her off. After firing the female reporter, Xie Qingying returned to her office and pulled up the surveillance footage of the meeting room. She didn't edit it all and sent it directly to He Zhichu's email. After that, she called He Zhichu, but at this time, He Zhichu was escorting Qin Yaowang to the headquarters of the Qin Corporation's private hospital and watching her perform surgery on old Master Qin. Of course, Qin Yaowang did not do it herself. Instead, she stood in the operating theater and instructed the other doctors. Qing Shi, Qin Chun, He Chun Ti Chun. Ever since Qin Yaowang found out that old Master Qin was injured, her tears had not stopped. Now, her eyes were red and swollen, but she was still calm. When she directed the surgery, she was orderly and did not panic at all. The chief surgeon was a neurosurgeon second only to Qin Yaowang in the Qin family's private hospital system. He was probably the best neurosurgeon now. The person reported old Master Qin's injury to Qin Yaowang and discussed the surgery plan. Old Master Qin has had CT scan. There's a blood clot in his brain. This is the main reason. He needs to open his brain to remove the blood clot. Qin Yaowang looked at the CT scan and discussed it with everyone. Finally, she decided, then we'll open his brain. However, my father is old. The wound shouldn't be too big. We just need to make a small opening here and use a gamma knife to perform the surgery. Qin Yaowang circled the scope of the craniotomy and explained the things that needed to be paid attention to during the surgery. After all, she had been a brain surgeon for so many years. She was very knowledgeable when she talked about craniotomy and gamma knife. The doctors present listened very carefully and were very impressed by her. He Zhichu didn't understand these professional terms, and he wasn't interested. He just stared at old Master Qin on the hospital bed. Sometimes he would look at the surveillance equipment in the ward and pay attention to the progress of the surgery. Old Master Qin's brain surgery went on for several hours. By the time the surgery was over, the lights outside were already on and night had fallen. Young Master, my father's injuries are serious. Although he has undergone surgery, he still needs to be observed for a period of time. Can I stay here until my father is out of danger? Qin Yaowang pleaded pitifully with He Zhichu. He Zhichu said lightly, I can't make the decision. I have to ask my superiors. As he spoke, he took out his phone to make a call. As soon as he took out his phone, he saw several missed calls from Xie Qingying. He didn't call back immediately. Instead, he called the leader of the military first. Qin Yaowang requests to wait until old Master Qin is out of danger before leaving. Please give your instructions. The leader of the military pondered for a moment and said, How long will it take to get out of danger? He Zhichu didn't know. He looked up at Qin Yaowang. How long will it take to get out of danger? At least 12 hours. Usually 24 hours, Qin Yaowang said without hesitation. Her expression didn't change. After He Zhichu relayed the message, the leader on the other end of the phone said, Then 12 hours. You must escort him back in 12 hours. Yes, Chief. He Zhichu accepted the order and turned to Qin Yaowang. I'll give you 12 hours. After 12 hours, regardless of whether old Master Qin is out of danger or not, you have to leave this place and return to the detention center. Qin Yaowang's eyes darkened, but she still nodded. Okay, then 12 hours. Old Master Qin was quickly transferred to the intensive care unit. His body and head were connected to heavy equipment. The equipment wires were intertwined and complicated. He looked like a big spider coiled in the middle of a web. Qin Yaowang sat down in front of old Master Qin's bed and focused on looking at his medical records and injuries. He Zhichu held it in front of the window and texted Xie Qingying. I haven't finished my work today, so I can't go watch Swan Lake. Xie Qingying waited anxiously for his news. She finally saw the text message and understood that it wasn't convenient for him to call. She immediately replied, I know. I called you early in the morning to tell you that I wasn't free tonight, but I didn't expect so many things to happen. Ijichu didn't know what she was talking about. He rubbed his phone and didn't reply for a while. Xie Qingying waited for a while and assumed that Ijichu was angry. She held her phone tightly and sent him a voice message. Young master, I didn't ask my employee to go to the military to snitch on me. I'm not that stupid to do such a thing that would harm others and myself. I've already held a meeting to confront her and fired her. Ijichu was wearing a Bluetooth headset. When he heard her voice reply, he immediately replied, Prime Minister Xie told you? Thinking that the military still wanted to summon this female reporter, Ijichu immediately passed the news to the relevant departments of the military and arranged for people to half control and half protect this female reporter. Yes, Uncle is very concerned about me. He doesn't want this to happen. I don't know why she did this. Xie Qingying was about to cry. Young master, believe me. When her voice was choked up, it was somewhat similar to Gunyinji's. Ijichu closed his eyes and continued typing. I believe you. Don't cry. This was today's third update. Chapter 1660. I believe you. It was the last day of the double monthly votes in April. Everyone, hurry up and cast your monthly votes. And recommendation votes. P.S. Tomorrow is May. The double monthly votes for May are on the 7th day of the first month. Don't keep your monthly votes until the end of the month. Vote at the beginning of the month. Moi, all the big shots and little angels. Chapter 1672. Xie Qingying looked at the simple words on her phone. I believe you. Don't cry. Her heart stopped beating for a moment. Had she really moved Ijichu? She had had a crush on him for so long that she thought there was no hope. However, she suddenly realized that things had changed. Not only was there hope, but the dawn of victory was right in front of her. Xie Qingying's tears fell quickly and urgently. They dripped onto the phone screen. She quickly wiped them with her hand, but she touched the touch screen and pushed Ijichu's reply out of sight. How could this be? Xie Qingying did not have the time to wipe her tears and hurriedly took out her LV. She quickly took out a Hermes scarf from her LV tote and wiped the phone screen. Ijichu waited for a while. Seeing that she didn't reply, he was about to put away his phone when he saw Xie Qingying send another text message. I'm crying tears of joy. Ijichu looked at the text message, and his almond-shaped eyes were slightly moved. However, he only glanced at it silently before turning off his phone and not replying to Xie Qingying. Xie Qingying stared at her phone for a full hour, but she didn't receive a reply from Ijichu. Only then did she confirm that he probably wouldn't reply. She was slightly disappointed, but she quickly pulled herself together. She had waited for so many years, so why should she care about this moment? Moreover, with such a big incident at the revolving restaurant, Ijichu must be very busy right now. Xie Qingying had left home to study abroad when she was young. She had only returned to start her own business after obtaining a master's degree. She had always been a very independent woman, not a delicate and weak daughter flower that had to rely on men to grow. Therefore, she had never thought of sticking to Ijichu all the time. She gave, and he responded. At this stage, it was enough. Xie Qingying was in a good mood and threw herself back into work. Ijichu sat in old Master Qin's ward without saying a word. His handsome face was cold, and his expression was cold. His eyes never left old Master Qin's hospital bed. Old Master Qin had been lying peacefully on the hospital bed. The data from all the instruments showed that everything was normal. The surgery seemed to have been successful. A few hours had passed, and the doctors and nurses had only come to check on the room once. They had discussed the data on the instruments with Qin Yaowang, who was sitting in front of old Master Qin's hospital bed. They had also discussed the pros and cons of gamma knife surgery. It could be seen that they respected Qin Yaowang very much. Even though she was a prisoner now, they were still respectful to her. Moreover, this respect was not because she was the daughter of the chairman, nor was it because she was the dean, but because he respected her professional level from the bottom of his heart. Ijichu watched coldly from the sidelines. His figure melted into the dark corner of the ward and made his presence as low as possible. It was so low that the doctors and nurses even forgot Ijichu existed. Qin Yaowang was wearing a green surgical gown and a green hat. She had her back to He Jichu the entire time. Although she didn't turn her head, she knew that He Jichu had been looking at her. But what was the point of looking at her? Qin Yaowang sneered in her heart. She pursed her lips and continued to watch the data on the machine jump quietly. In the wee hours of the morning, the quiet machine suddenly screamed like a madman. He Jichu jumped up from the sofa and strode over. What happened? Qin Yaowang pounced over and shouted into the pager in the ward. Someone come quickly. The patient's blood pressure is rising. His body temperature is rising. His heart is racing. He's shivering, and he has serious gastrointestinal reactions. Serious gastrointestinal reactions were usually vomiting and diarrhea. He Jichu looked over and saw that old Master Qin's mouth was foaming. Soon, his face was a mess, and some of the vomit was almost blocking his nose. This kind of situation was the easiest for the patient to suffocate to death. Qin Yaowang didn't care about the mess and directly used her hands to help old Master Qin clean up the vomit in his mouth. Many doctors and nurses pushed the door open and came in to conduct a comprehensive examination of old Master Qin. Did something go wrong with the surgery? The surgery went very smoothly, but surgery related to the brain is inherently risky. Moreover, my father is old, and his organs are gradually failing. He might not be able to withstand the aftereffects of the surgery, Qin Yaowang said in a low voice. Hurry up and get an injection to prevent the side effects. I remember that the hospital imported a batch of this medicine. Do you have any more? Also, we'll get it for the chairman's drip right away. Under Qin Yaowang's command, the doctors and nurses methodically cared for old Master Qin after the surgery. After a while, old Master Qin's condition finally stabilized. He stopped vomiting, and his body temperature and blood pressure gradually dropped. His heartbeat also returned to normal. Due to this small episode, Qin Yaowang asked her to extend her stay for another 12 hours. Young Master as you can see, my father is still in danger. He's still in a state where he can die at any time. Qin Yaowang wiped her tears and pleaded, I definitely won't leave. You can keep an eye on me here. He Jichu said calmly, I need the military's approval to extend it for another 12 hours. You can apply. If they agree, I have no objections. Qin Yaowang nodded. I'll apply. She found a doctor to write a certificate and personally wrote an application for an extension of her stay. She handed it to He Jichu. After He Jichu sealed it, he had his orderlies send it to the military. At dawn, the military agreed to Qin Yaowang's application to let her stay for another 12 hours until old Master Qin was out of danger before returning to the detention center. Since the military had agreed, He Jichu couldn't object. He just continued to sit in old Master Qin's ward and coldly watch what Qin Yaowang was up to. During the extended 12 hours, old Master Qin's condition had a relapse. He still had a high fever, high blood pressure, rapid heartbeat, and chills. At the same time, he was vomiting. However, under Qin Yaowang and the others' care, old Master Qin made it through again and returned to normal. The sun rose and set, and the rays of light outside the ward gradually returned to silence. The sky turned dark again. He Jichu looked at his watch. Soon, it would be another 12 hours. He had really spent these 12 hours with Qin Yaowang. Even when he went to the bathroom, he had a row of soldiers guard the door of the ward. Qin Yaowang couldn't escape even if she had wings. He stood up and walked around the ward casually, looking around at the equipment in the ward. When he walked past a ventilator beside the bed, he suddenly felt dizzy. Everything in the ward was bumping up and down in front of his eyes. It was as if he was standing on a turbulent sea. The soles of his feet were so weak that he couldn't step on the ground, and he almost lost his balance. He Jichu quickly held onto the ventilator and took a deep breath. He closed his eyes and pinched his palm hard. The intense pain woke him up. He opened his eyes, and the dizziness he had felt just now disappeared. His feet were back on solid ground. The swaying just now seemed to be an illusion. He Jichu knew that something was wrong. The feeling just now was like the feeling he had when he had his illness in the past. But he had clearly been cured. There had been no relapse in the past 10 years. He suddenly looked at Qin Yaowang, but Qin Yaowang still had her head lowered. She held Old Master Qin's hand and muttered to him, hoping that he would wake up and recover as soon as possible. Although there was no evidence, He Jichu's vigilance was even more obvious. He composed himself and immediately said to Qin Yaowang, "The 12 hours are almost up. We can go now." Actually, there were still 15 minutes left, but He Jichu didn't want to wait anymore. He had a hunch that something was wrong, although he hadn't figured out what was wrong. Qin Yaowang raised her head and looked at him with a half-smile. She said, "Young Master He, there are still 15 minutes left. Can I stay with my father for another 15 minutes? At that moment, Old Master Qin grunted and woke up from his coma. His eyes didn't seem to be used to the light in the ward. He blinked a few times before turning his eyes to look at Qin Yaowang, who was sitting in front of his bed. "Yaowang, you've suffered." Old Master Qin raised his trembling hand with the foredrip and wanted to caress Qin Yaowang's head. Qin Yaowang had mixed feelings and burst into tears. She lay on Old Master Qin's bed and cried like a child who weighed more than 100 pounds. As she cried, He Jichu felt another wave of dizziness wash over him. However, he tried his best to restrain himself and stood straight against the wall. He held his phone in his hand and dialed an emergency contact signal for his father. This number had already been saved in his phone. As long as he pressed a button, he could immediately dial it. After the call, He Jichu took out the Swiss Army knife he carried with him and stabbed it hard into his palm. He Jichu strode towards the door of the ward with a moment of clarity brought about by the sharp pain. Surround the entire ward before General He Changjin arrives. Kill anyone who wants to enter or leave. He Jichu used his last shred of clarity to rush out of the ward and collapse in front of his soldiers. His personal secretary and orderlies quickly stepped forward to cover him. At the same time, all the soldiers loaded their rifles and guarded the entire ward tightly, not allowing anyone to enter or leave. This was the first update of the day. Chapter 1661, Tears of Joy. It was the first day of the double monthly votes in May. Everyone, hurry up and cast your monthly votes. The double in May was at the beginning of the month. Don't keep your monthly votes until the end of the month at 8 o'clock in the evening, the second update. P.S. Thank you, Momo Moshi, for your 50,000 Qidian coins yesterday. Thank you, Heaven's Candy, for your 10,000 Qidian coins yesterday. Kiss me, little angels. Chapter 1673. Qin Yaowang turned around and saw that He Jichu had already run out. She raised her eyebrows in surprise and thought to herself, "This person is really stubborn." She looked at her watch and whispered to Old Master Qin on the hospital bed, "Dad, are you okay? You scared me to death." Old Master Qin touched the left side of his head and asked calmly, "Is the surgery done?" "Yes." Qin Yaowang shrugged. She no longer looked as worried as before and said nonchalantly, "Although my hand is injured, my head is not. It's not a problem for me to guide such a small surgery." "That's good." Old Master Qin smiled faintly. "I've just recovered from a serious illness, and I still have a rejection reaction. I need to rest well. If anything happens later, you and Shui can deal with it together. I won't care." As he spoke, Old Master Qin lay down again and asked Qin Yaowang to put an oxygen mask on him. He quickly fell asleep. Qin Yaowang carefully tucked Old Master Qin in, then got up and walked to the door. "Stop!" The soldiers standing guard at the door immediately pointed their guns at her. Qin Yaowang smiled and ran her hand through her messy long hair. She looked at He Jichu, who was unconscious in the middle of the soldiers, and said, "Your Major General, he seems to be sick. Are you sure you don't want me to take a look?" "No need." He Jichu's personal secretary raised the gun and pressed it against Qin Yaowang's forehead. "Go in. Don't make me say it a second time." The cold barrel of the gun was pressed against her smooth skin, and Qin Yaowang's body trembled. However, she didn't back down. She raised her chin slightly and said, "When your general he comes later, he'll beg me. Don't be so shameless." He Jichu's personal secretary was also furious. They had already sent the news to the military, and the important people from the military should be on their way. At this moment, they were blocking the door, and all the passageways downstairs were heavily guarded. Even if Qin Yaowang turned into a groundhog and burrowed into the ground, they could dig her out with their hands. But looking at Qin Yaowang's posture, it didn't seem like she had any intention of escaping. He Jichu's personal secretary was burning with anxiety. He only prayed that the military would come faster. He was worried about He Jichu's condition and didn't know what was going on. Just as he and Qin Yaowang were confronting each other, the sound of high heels came from the corridor. They looked in the direction of the voice and saw an elegant woman wearing a camel LV cashmere coat with a Hermes Vingo sunflower scarf tied around her collar, walking over quickly. Her long black hair was soft and smooth, draped behind her head. She was not tall, but the heels she wore were at least 10 centimeters high, which made her look tall and slender. Seeing the man pointing a gun at Qin Yaowang's forehead, she said in surprise, "Lieutenant Colonel Chu, what are you doing?" Jichu, He Jichu's voice. He Jichu's to Chu, He Chu. He. Chu. I just came from a Chu. He as Zhou to Chu. I just came. I to one I to one. 1 I 1. 2. Qin at. Qin myself. Qin 1. I 1 is 1 1. 1. Qin Yaowang heaved a sigh of relief and said, "Shui, you're finally back. This family is in chaos now. I don't have freedom, so I can't care about so many things. Now, you have to help the Qin family." When Shui quickly said, "No problem," I rushed back to see if I can help. She continued, "As soon as I got off the plane, I contacted Uncle Qin. How is old Mr. Qin?" It seemed that she had heard from the Qin family that old Master Qin was having surgery here, and even Qin Yaowang had been brought out. He Jichu's personal secretary slowly retracted her gun and put it back into the holster. When Shui finally saw He Jichu lying on the bench on the side of the corridor. "How sleepy is young Master He? He actually fell asleep here." When Shui covered her sleeves and smiled. "Young Master, he didn't fall asleep. He's sick. He suddenly fainted." Qin Yaowang pouted in He Jichu's direction. "I said I wanted to help him take a look, but they wouldn't let me." When Shui's expression suddenly changed. "Huh? Sick? Young Master, he has always been in good health. He rarely even catches a cold. Why did he suddenly faint? Could it be a relapse? But didn't young Master he recover from his illness?" She quickly walked over to He Jichu's side. He Jichu's personal secretary, Lieutenant Colonel Chu, stopped her and said, "Miss Wen, the military will be here soon. Don't come over. I just want to see how young Master he is doing." When Shui said sullenly, "Lieutenant Colonel Chu, we've worked together for so many years. Are you not going to give me any face? You've already retired from the army," Lieutenant Colonel Chu said with a cold expression. "You're working for the Qin family. It's not suitable for you to come into contact with our young Master He. Ha! You're really protective of your master." Qin Yaowang sneered and rubbed her forehead. "Shui, come over here. If he doesn't want you to look, don't go over. Let me take a look. Long time no see. I see you've lost a lot of weight." Her round face, which used to be fair, now had signs of a duck's egg face. She had a small and slightly upturned nose and full lips. Other than her eyes, which were still slender and delicate, she looked a little similar to Xie Qingying. Of course, she also looked a little like Gun Yanji. When Shui smiled and said, "It was too tiring in the south. In order to come back as soon as possible, I only slept 3 or 4 hours a day. I didn't have time to eat or drink. I spent all my time reading documents." "You're at our headquarters in Z City in the south, right?" Qin Yaowang waved for her to enter the ward with her, but Lieutenant Colonel Chu stopped her again. "Young Master, he has ordered that anyone who dares to enter or leave will be killed without mercy." When Shui looked at him and smiled bitterly. Lieutenant Colonel Chu, stop joking. Young Master, he said that when he was unconscious. Don't listen to it. It's useless even if you do. Young Master, he was conscious when he spoke, Lieutenant Colonel Chu said firmly. He pulled out the pistol from the holster. "Miss Wen, don't say that I'm heartless." When Shui stopped in her tracks in surprise. "Are you serious?" Of course, it's a soldier's duty to obey orders. Lieutenant Colonel Chu was loyal to He Ji-chu. Even though He Ji-chu hadn't been in the capital most of the time for the past 8 years, he had kept the entire base in good order. All right, then I'll advise you as a lawyer. Young master, his order not only violates the criminal law, but also military law. If you carry it out, you'll be framing young master he for being unjust. As a soldier, you should know what it means to not accept random orders and not to obey evil laws. Lieutenant Colonel Chu was tongue-tied by Wen Shuyi's words. He wasn't good with words, so he couldn't refute Wen Shuyi directly. However, he firmly remembered He Ji-chu's order before he fainted and still refused to take a step back. Qin Yaoguang watched with interest and suddenly said, "My head hurts." Then she felt an explosive pain in her head and fainted on the ground. Wen Shuyi immediately panicked and said sternly, "Lieutenant Colonel Chu, if I don't go in, then you have to send someone in to help Dean Qin into the room, right? Otherwise, you'll let her lie on the ground?" Lieutenant Colonel Chu's face was cold, and he didn't budge an inch. Military orders are like mountains. Before General He arrives, she'll have to lie on the ground. At that moment, He Changjian was anxiously getting out of the bulletproof car. His phone received the long-awaited emergency contact signal, and his heart was about to jump out of his throat. He had specially called a police car to open the way, and he ran all the way with his personal secretary and orderlies. Finally, he arrived at the Qin family's private hospital within 10 minutes. He got out of the car and got into the elevator. He didn't stop all the way until he finally arrived at the floor where old Master Qin had his surgery. It was also the place where He Ji-chu had his accident. When Shuyi and Lieutenant Colonel Chu faced each other, the medical staff in the hospital all hid far away and didn't dare to come over. The murderous soldiers made them tremble, and no one dared to go against the guns. Everyone heaved a sigh of relief when He Changjian appeared with a cold face. When Shuyi immediately said worriedly, "General, young master, he seems to have a relapse, but Annie Qin has also fainted." She turned around and pointed at the unconscious Qin Yaoguang, who had been lying on the ground for a few minutes. This was the second update of the day. Chapter 1662, Eager to Protect the Master. It was the first day of the double monthly votes in May. Hurry up and cast your monthly votes. The double in May was at the beginning of the month. Don't keep your monthly votes until the end of the month and the recommendation votes. Mwah all the big shots and little angels. Chapter 1674. He Changjian didn't even look at Qin Yaoguang, who was lying unconscious on the ground. He walked past Wen Shuyi and strode to the bench on the side of the corridor. With a dark face, he bent down and carefully picked up the pale and unconscious He Ji-chu from the bench. "Stretcher!" He turned around and shouted. Soon, there were neat footsteps in the corridor. A few military doctors ran over with a stretcher and stopped in front of He Changjian. He Changjian carefully placed He Ji-chu on the stretcher. The military doctors immediately put a simple ventilator and first aid equipment on He Ji-chu. When Shuyi looked at He Ji-chu worriedly and couldn't help taking a step closer, she said, "General Annie Qin cured young master his illness. Let Auntie Qin examine him again." He Changjian slowly turned his eyes and stared at Wen Shuyi. He snorted. "Wen Shuyi? Why are you here? What does this have to do with you?" "What are you talking about, General He? I'm now the executive director of the Qin Corporation's private hospital. Our chairman is seriously injured, and the director is in prison. As the executive director, can I stay out of it?" Wen Shuyi smiled gently and pointed at He Ji-chu. "General He, let Annie Qin take a look at young Master He." She knew better than anyone how much He Changjian valued his son, He Ji-chu. Wen Shuyi was very confident that as long as they controlled He Ji-chu, He Changjian would be their puppet. As long as they controlled He Ji-chu, Gun Yinji would be a bird in their cage. He Changjian glanced at Qin Yaoguang, who was still unconscious on the ground. He waved his right hand forcefully and roared, "Someone, seal this ward. Take Qin Yaoguang and Qin Beiyue away and imprison them." The crime is conspiracy to kill a major general of the military. It's a heinous crime. No. When Shuyi cried out subconsciously, she almost fainted. She glared at He Changjian, and her expression changed in an instant. Her lips trembled violently, and her fingers gripped the strap of her Hermes platinum bag tightly. The veins on the back of her hand were popping out. She had never expected that He Changjian would not come to beg them, but instead want to capture old Master Qin and Qin Yaoguang together. General He, you can't do this. You're breaking the law. When Shuyi blurted out without hesitation, "Scram! If you have the guts, send me a lawyer's letter." He Changjian revealed his unreasonable side. He Jichu and Qin Suan were both his sore spots. If these two people were hurt, he would never reason with them. He would rather make the first move and bear the legal consequences later. Moreover, He Jichu had gotten into trouble in the Qin Corporation's private hospital's ward. As soon as he received He Jichu's emergency signal, he knew that his son had been set up. Since they dared to scheme against him and his son, they would have to suffer his wrath. Taking 10,000 steps back, if He Jichu's condition was really serious enough to require Qin Yaoguang's treatment, He Changjian wouldn't hesitate to use the entire Qin family as a hostage and make Qin Yaoguang treat He Jichu. To him, it was only him who threatened others. There was no reason for others to threaten him. He Changjian kicked when Shuyi away and left in a hurry with He Jichu's stretcher and the military doctors. He Changjian and He Jichu's personal secretary led a group of soldiers to tie the unconscious Qin Yaoguang and the unconscious old Master Qin Bei, to a stretcher that had been found at the last minute and take them away. At the same time, they left a group of soldiers to seal up the ward and prevent anyone from approaching. When Shuyi was extremely anxious, "You can't do this. It's illegal for you to do this. This is the first crime scene. We've already called the police." He Changjian's personal secretary's face was cold. "The police will be here soon. Miss Wen, please talk to the police and the lawyer about the law." A trace of panic flashed through in Shuyi's eyes, but she quickly calmed down and said in a low voice, "All right then, let's talk about the law. Although General He is in a high position and powerful, our Qin Corporation's private group is not a pushover." He Changjian's personal secretary left without looking back. He caught up with He Changjian in the car in front of him and said in a low voice, "General He, that ward has been sealed up. Qin Yaoguang and Qin Bei have been taken away, but when Shuyi said that she wants to talk about the law, it looks like she wants to sue us." "Sue us? Humph. Then let's go to court. Who have I, He Changjian, been afraid of?" He Changjian's face was livid. He didn't take when Shuyi seriously at all. However, He Changjian's personal secretary knew when Shuyi's standards very well. The key was that when Shuyi had been in the army and had served in the military's legal department, she knew all the lawyers in the military, and her standards were even higher than these people. If he relied on the lawyers in the military's legal department to fight against Wen Shuyi, He Changjian's personal secretary was worried that he would fail. He definitely couldn't let the chief lose a lawsuit. In a moment of desperation, he looked at He Jichu, who was unconscious in the ambulance. His eyes suddenly flashed, and he said, "General He, why don't we ask Gun Yinji's lawyer for help? Tell her about young Master He's situation. Then, ask her to be our lawyer?" He Changjian narrowed his eyes. His face was expressionless, and it was impossible to tell what he was thinking. However, He Changjian knew Gun Yinji's standards very well. Although he had only seen her fight one lawsuit, when Shuyi was no match for her at all. Moreover, He Changjian was also aware of his personal secretary's concerns. He didn't care about himself, but he couldn't ignore the people around him. They were on the same boat. Since they strongly recommended Gun Yinji, He Changjian nodded slightly. "That's not bad. Then find Wen Shuyi an expert who is qualified to talk to her about the law." He Changjian's personal secretary heaved a sigh of relief and quickly nodded in approval as he dialed Gun Yinji's number. Gun Yinji had just taken a shower and was lying on the sofa in the living room, enjoying a warm family time with Lu Yuan and Lu Jin. She rested her head on the panda pillow and casually scrolled through the news on her iPad. In her heart, She was wondering why Hui Xiaoheng hadn't been seen for the past few days. Didn't he say he was going to pursue her? He had only been pursuing her for a few days, and he had already given up? Or was this person's temper acting up again? Gu Yinji thought absent-mindedly, her eyes occasionally glancing at the phone lying quietly beside her. Therefore, when the phone rang, Gu Yinji didn't even look at it. She immediately picked it up and said cheerfully in Russian, "Hello." He Qingjin's personal secretary was stunned for a moment, then looked at the number she had dialed. She hadn't dialed the wrong number? Is this Gu Yinji's lawyer? He Qingjin's personal secretary asked carefully. Gu Yinji came back to her senses and realized that she had actually greeted him in Russian. Her face instantly turned as red as the clouds. Lu Yuan, who was sitting diagonally across from her and reading the documents, heard this. The corners of his lips curled up slightly, but he quickly calmed down and frowned. Then he thought about how Hui Xiaoheng hadn't contacted them for a few days. That wasn't right. This wasn't right. Lu Yuan thought about it for a moment, then quietly took out his phone and sent Hui Xiaoheng a text message. There was no content, just a question mark. Lu Jin sat cross-legged on the sofa beside Gu Yinji and was programming on his tablet. When he heard Gu Yinji greet him in Russian, his ears pricked up. He wanted to hear what Gu Yinji had to say. At that moment, Gu Yinji said in Mandarin, "Yes, I'm Gu Yinji. May I ask who you are?" "Hello, Lawyer Gu. I'm General He Chungjin's personal secretary. It's like this. Something just happened today. Is it convenient for you to talk?" He Chungjin's personal secretary whispered in the car. When Gu Yinji heard that it had something to do with He Chungjin, she didn't want to continue. She said lazily, "We're just commoners. We have nothing to do with General He. You got the wrong person, haven't you?" Why did He Chungjin want to talk to her about what happened? Gu Yinji expressed her refusal. He Qingjin's personal secretary broke out in a cold sweat. He quietly raised his head and saw He Chungjin glaring at him. He quickly lowered his head and whispered, "It's like this. Something happened to young Master He at the Qin private hospital when he was on a mission today. He's unconscious now. I heard it's a relapse. Our general, he will arrest both Qin Yaoguang and old Mr. Qin. As for Miss Wen Shui, she said that she wanted to sue our General He. As subordinates, we don't know the law and can't intervene. We remembered that Lawyer Gu is very talented, so we wanted to ask you to be our General He's lawyer." Gu Yinji, she looked at her phone in surprise and even patted it with her hand. She wondered if she was hearing things or if she was dreaming. Gu Yinji put the phone to her ear and asked with a frown, "Are you really General He Chungjin's personal secretary? You're not playing with me, are you?" He Chungjin didn't like her to the point that he wanted to kill her. How could he let her be his lawyer? He Chungjin's personal secretary smiled bitterly and shook his head. "Lawyer Gu, we can video call. General He is also in the car." As she spoke, she opened the video invitation. Gu Yinji quickly took her phone and walked to her bedroom. She closed the door and accepted the video invitation. On the phone screen, she saw that the man was indeed He Chungjin's personal secretary. She often saw him at the He residence. Diagonally behind him was He Chungjin, who didn't like to smile. Although he was old, she could still see the handsome outline of his youth. No wonder Qin Yaoguang couldn't forget him for decades. Gu Yinji complained in her heart as she quickly said, "General, he really arrested Qin Yaoguang and old Master Qin? Not to mention anything else. This was definitely the best news they had heard in the past few days." They had to give General He a thumbs up for his prompt decision. This is the first chapter of the day, Chapter 1663, Making a Prompt Decision. The double monthly vote for the month of May will be held on the 7th day of the month. Dear friends, hurry up and cast your monthly votes and recommendation votes. Don't keep the monthly tickets till the end of the month, 8 o'clock in the evening. P.S. Thank you to the Alliance Master Momo Moshi for tipping me 10,000 starter coins yesterday. P.S. I'll also add updates to the monthly votes and tips for my relatives last month, but I'm a bit busy right now, so I'll owe them for now. Moi moi, everyone little angels. Chapter 1675. Lawyer Gu, you still don't believe me? He Chengjian's personal secretary was depressed. Although he couldn't be a man of his word, no one had ever doubted him when he spoke face to face. Only Gun Yinji. Ever since Gun Yinji had been in danger because of Luo Pia Piao in the revolving restaurant, her vigilance had increased by a few levels. She was even a little paranoid. Other than Hua Xiaoheng, Lu Jin, and He Ji-chu, who she trusted the most, she would think about other people's words a few times in her heart. She would carefully think about whether the cause and effect were logical before she chose to believe them or not. She had no choice. She had never been deceived by a stranger before. The people who had successfully deceived her were all acquaintances. Gun Yinji smiled. It's not that I don't believe you, it just sounds weird. For example, Gun Yinji didn't believe the personal secretary when he said that He Ji-chu had relapsed. What was He Ji-chu's old illness? Lu Jin had explained to her that it was a congenital genetic defect. There were only two outcomes for this kind of illness. One was a complete cure, and the other was death. There was no third option. A relapse? No way. Diseases at the genetic level could be treated with gene therapy, which was a true recovery. It was not like a viral flu, which would come once every time the weather changed, and it would get better with time. He Chengjian's personal secretary was also a smart person. Hearing Gun Yinji's words, he was still skeptical of her. He didn't know what to do. He couldn't help scratching his head with one hand, almost making the few remaining strands of hair on his head bald. He Chengjian, who was sitting diagonally across from him, said in a low voice, "Yinji, what he said is true." Gun Yinji's heart skipped a beat. "Young master, he really had a relapse?" "General, I thought you wouldn't joke about your son's health." No matter what He Chengjian's attitude towards her was, there was no doubt that he loved his son. Gun Yinji herself had a father who doted on his daughter. Now, she could understand He Chengjian's actions, although she still couldn't accept it. After all, He Chengjian was targeting her. She wasn't the Virgin Mary. If someone slapped her left cheek, she would have to put her right cheek up. That's what Wen Shuyi said, but I don't believe it. I don't think he has a relapse. He Chengjian's face was a little unnatural. He remembered the words of the lunatic. He had told him in Qinsuan that He Ji-chu's illness had indeed recovered, and it was a recovery at the genetic level. There would definitely be no relapse. Over the past decade or so, the words of that madman had been proven right. Therefore, when He Ji-chu suddenly fainted today, He Chengjian's first reaction was that he had been plotted against by someone. He didn't think that it was a relapse at all. It wasn't until Wen Shuyi said that he became vigilant. The person who really treated He Ji-chu back then wasn't Qin Yaoguang, but that lunatic Gu Xiangwen. Qin Yaoguang was the first person to propose the treatment concept, but the person who really figured out the treatment method was Gu Xiangwen. In this matter, Qin Yaoguang was only Gu Xiangwen's assistant. However, Qin Yaoguang also took the initiative to give birth to a child and used her child to treat He Ji-chu's illness. Therefore, for a long time, He Chengjian also regarded Qin Yaoguang as one of He Ji-chu's saviors. In theory, she was indeed He Ji-chu's savior. She and Gu Xiangwen were He Ji-chu's two saviors, and neither of them could be missing. However, of these two people, Gu Xiangwen had something to do with his wife's death. He had been fleeing for his life and disappeared without a trace. In the end, he died in the fire. Qin Yaoguang had always been by his side. She had even married his son, He Ji-chu, when he left him and went to the other world. However, after He Ji-chu returned, he had a complete falling out with him, and the two of them had divorced. Therefore, He Ji-chu had suddenly fainted after staying with Qin Yaoguang and Qin Bei for 24 hours today. He Chengjian didn't believe that it had nothing to do with Qin Yaoguang. Her medical skills were superb, and the ward was the Qin family's territory. It would be too easy for her to do anything. So He Chengjian immediately ordered the ward to be sealed. Now that he saw Gun Yinji's reluctant look, He Chengjian felt a headache coming on. But he really was unconscious. After staying in the same ward with Qin Yaoguang and her father for 24 hours, he fainted. He Chengjian said in a low voice. Gun Yinji narrowed her eyes when she heard Wen Shuyi. Wen Shuyi was there too. I heard she just came back from the south. He Chengjian's personal secretary interrupted. He Chengjian's personal secretary interrupted. He had communicated with He Jichu's personal secretary before, so he knew more information. She kept saying that young Master He's old illness would relapse, and she even said that Qin Yaowang would treat young Master He. Our chief invited Qin Yaowang and old Master Qin back to assist in the treatment. He Qingjin's personal secretary was also a clever person. She put it very tactfully. Gunyinji paused. Then how is young Master He? Is it serious? Is he the only one who fainted? What about Qin Yaowang and old Master Qin? Qin Yaowang also fainted later. That old bastard, Qin Bei, is sleeping in the oxygen mask. He Chengjian's voice finally carried a hint of resentment and anger. Gunyinji was surprised. Qin Bei. Old Master Qin's name is Qin Bei. This name, TSK. Could it be that young Master He's illness is real? Who has the time to lie to you? He Chengjian roared. Just tell me if you want to be my lawyer. Yes, I'll do it. Gunyinji was shocked and subconsciously shrank her neck. She was terrified. Don't worry, I'll come see young Master He right away. Gunyinji also felt that something was wrong when she heard that it really had something to do with Qin Yaowang and the Qin family's private hospital. Fine, don't come out by yourself. I'll send a car to pick you up. He Chengjian managed to hold back his anger. Seeing that Gunyinji was still sensible, he didn't continue to shout at her. Gunyinji quickly said, I need to pack something. Call me when your car arrives, and I'll come out. He Chengjian nodded in satisfaction. Hurry up. I'll send Achu to the Military General Hospital for a full-body checkup now. I hope there won't be any problems. Gunyinji agreed and turned off the video call. She pondered for a while, then opened the bedroom door and went to the living room. Lu Yuan and Lu Jin put down what they were doing and looked up at her. What's wrong? Lu Jin asked first. He Qingjin called you? What happened? Gunyinji smiled bitterly. Young Master He supervised Qin Yaowang's surgery on old Master Qin. In the end, during the 24-hour observation period after the surgery, old Master Qin was fine, but young Master He fainted. They also said that he had a relapse. That's impossible. Lu Jin rejected it immediately. He Jichu's illness is already recovered, so it's impossible for him to have a relapse. If he fainted, it's most likely something else. Gunyinji nodded as well. She walked over and sat beside Lu Jin. She looked up at him and said, Dad, do you also think it's impossible for him to have a relapse? In terms of gene therapy, it's absolutely impossible for him to have a relapse. Lu Jin said firmly and angrily. Besides, there are too many ways to make a person unconscious. Who would be shameless enough to say that young Master He had a relapse? Get him out here. Let's fight one-on-one. Lu Jin was obviously upset, because saying that He Jichu's old illness had relapsed was clearly a slap in the face, saying that he hadn't treated He Jichu to recover. Was that possible? It had to be impossible. Gunyinji quickly comforted Lu Jin. Dad, we don't believe it. Even General, he doesn't believe it. But young Master He is indeed unconscious. When Shui also said that young Master He has a relapse and intends to let Qin Yaowang treat He Jichu, Lu Jin chuckled. Let her treat him. If He Jichu falls into her hands, he'll never be able to recover in this lifetime. Gunyinji instantly understood. She frowned and said, Could this be the Qin family's idea? They're holding the crown prince hostage to order the emperor. How dare they set up such a trap against young Master He? It's unbelievable. It's obvious that they want to control He Chengjian through He Jichu, Lu Yuan interrupted. That was really hilarious. Gunyinji sighed and casually tossed the little panda pillow on the sofa into the air. She caught it, then tossed it again. She muttered, Are they too arrogant? Or do they think General He is too old to carry a knife? This is a man who can send special forces to the other world to carry a knife and a gun for his son's lifelong happiness. He is also a ruthless man who dared to kill the KGB of the Soviet Union, because he would rather kill the wrong person than let the wrong person go. Gunyinji thought of the shot in her back. The pain that went straight into her bones and almost tore her heart into pieces made her take a detour around He Changjian. She would hide from him if she could. How could such a person be schemed against and manipulated by others? Could such a person be controlled by threats? Gun Yinji wanted to light a candle for the person who set up the trap. Lu Yuan looked at her without batting an eyelid and brought the topic back to the topic. Then why did they call you? Gun Yinji stood up and said worriedly, I want to go see young Master He. General He said that when Shui wants to sue him, so he asked me to be his lawyer. You want to go see young Master He? Lu Yuan couldn't help but say deliberately, You're going alone? Why don't Mr. Peter accompany you? By the way, why hasn't Mr. Peter come these few days? Has he called you, Yinji? This was today's second update, Chapter 1664, Brooding. May's double monthly votes were on the 7th day of the month. Dear friends, hurry up and vote. Don't keep the monthly votes until the end of the month. Mwah. All the big shots and little angels. Chapter 1676. Gun Yinji felt guilty. She had said something wrong just now, but now that she heard Lu Yuan say that, she immediately pretended not to care and shrugged. Who knows? He's probably disheartened by my rejection. At that moment, her phone rang. It was He Changjian calling again. He said that the person who picked her up was already waiting for her at the entrance of a neighborhood. Gun Yinji quickly said, I'll be right out. She turned around and waved at Lu Jin and Lu Yuan. Dad, President Lu, wait for my call. I'll call you when I get to young Master He's place. Lu Yuan stood up and frowned. Yinji, I'll go with you. Lu Jin had wanted to say the same thing, but when Lu Yuan said it, Lu Jin felt that it was better than him going. Not only did Lu Yuan not have any identity problems, but he was also very skilled. He was no less skilled than the KGB. Lu Jin felt that although he was smarter than Lu Yuan, he was no match for him in a fight. Therefore, he quickly nodded and said, Yinji, let Boss Lu go with you. You're going to the He family, and it's because of He Jichu's illness. I'm a little worried. He winked at Gun Yinji and said, Yinji, President Lu is very skilled. He's not inferior to that Peter. Gun Yinji, on the other hand, had reservations about Lu Yuan. Moreover, she was quite afraid of Lu Yuan's penetrating gaze, as if all her thoughts were exposed in front of him. However, since Lu Jin had said so, Gun Yinji couldn't refute him directly. She rolled her eyes and said, That's not good, is it? If General He finds out that I live close to President Lu, your identity will be discovered by General He sooner or later. It's better not to take the risk. She waved her hands repeatedly. President Lu, I know you're worried about me, but now that Qin Yaoguang and Old Master Qin have been arrested by General He, the Qin family is already without a leader. They can't afford to go against me for the time being. I can go alone. Besides, General He personally sent someone to pick me up. He even called me personally. What are you worried about? If Gun Yinji was reasonable, she would be so eloquent that she could even convince the dead to come back to life. Holding her Hermes red envelope, she changed her shoes at the entrance and said, No matter how powerful President Lu is, he's only one person, and General He has the entire country backing him up. If they want to deal with my people, even General He can't guard against them. What can Boss Lu do? What she said made sense. Lu Yuan and Lu Jin looked at each other, speechless. Lu Yuan smiled bitterly as he watched Gun Yinji's back disappear into the elevator opposite the door. Lu Jin, your daughter is amazing. She even insulted me. How did she insult you? Lu Jin crossed his legs happily. She was just acting normally. If I did, you would probably be so ashamed that you would be looking for a rope to hang yourself. I wasn't complimenting her. Lu Yuan stopped smiling and looked in the direction of the door again. He was wondering if he should change his clothes and go out to follow Gun Yinji when his phone rang. She picked it up and saw that it was Hua Xiaoheng calling. She immediately snuffed it and sent a text over. It was still a question mark. Hua Xiaoheng saw that Lu Yuan didn't answer the phone and knew that it wasn't convenient for him. So he also replied with a question mark. Lu Yuan. He held his phone and turned to Lu Jin. I'm going back to my room. You should rest early. Okay, I'll be done soon. Lu Jin was nervously coding. Qin Yaoguang and Old Master Qin had both been captured and imprisoned by General He. The Qin Corporation's private hospital group would definitely be in a mess. This was the time for him to show off his skills as a hacker. It would definitely be much easier to attack the Qin Corporation's network system than before. The opportunity could not be missed, and it would not come again. He had to grasp it well. Lu Yuan quickly returned to his apartment across the street and closed the door before calling Hua Xiaoheng back. "What have you been doing these past few days? Haven't you contacted Ninji?" Hua Xiaoheng's internal organs had suffered a violent shock from the explosion. Although he had a strong physique and had not suffered irreparable damage, he was still made of flesh and blood. After sleeping in bed, he was so tired that he couldn't get up the next day. The human body was so wonderful. When you were nervous, your body could withstand any amount of pressure. But once you rested, it was like a spring that had been stretched to its limit. It suddenly loosened, and the rebound was especially serious. Hua Xiaoheng had basically been asleep for the past 2 days. Because he had slept too soundly in the middle, his colleague had called a doctor. After confirming that he was fine, he had been given a glucose drip to prevent him from dehydrating in his sleep. This time, he had slept for almost 2 days and 1 night and had just woken up. He sat on the bed alone, looking at the 4 drip on his arm in amusement. He picked up the phone under the pillow and looked at it. He found that only Lu Yuan had sent him a text message. There was no content, only a question mark, and it had just been sent not long ago. As for Gun Yinji, she hadn't even sent a text message in the past 2 days, let alone a phone call. This little heartless person. Hua Xiaoheng's lips curled up slightly. He picked up his phone and called Lu Yuan. He wanted to ask how Gun Yinji was doing. At that moment, Lu Yuan hung up the phone and sent another question mark. Only then did Hua Xiaoheng feel that something had happened. He pulled out the 4 drip, got out of bed, and walked to the bathroom while answering Lu Yuan's call. He said, "I've been resting for the past 2 days. I was so tired that I was almost completely sleeping." He was able to create a weather weapon like a hurricane across the world's barrier. He had remotely controlled the surface-to-air missiles in Rai City to aim at the podium. He had sent special forces to kidnap Gun Yinji and shot Xiao Yi 10 times in a row, completely ruining her military career. When he came over, Xiao Yi was still recuperating in the hospital. Then, when he appeared as the KGB of the Soviet Union, he began to test him in every way possible. Later, he would rather kill the wrong person than let him go, and arrange for the assassination that almost took Gun Yinji's life. Hua Xiaoheng didn't think that such a ruthless person would deal with the Qin family like a normal person and go through the legal process. He paced around the bathroom in frustration. He put his phone on speakerphone and placed it on the washstand. He even forgot to take off his pajamas and stood under the shower. His clothes were drenched and stuck tightly to his body, revealing the shape of his powerful 8-pack abs. His long legs were straight and strong, containing unlimited explosive power. He supported himself with one hand on the mosaic in the shower and allowed the cold water to pour over his head to calm himself down. He nervously thought about what he should do to save Gun Yinji from He Chengjian's enclosure. Lu Yuan didn't say anything. After a while, Hua Xiaoheng finished showering. He turned off the shower and heard Lu Yuan's voice coming from the phone. "If that's the case, then you should look for Ninji even more. However, I still think the key is young Master He. As long as young Master He is fine, Ninji will be fine." Hua Xiaoheng sneered. "Yes, as long as He Jichu is fine, Ninji will be fine. But you said that He Jichu is unconscious now. Who knows what he experienced in that ward? Who knows when he will wake up?" Lu Yuan took a deep breath. "It's my fault. I shouldn't have stopped Ninji from going." Hua Xiaoheng felt bad again after Lu Yuan said that. He dried his hair with a clean white towel and walked out of the bathroom. He said, "You're right. If He Chengjian wants her to go, who can stop him? You're already vigilant enough to think of calling me. Moreover, the cause of this incident was a trap, and now there might be another trap within trap. I have to think about it. By the way, where's Uncle Lu? Does he know that Ninji is in a bad situation?" "He doesn't know." Lu Yuan continued to smile bitterly. "He's still busy programming." Hua Xiaoheng wasn't surprised. He found his Bluetooth headset and put it on. He changed his clothes and said to Lu Yuan, "I'll go to the He family to look for Nianji. Wait for my news." This was the first update of the day. Chapter 1665. Who knows what he has experienced? May's double monthly votes will be on the 7th day of the month. Friends, hurry up and vote. Don't keep the monthly votes until the end of the month, 8 p.m., the second update. Moi, all the big shots and little angels. Chapter 1677. Lu Yuan was silent for a moment before he said, "Okay, go ahead. You must be careful." Hua Xiaoheng nodded and said, "You should tell Uncle Lu about Nianji's situation. Although he might not have thought of this, he will know what to do as long as you remind him." Lu Yuan understood what Hua Xiaoheng meant, but his considerations were different. It's useless to tell Lu Jin. He'll worry for nothing. Also, he can be very impulsive sometimes, especially when it comes to his beloved daughter. I'm afraid he won't think the same as you. Hua Xiaoheng thought about it seriously and felt that what Lu Yuan said made sense. Just like how Lu Yuan's understanding of He Chengjian was not as deep as Hua Xiaoheng's understanding of Lu Jin was not as thorough as Lu Yuan's. All right then, do as you see fit. I'll go to the He residence first. Hua Xiaoheng had already thought of an excuse. He changed into a Soviet-made military coat and still wore the Soviet-made military cap with sable inside and outside. He dressed up nobly and had a cold expression. He specially asked the embassy's driver to drive him as the deputy chief consul of the Soviet Union in Huaxiao Empire. He officially visited the He residence. This time, he went to the He family's house under the guise of talking about the big explosion in the revolving restaurant 2 days ago. Because he was one of the people present and had a special identity, He Chengjian would not see him. Gu Nianji sat in the bulletproof car, sent by He Chengjian, and headed to the He family's mansion. She was a little uneasy about He Zhichu's condition and didn't know if she had made the right decision. If He Zhichu was really unconscious, He Chengjian would have sent him to the hospital instead of rushing to take him there. However, if He Zhichu hadn't been unconscious, He Zhichu would have opposed whatever He Chengjian did to her to the end. Therefore, Gu Nianji was still feeling uneasy when she arrived at the living room of the He family's mansion. She didn't know what He Chengjian was up to. He Chengjian walked down the stairs in a smoky gray cashmere cardigan. His custom-made trousers of the same color were neatly ironed. If it weren't for the slight gray at his temples, he wouldn't have looked old. He always had a slight smile on his face, and he looked more amiable than the aloof He Zhichu. However, Gu Nianji knew that this person was truly warm on the outside but cold on the inside. Other than the military, he only had eyes for his wife and son. This time, Gu Nianji was really flattered that He Chengjian had offered to let her be his lawyer. General He. Gu Nianji nodded at him politely. "May I ask where young master He is? I want to see him." He Chengjian stopped and said calmly, "He just came back from a full body checkup at the military general hospital. Do you want to go up and see him?" "Did a full body checkup? Did you find out what the problem was?" "Is young master He awake?" Gu Nianji followed He Chengjian to the curved stairs. "I didn't find any problems." He Chengjian frowned slightly. "But he just won't wake up. I'm very worried." "That's good." Gu Nianji walked up the curved staircase. "Does he have a doctor to look after him?" "There are doctors who check up on him every day. His orderlies usually take care of him." As they spoke, the two of them arrived in front of He Zhichu's bedroom. He Chengjian pushed open the door to He Zhichu's bedroom. "Go in and see him. I don't know what happened, but he suddenly fainted." Gu Nianji walked into He Zhichu's bedroom. This was a place she was familiar with. She quickly arrived in front of He Zhichu's bed and saw that it had been modified into a multi-purpose bed. He Zhichu's face was covered with an oxygen mask from the ventilator. He lay on the bed with his eyes closed. His skin was already white, but now it was as white as snow. His thin lips were slightly pursed, and the faint red on his lips was almost invisible. For the first time, Gu Nianji realized that He Zhichu's eyelashes were so thick and fine. They covered the sides of his fair eyes and face like two soul-stirring arcs. He was too quiet, so quiet that he didn't seem to be alive at all. Gu Nianji's heart sank as she looked at him motionless. A dull pain rose from her heart. She felt her nose sting and her eyes moisten. She couldn't help walking over and calling out softly, "Young Master He? Young Master He? Can you hear me?" Hijichu didn't move. The shallow breathing in the oxygen mask didn't even change. How could this be? Before she saw Hijichu, Gunyinji hadn't been very worried. She had even thought that it was because Hijichu had been guarding the operating theater for a day and a night that he had fainted from exhaustion. But now that she saw him like this, she realized that she had been too optimistic. He's been like this since I went to the Qin Corporation's private hospital to pick him up. Chengjian walked over and bent down to tuck Hijichu in. It really looks like how he used to look when he had his illness. When Hijichu had his illness more than a decade ago, Gunyinji was still young, so she hadn't actually seen it with her own eyes. Of course, even if she had seen it with her own eyes, she had forgotten it all now that she had lost her memories at the age of 12. But young master, he told me that he had recovered, Gunyinji said subconsciously. She combed her drooping hair with her hand. I've checked the information. Diseases that are cured at the genetic level won't relapse. If there's a relapse, then either he hasn't been cured at all, or he has another disease. Chengjian nodded. That's what the doctor said too. He also said that if his vital signs are normal, don't worry about it for the time being. If he wants to sleep, let him sleep. Gunyinji breathed a sigh of relief. I also hope that he's just asleep. However, I still don't understand. Young master, he stayed in that ward for a day and a night, right? How'd he end up like this? It didn't seem like he was overworked. What exactly did he do in there? He didn't do anything, Chengjian said coldly. I looked at the surveillance footage of that ward. They were actually very normal that night. Hijichu had been sitting on the sofa in the corner. Qin Yaowang was sitting in front of Old Master Qin's bed in a light green surgical gown. Old Master Qin was sleeping comfortably in the oxygen mask. Do you have the surveillance footage of that ward? Can you show it to me? Gunyinji asked curiously. Also, you said that you want me to be your lawyer. May I ask if you're sincere? Of course. Chengjian stared at her. For the first time, he realized that Gunyinji's expression when she spoke was actually quite similar to Qin Suan's. Although the two of them looked completely different, every frown, smile, and every move they made people inexplicably think of Qin Suan. This was a kind of similarity in temperament and personality between the two of them. It was an existence that was more profound than their appearance. Because of this similarity, Chengjian's heart softened. He said gently, "Of course it's true. I arrested Qin Yaowang and Qin Beiyoi." Gunyinji quickly said, "You didn't arrest them. You invited them back to help treat young Master He's illness." Chengjian sighed and couldn't help rubbing Gunyinji's head with his hand. "No wonder everyone loves you." Gunyinji smiled and thought to herself, "I don't dare expect you to love me. As long as you don't point your sniper rifle at me, I'll be thankful." She deliberately avoided the topic and said, "Because of Qin Yaowang and Old Master Qin, when Shuyi said she was going to send you a lawyer's letter, right?" "She didn't say she was going to send me a lawyer's letter." Chengjian shook his head. "But she said she was going to sue us." Sending a lawyer's letter and a lawsuit were two different things. From sending a lawyer's letter to go to court, there were still many steps to go through. "Okay, then let's fight." Gunyinji didn't think much of it. She looked at Chengjian inquiringly. "General He, can you show me the surveillance footage of that ward?" Chengjian nodded. "Sure, it's in my study." Gunyinji knew that Chengjian's study had always been off-limits to outsiders. She used to have a right to enter, but now she no longer had the right. However, Chengjian didn't seem to care. He stood up and said, "Follow me." Gunyinji's eyes flashed, but she didn't follow him. Instead, she said, "Why don't you take it to this room, and I'll watch it on my laptop? I want to stay here with young Master He for a while." "That works too." Chengjian saw that Gunyinji had taken the initiative to take care of Hijichu, so his impression of her improved a little. His voice became even gentler. "Then I'll go get the surveillance footage. I'll send it to you in the flash drive." As soon as he walked out of Hijichu's bedroom, he saw his orderly jogging over and saying, "Chief, Mr. Peter, the Deputy Chief Consul of the Soviet Union and Huaxiao Empire, requests an audience. He said he has something important to discuss with General He. This was today's second update, Chapter 1666. No wonder everyone loves you. May's double monthly votes were on the 7th day of the month. Hurry up and cast your monthly votes. Don't keep your monthly votes until the end of the month. Moi, all the big shots and little angels. Chapter 1678. Deputy Chief Counsel Peter. He Chengjian's eyes flashed. This person was not a real diplomat. In order to get He Chengjian's help in the Dresden incident, the Soviet Union expressed their greatest sincerity, which was to reveal the true appearance of the KGB's ace of the Far East to He Chengjian. It was Hua Xiaoheng's counterpart in the other world, Peter Hua Xiaoheng. He Chengjian was suspicious by nature. It wasn't that he hadn't suspected the true identity of the ace of the Far East. Later on, in order to completely eradicate any future troubles, he didn't care who this person was. In any case, he just had to kill him. The only one who had miscalculated was Gun Yinji. She had caused a loophole in his death trap, and the ace of the Far East had been able to escape. However, after the identity of the ace of the Far East was exposed, the KGB of the Soviet Union no longer arranged secret jobs for him. Instead, they made him a diplomat. It was normal for him to go from the dark to the light. It was the same routine for the intelligence agencies of various countries. But now, he was only a Soviet diplomat. What right did he have to meet with the Huaxiao Imperial Military Supreme Leader? Besides, He Chengjian knew very well that the ace of the Far East, Peter, was pursuing Gun Yinji because she had saved his life. It was also probably because of the corresponding body that he was attracted to her. But what did that have to do with him? He Chengjian didn't want Gun Yinji to have any contact with the ace of the Far East, Peter, at all. He walked straight ahead without moving his eyes. I'm very busy. I won't see you. The orderly scratched his head and looked at He Chengjian's disappearing back. He didn't dare to chase after him, so he could only turn back and go to the front door of the mansion. Hua Xiaoheng, who was waiting there, said, Mr. Peter, our chief is very busy and doesn't have time to see you now. Why don't you leave a message and I'll report it to our chief later. Hua Xiaoheng wasn't surprised that He Chengjian was talking to him. If they were in the other world, Hua Xiaoheng could guarantee that he would be even more bureaucratic than He Chengjian. He smiled. Why did he speak in a bureaucratic manner? Because they were the kind of people who wouldn't release the eagle until they saw the rabbit. Your general, he is truly a good chief who is loyal to the country. How could the highest commander of the empire be idle? I understand. Hua Xiaoheng was very sincere, as if he didn't mean anything else. The orderly had heard this kind of flattery many times and didn't care at first. However, this kind of vulgar flattery sounded so real coming from Hua Xiaoheng's mouth. The orderly chuckled. It's good that you know our chief's difficulties. Of course I know. Hua Xiaoheng said seriously. If it wasn't an emergency, I wouldn't have come so late to see your chief. Please go back and report that the matter I want to discuss this time is related to the revolving restaurant explosion a few days ago, and is also related to Major General He's only son, He Zhichu. Hearing that it had something to do with young Master He, the orderly became serious. Mr. Peter, do you have any concrete evidence? If there is, I can report it again right away. Of course I do, but I will only take it out when I see your chief. Hua Xiaoheng was very serious, and there was a hint of eagerness on his face. He did indeed look like he had obtained important insider information. When the orderly remembered that he was a Soviet diplomat and how powerful the Soviet Union was, he became more cautious. Please wait a moment, I'll go again. The orderly wasn't qualified to make an internal call to He Chengjian, so he could only run to the mansion again and again. Reporting to Chief, the Deputy Chief Consul of the Soviet Union, Peter, said that he has something important to discuss with you. It's about the explosion of the revolving restaurant a few days ago, and it said that it has something to do with young Master He. He Chengjian was looking at the documents in the study. When he heard this, he took off his reading glasses and pressed the intercom in the study. He said to the orderly at the door, "What did he say exactly?" The orderly repeated Hua Xiaoheng's exact words without missing a single word. He Qingjian heard that there was a hidden meaning in the Ace of the Far East words, and he seemed to have accurate inside information. However, the Ace of the Far East wouldn't take it out unless he saw him in person. He Qingjian pondered for a moment. He remembered that He Ji-chu had said that the Ace of the Far East had been at the scene of the explosion. With his skills, he might really be able to find some clues. As for the Soviet snipers and Soviet-made weapons in the opposite building, He Qingjian had seen them in He Ji-chu's secret report. However, like He Ji-chu, he didn't think that this matter had anything to do with the Soviets at all. Those Soviet snipers looked like mercenaries, and mercenaries had all kinds of nationalities. Using such a method to confuse people would only make a fool of themselves in the eyes of someone like He Qingjian. So what kind of secret information did the Ace of the Far East have? He Qingjian finally nodded. Let him in and take him to the small meeting room. The small meeting room of the He residence was second only to He Qingjian's study in terms of secrecy. The orderly breathed a sigh of relief and quickly returned to the door. He opened the door and let Hua Xiaoheng in. He smiled and said, "The chief has invited you in." He personally led Hua Xiaoheng to the small meeting room of the He residence. Reporting to the chief, "Mr. Peter is here." He Qingjian's slightly smiling voice came from the small meeting room. "Invite Mr. Peter in." Hua Xiaoheng walked into the small meeting room. His expression didn't change, but he had already sized up the small meeting room from the corner of his eyes. If he wasn't mistaken, there were surveillance cameras on the roofs of the four corners of the small meeting room. There were at least 9 pinhole cameras in the room, covering all angles. The light yellow curtains with geometric patterns hung on the wall opposite the meeting room. They were the only bright spot in the meeting room. He Qingjian sat at the head of the only rectangular conference table in the room and looked at him with a smile. Hua Xiaoheng sat down on the seat on He Qingjian's right and said with a smile, "General, he is in a good mood. Could it be that you already have an idea about this matter?" As soon as Hua Xiaoheng finished speaking, He Qingjian frowned. He waved his hand. "What do you mean? I was hoping that Mr. Peter would be able to give us some pointers." I wouldn't dare. Hua Xiaoheng bowed slightly and was very humble. "I just happened to be there at the time, so I noticed that something was wrong." "Something's wrong? How could such an explosion happen in a restaurant in our country's capital?" He Qingjian pounded the table in pain. "This is insane." His anger was not fake at all. What happened was a complete provocation to the government. Hua Xiaoheng nodded heavily. "General, he is right. Not only that, but the whole thing happened very strangely. I wonder how General He's investigation is going." He Qingjian suddenly sighed, as if he had aged 10 years in an instant. He thought of He Ji-chu, who was still unconscious on the hospital bed, and his voice softened. "My son, He Ji-chu, was originally in charge of investigating this case, but he just met with misfortune, so the police took over. God knows when they will be able to find the mastermind behind this." Hua Xiaoheng pretended to be shocked. "Huh, what happened to young Master He? What misfortune did he encounter? Is it serious?" He Qingjian's face was mournful. "He's unconscious now, and the doctor said he doesn't know when he'll wake up." He looked up at Hua Xiaoheng and continued, "Mr. Peter, I know you're a capable person. Right now, our country is short on manpower, and you happen to be there at the time. I sincerely hope that you can lend us a hand and help us investigate this case. On behalf of all the victims, I would like to express my sincere gratitude to you." As he spoke, he stood up and bowed to Hua Xiaoheng. Hua Xiaoheng cursed this old fox in his heart. He had deliberately shown weakness in order to find free labor to help him investigate the case. He was the ace of the KGB's Far East Bureau. He Qingjian only wanted to open his mouth and say thank you to get him to investigate the case. How shameless could he be? Although Hua Xiaoheng was cursing him in his heart, he didn't show it on his face. He said awkwardly, "General He, I'm a diplomat of the Soviet Union. This case is your internal affairs. I can't interfere in your internal affairs." He Qingjian had a smile on his face, but he was also cursing the ace of the Far East in his heart. He wanted to woo Gun Yinji, but he didn't show any sincerity. He didn't help the Huaxia Empire shed some blood and suffer some injuries, So he wanted to marry the Huasha Empire's girl? Don't dream too beautifully. Haha. Then why did Mr. Peter come to see me? He Chengjian didn't hesitate to attack Hua Xiaoheng. Didn't you say you were here to discuss the case? I'm asking you to investigate the case, and now you say you can't interfere in internal affairs? Hua Xiaoheng was choked by He Changjian, but he didn't blush at all. He smiled and said, "This is different. I'm now telling General He some of my findings as a victim. I'm assisting in the investigation. This case is a criminal case, and diplomats can assist in the investigation. Criminal cases could even involve Interpol, so if foreign diplomats were involved in a criminal case, they had the obligation to assist in the investigation. However, directly helping to investigate the case would be interfering in the internal affairs of another country." He Chengjin looked at Hua Xiaoheng speechlessly. He thought to himself that the ace of the Far East was indeed the ace of the Far East. He could even shut him up. He raised his hand. "Then tell me, what's the big discovery?" Hua Xiaoheng looked up at He Changjian and tried to figure out his mentality. He said carefully, "I detected traces of a CX series of high explosives at the scene of the explosion." He Changjian's pupils constricted, but he still said calmly, "Yes, I saw in the report." Then, the CX series of high explosives has very strict and sophisticated production requirements. Ordinary people can't make it without the corresponding equipment. Do you need to tell me that? This is your secret information? He Chengjian's expression darkened, and he almost sneered. "Mr. Peter, I'm very busy. Please don't waste each other's time. Even if the corresponding equipment can be made, how can it be installed in Luo Piapiao's phone?" Hua Xiaoheng continued unhurriedly. "Installed in Luo Piapiao's phone?" He Chengjian subconsciously narrowed his eyes. "How did you know it was installed in Luo Piapiao's phone?" "Because I was outside the bathroom at the time, and I heard Luo Piapiao answer a phone call with my own ears. Then, I heard the countdown of the remote bomb on the phone. This was the first update of the day, Chapter 1667, Pointing the Way. May's double monthly votes were on the 7th day of the month. Dear friends, hurry up and vote. Don't keep the monthly votes until the end of the month, at 8 o'clock in the evening, the second update. Moi, big shots, little angels." Chapter 1679. You heard the countdown to the remote bomb on your phone. He Chengjian asked in disbelief. "How did you hear it?" Hua Xiaoheng didn't answer him. He continued calmly. At that time, Luo Piapiao was with Miss Gu and was talking in the bathroom. He Chengjian pursed his lips, and the wrinkles on both sides of his nose became obvious. It made him look like a difficult person to please. "What do you mean, Mr. Peter?" If Nianji had been with Luo Piapiao at that time, Luo Piapiao's phone would have had a CX series of high explosives. I wonder why Luo Piapiao died, but Nianji was fine. Hua Xiaoheng told He Chengjian honestly. "Because of me, I heard the countdown and knew that something was wrong. I quickly rushed in and pulled Miss Gu away. We ran fast, but the aftermath of the explosion still injured me." Hua Xiaoheng showed an appropriate show of weakness in front of He Chengjian. "I haven't been out for the past few days because I've been recuperating in the embassy. If you don't believe me, you can ask the people you planted in the embassy." He Chengjian couldn't help coughing twice to hide his embarrassment. It was common practice for countries to plant informants in each other's embassies. However, it was embarrassing to be pointed out by Hua Xiaoheng. As the highest military commander in the military, He Chengjian still wanted his face. Hua Xiaoheng smiled slightly. "You understand what I mean, right? Even with my skills, I was almost affected by the bomb, let alone Miss Gu and Luo Piapiao. They are two weak women who can't even trust a chicken. They couldn't have dodged a sudden bomb on their own. That's why Luo Piapiao was killed." He Chengjian sighed. "She's a citizen of our country. I won't let her die in vain." Hua Xiaoheng nodded. "I knew I was right about you." He Chengjian laughed. "Then what's the use of saying all this? Come and help us investigate the case." Of course, Hua Xiaoheng refused. He had nothing better to do than investigate the case under someone else's surveillance. That would be embarrassing for the KGB. He didn't reply and continued calmly. "From what I saw, the target of the explosion was actually two people, Luo Piapiao and Miss Gu. But they missed me. So Miss Gu escaped and wasn't killed by the bomb. Yes, didn't you publicly announce that you wanted to pursue Ninji? This is the time for you to shine. He Chengjian leaned back in his chair with a faint smile. The light in his eyes was as deep as the night sky. No one could see through him, as if no light could escape from a black hole. How could Hua Xiaoheng be tricked by He Chengjian? He followed his own train of thought and led He Chengjian in the direction of He Jichu. I didn't do anything. I just wanted to tell you what I know so that you can investigate the case as soon as possible. As it turns out, I was right to come here. Hua Xiaoheng was very humble. He leaned forward slightly. I just heard you say that something happened to young Master He, and I suddenly had an idea. Did the other party set up a chain of traps? Chain game? He Chengjian stopped smiling, and his expression became serious. Tell me in detail. It's very simple. The opponent is Xiang Zhuang brandishing his sword with the intention of Duke Pei. Hua Xiaoheng used an old idiom to express what he meant. On the surface, the ones who suffered from their explosion were the Qin family, including Luo Piapiao and Gun Yinji. They are both granddaughters of the Qin family. But if something happened to Gun Yinji, who would suffer the most? Hua Xiaoheng's eyes flashed. Look, something happened to young Master He right after that. Is there any connection between the two that we don't know about? He Chengjian's heart was suddenly in turmoil, but on the surface, he still had a puzzled expression. He said, "What unknown connection? You mean between Yinji and Achu? They used to be unmarried, but they're not anymore." Hua Xiaoheng secretly mocked He Chengjian's pretense, but he also understood his actions and concerns. At a time like this, He Chengjian still didn't tell him about Gun Yinji's special constitution and perfect genes. It could be assumed that even if he treated Gun Yinji as medicine, it was the only medicine that could be used on He Jichu. No one else had the right to know about it. In fact, in He Chengjian's heart, he was already certain that something had happened to Gun Yinji, and then He Jichu's old illness had relapsed. Combining the two, the other party's real target was actually He Jichu. Oh, so that means there's no connection between the two? Then I'm just overthinking it. Hua Xiaoheng shook his head and stood up. I heard you say that young Master He is unconscious. Can I go see him? We also have some drugs in the Soviet Union that can suddenly make people unconscious. Maybe I can help young Master He. Hua Xiaoheng was in a particularly good mood when he saw that He Chengjian had already believed him. However, even though he was in a good mood, he still had a poker face. He Chengjian immediately said, "No problem, come with me." He knew that the ace of the Far East was talking about some special drugs from the KGB. If he could see the scene, he wouldn't care so much. He Chengjian brought Hua Xiaoheng to He Jichu's bedroom. Gun Yinji sat on the sofa in front of He Jichu's bed with a laptop on her knees. She was studying the surveillance video in Grandfather Qin's ward frame by frame. When she heard someone come in, she immediately paused the video and looked up. A tall man in a Soviet-made military uniform walked out from behind He Chengjian with a coat over his arm. He nodded at Gun Yinji and greeted her. "Miss Gu, you're here too?" Without waiting for Gun Yinji to answer, he immediately turned to look at He Jichu on the bed. He Jichu's face was still pale, but his breathing was normal. He seemed to have fallen into a deep sleep, and the electroencephalogram showed delta waves. This was because there were 4 types of brain waves: alpha waves, beta waves, theta waves, and delta waves. The last type was the brain waves produced when a human brain entered a deep sleep. Hua Xiaoheng didn't know much about this, but he had received some kind of training, so he roughly knew the classification of brain waves. "It doesn't look like there's a big problem," Hua Xiaoheng said calmly. "The human body's self-healing ability is the strongest when it's asleep. Perhaps young Master He is conserving his energy." "Then can you tell what kind of drug he's being affected by?" He Chengjian asked anxiously. Hua Xiaoheng shook his head. "His symptoms are unlikely to be caused by our country's drugs. As far as I know, our country's drugs will keep people unconscious, but the brain will be more active, so his symptoms aren't very suitable." Gun Yinji frowned and interrupted. Why do you think it's the effects of drugs? I've watched this video many times. Young master, he didn't even drink any water. If it's the drugs, how do they affect him? Is it the air? Was Xiaoheng's heart skipped a beat? It's also possible. Air is a good medium for transmission. Maybe it's through the air? Gun Yinji had just said it casually. Seeing that Hua Xiaoheng actually took it seriously, she felt a little smug and said, "What kind of drugs can be transmitted through the air? Do you think it's viruses and bacteria?" He Chengjian also came to his senses. He slapped his head and said, "Viruses and bacteria? Quick, someone, get the anti-chemical defense team to take samples from that sealed ward." Gun Yinji, QAQ. She had just said it casually. There was no need to take it seriously, right? She felt that it wasn't that simple. However, Hua Xiaoheng felt that it was indeed necessary to mobilize the anti-chemical defense team. If there was something unfamiliar there, the anti-chemical defense team would be the first to isolate them. He Chengjian was in a hurry to mobilize the anti-chemical defense team. Hua Xiaoheng looked at Gun Yinji. "Miss Gu, have you been busy the past 2 days?" Gun Yinji nodded and said seriously, "Busy, very busy. I'm so busy that I'm dying." "Then why did you have time to come out today?" Hua Xiaoheng continued to ask. Gun Yinji cursed silently. She knew that Major General Hua's problem had never existed in isolation. He asked a question, and there were a lot of other questions that followed. If he wasn't careful, he would fall into a pit. Gun Yinji closed the notebook on her knees and said seriously, "I took the time to come over today to see young master he. Now that I see that he's fine, I'm relieved. I can go home now." He Chengjian had already left He Jichu's bedroom, but Hua Xiaoheng was still very cautious when he spoke to Gun Yinji. This was the He family's territory. The word accidentally had no place here. "Are you sure you can go home?" Hua Xiaoheng glanced at He Jichu, who was lying on the bed, and reminded Gun Yinji, "If you want to go home early, you'd better pray that young master he wakes up early." This was today's second update, Chapter 1668, Bringing Trouble to the East. May's double monthly votes were on the 7th day of the month. Dear friends, hurry up and vote. Don't keep the monthly votes until the end of the month. Mwah, all the big shots and little angels. Chapter 1680. Gun Yinji was immersed in the excitement of seeing Hua Xiaoheng again. She had to maintain her composure, so she didn't react immediately. "It's good that young master he is fine. It's useless for me to be here. There's no need to wait for him to wake up. I have to go back now." Gun Yinji looked at Hua Xiaoheng with a smile, her eyes hiding an unknown longing and love. Hua Xiaoheng didn't look at her. He tossed the Soviet-made military coat over his arm onto the couch against the wall in the living room. He walked to He Jichu's bed in the bedroom and carefully examined his condition. The data displayed by the various instruments in the room was relatively normal. The only thing that was not normal was his pale face. If he was really asleep, his face shouldn't be so pale, not to mention he was wearing an oxygen mask. Gun Yinji froze when she saw Hua Xiaoheng walk past her and go directly to He Jichu's bedside to observe his condition. She slowly regained her senses. She thought about everything Hua Xiaoheng had said and finally realized what he meant. If He Jichu didn't wake up, she couldn't go back. So what he meant was that she was actually under house arrest by He Chengjian. But why was He Chengjian putting her under house arrest? She wasn't a doctor, and she didn't know how to treat illnesses. Wait a minute, treatment? Gun Yinji suddenly understood. Her face, which had been flushed with excitement, instantly turned as pale as snow. When Shui had said that He Jichu had relapsed, although she didn't believe it, and He Chengjian had also said that he didn't believe it, a person like him would never forget to be prepared, right? In other words, he didn't believe that He Jichu's old illness had relapsed, but if it was related to his old illness, or if it was a similar new illness, he would have to use Gun Yinji as He Jichu's medicine. This was the only way to explain what Hua Xiaoheng was implying, wasn't it? Gun Yinji immediately tensed up, but she pretended to be nonchalant and said, "Mr. Peter, please have a seat. I'll be going now." She had already uploaded the video to her cloud account. She turned off her laptop as if nothing had happened and placed it back on He Jichu's desk in his bedroom. She picked up her Hermes red envelope and walked out of the bedroom. She walked through the living room, pushed open the door to the suite, and walked straight out. She didn't go far before she was stopped by He Chungjian's personal secretary at the stairs. He politely said, "Miss Gu, please wait a moment." Gu Nianji's heart sank. She knew that Hua Xiaoheng's guess was correct. Gu Nianji slowly looked up at He Chungjian's personal secretary and said slowly, "What do you mean? Are you trying to restrict my personal freedom now?" He Chungjian's personal secretary pursed her lips and said slowly, "Miss Gu, how could we dare to restrict your personal freedom? But young master, his current condition is unknown. We also hope that you can stay here with him for a while. Perhaps he will recover faster." Gu Nianji was so angry that she laughed. "If you don't let me go home, aren't you restricting my personal freedom? As for young master, his condition, I'm not a doctor. Will he recover faster? You should hurry up and find a good doctor to take a look at him instead of racking your brains to do evil things." He Chungjian's personal secretary couldn't help but have a headache. This little girl was really spoiled. If he didn't say it out loud, they would still be good friends. If she insisted on tearing down this layer of shameful cloth and causing a life-and-death struggle, she would only be the one suffering. "Miss Gu, this is General He's idea." He Chungjian's personal secretary reminded her softly. "General, he is a man of his word. His only exception is young master he. So you'd better pray that young master he wakes up early so that you can go home." Gu Nianji, holy sh*t. It was almost exactly the same as what Hua Xiaoheng had said. How much did this person know about He Chungjian and his subordinates? Gu Nianji's mood suddenly improved. A smile slowly blossomed from the corners of her lips to the bottom of her eyes. She was like a begonia in spring, indescribably beautiful. He Chungjian's personal secretary was surprised to see that Gu Nianji wasn't angry anymore. She even smiled at him good-naturedly. That smile was so beautiful. Gu Nianji threw the Hermes red packet over her shoulder and smiled. "Okay, then I'll wait for young master he to wake up soon. Speaking of which, young master he has taken good care of me. It's only right for me to accompany him when he's in trouble." Without needing He Chungjian's personal secretary to continue persuading her, Gu Nianji had already walked back on her own. Pushing open the door to He Jichu's suite, Gu Nianji threw the Hermes red packet in her hand onto the sofa in the corner. It happened to land on top of Hua Xiaoheng's Soviet-made military coat. It looked like a tall man in a Soviet-made military coat was carrying a Hermes red packet. The contrast was so jarring that one couldn't help laughing. Gu Nianji giggled and sat on the sofa in the living room. She took out her phone and played with it. In fact, she had secretly turned on her hacking program and hidden her phone on the internet to secretly contact Lu Jin. Hua Xiaoheng heard the sound outside the bedroom. He didn't need to look back to know that Gu Nianji had been invited back again. He smiled faintly and said in a clear voice, "Am I right?" "Yes, you're the best. You know everything I'm thinking. You're so capable. Can you get me out?" Gu Nianji made a face at Hua Xiaoheng's back in the living room. Hua Xiaoheng, he really didn't have the ability to get Gu Nianji out, because he was afraid of hurting her, because he didn't want Gu Nianji to be shot in front of him again. If they wanted to go back, He Chungjian could only let them go willingly. Hua Xiaoheng turned around and saw Gu Nianji making a face. She was being naughty again. Hua Xiaoheng was angry and amused at the same time. This girl was indeed big-hearted. She probably inherited this from Lu Jin. Hua Xiaoheng walked out of the bedroom and quietly closed the door inside. He sat down next to Gu Nianji and whispered in her ear, "Although I can't get you out, I can stay here with you until He Chungjian agrees to let you go." Although his voice was disguised because it was soft, his original voice still had a trace of magnetism, slowly plucking at her heartstrings. The hot breath brushed past her ears like a feather, but also like a flame. Her emotions surged, as if she was running on the warm grass in spring or sunbathing under the hot summer sun. That feeling, how could it be so sour and refreshing? The tip of Gu Nianji's ears turned red. In Hua Xiaoheng's eyes, it was like a piece of lychee jelly that had just been formed. It was soft and trembling, emitting an unwitting temptation that invited people to pick it. Hua Xiaoheng's breathing suddenly became heavy, and his Adam's apple bobbed up and down. He wished he could stick out the tip of his tongue and lick the tender tip of her ear in front of him. Gun Yinji felt the change in Hua Xiaoheng's breathing and subconsciously turned her head. The tender tip of her ear seemed to be sent to Hua Xiaoheng's mouth, and it quickly swept past his lips. Although it was so short that it could be ignored, to the two of them, it was like a bolt of lightning that had not appeared in a long time, tearing through the calm sky. Hua Xiaoheng could hardly control himself. His heart was beating unimaginably fast. He even wondered if Gun Yinji could already hear his heartbeat. How could Gun Yinji have the energy to listen to Hua Xiaoheng's heartbeat? Her own five senses were in a state of stagnation. Waves of numbness quickly spread from the tip of her ears to her entire body, and even her bones went limp. The two of them sat on the sofa like two statues. The beautiful girl was like a pearl as she stared ahead. The man beside her lowered his head to her ear, as if he was whispering, but also as if he was making love. This was the first update of the day. Chapter 1669, I'll be here with you. The double monthly votes for May would be on the 7th day of the month. Dear friends, hurry up and vote. Don't keep the monthly votes until the end of the month, at 8 p.m., the second update. Mwah, big shots, little angels. Chapter 1681. The two people who were truly in love sat so close that even their skin was attracted to each other. Every cell in his body was clamoring to get closer and closer. Hua Xiaoheng felt that all the training he had received in resisting seduction in his life had been wasted. His strong willpower was like a building that was about to collapse, on the verge of collapse. Gun Yinji also had a hard time enduring it. She had never received that kind of training. Right now, she was a person made of snow. If the hot flames from Hua Xiaoheng's side got any closer, she would melt into water and collapse. The room was unprecedentedly quiet. Both of them seemed to be able to hear the sound of time. Minutes and seconds passed by like a white steed. They thought that it had been a long time, like an eternity, but in reality, it had only been a few minutes when there was a soft click from the door of the suite. Hua Xiaoheng suddenly came to his senses and moved to the side. He smiled faintly and said, "Miss Gu, have you agreed to my pursuit?" Gun Yinji also came to her senses after a bucket of cold water was poured over her head. She gritted her teeth secretly and thought to herself that this person could still pretend. The thrill just now seemed like she was just imagining things. However, on second thought, in this environment, it was impossible even if she wanted to acknowledge him. That would only put the two of them in an even more dangerous environment. She couldn't blame Hua Xiaoheng. She was the one who had lost her composure. Gun Yinji reflected on herself, and her face quickly turned as cold as ice. She turned her head and frowned. Who agreed to it? Don't add to the drama. There's no such thing. I'm here to see young Master He. If you're here to see young Master He too, sit over there. Don't squeeze on the sofa with me. It'll make people think that your motives are impure. As soon as she finished speaking, the door was pushed open. Yi Chengjian's personal secretary stood at the door and raised an eyebrow. The anti-chemical defense team just sent a message. They didn't find anything in that ward for the time being. Our chief wants to invite Mr. Peter over to talk. Gun Yinji calmed down and turned to look at Hua Xiaoheng teasingly. Mr. Peter, your idea isn't good. Think about it again and give General He more ideas. She made an okay gesture with her hand. Her eyes curved, and her smile was even more dazzling than a begonia in spring. Hua Xiaoheng looked away with difficulty. He also wanted to keep his distance from Gun Yinji for the time being. He had almost failed just now. I'll go take a look, but I can't help much. I don't know much about this area, he said politely as he stood up. His tall frame blocked the lights in the living room and cast a shadow on Gun Yinji, completely covering her. In a place where he couldn't see, Gun Yinji quietly stretched out her hand and clenched it into a fist, as though she wanted to grab the shadow. How she wished she could become Hua Xiaoheng's shadow. That way, she could be like his shadow and follow him wherever he went. She wouldn't be separated from him, nor would she disappear. However, he wouldn't have to worry about taking care of her either. That way, no one would be able to separate them. Unfortunately, this was only a fantasy. Hua Xiaoheng followed He Chungjin's personal secretary out and closed the door. Gun Yinji glanced at the door blankly, then quickly lowered her head to look at her phone screen. She had lost consciousness just now, so she didn't even know what message she had sent. On the other end of the phone, Lu Jin. He sent a series of question marks. Gun Yinji smiled and happily sent a message to Lu Jin. Something happened just now. I was distracted. Lu Jin breathed a sigh of relief and quickly replied. Then when will you be back? Gun Yinji, her fingers flew as she replied. I'll be able to go home when young master he wakes up. Lu Jin was instantly angry. What if he doesn't wake up? Then wouldn't you never be able to go home? That old man, He Chungjin, is going too far. Lu Jin was very sensitive when it came to matters regarding his daughter. He didn't have the typical symptoms of a patient with severe interpersonal disorder at all. Gun Yinji's sweet smile turned into a bitter one. She thought for a moment and tried to change the topic. But young Master He's situation is really strange. I looked at the surveillance video in that ward. There was nothing unusual, but he suddenly fainted. Lu Jin was so angry that he slammed the table. He shouted indignantly, He Jichu fainted, and He Chungjin wanted to keep my daughter there. Wasn't he planning to let my daughter continue making medicine? Unfortunately, there was no one else in the room, and no one heard him speak. He was the only one who vented his anger. Lu Jin was angry for a while, but he swallowed his anger and sent a message to Gun Yinji. No one can faint for no reason. If he's unconscious, there must be a reason. Have they found out what the reason is? According to Lu Jin's nature, he wouldn't care even if He Jichu died in front of him. He had treated He Jichu because, on one hand, he didn't want to hurt Qin Suan because of the loss of her son. On the other hand, it was because he was very interested in the treatment method that Qin Yaoguang had proposed. It had aroused his great interest in scientific research, and that was why he had devoted himself to it. If He Chungjin had used this method at the time, Lu Jin would have rather been shot than saved. He was stubborn. When he lost his temper, even the most powerful tension machine wouldn't be able to pull him back, let alone 10 cows. But now that his precious daughter was in someone else's hands, if he didn't care, it would be his precious daughter who would be hurt. That was his sore spot, his sore spot. Gun Yinji didn't hear Lu Jin's angry voice, but Lu Jin replied after a while. She knew that Lu Jin must be angry. Who wouldn't be angry when He Chungjin did this? But she couldn't resist. Seeing that Lu Jin had replied, Gun Yinji quickly said, It's because we haven't found out the reason that I find it strange. Mr. Peter is also here. According to his observation, it wasn't affected by drugs, but it might have something to do with airborne transmission. I was wondering if it was a bacterial virus or something. They can all be transmitted through the air. General, he sent the chemical defense team to the ward to collect evidence, but they just received news that they didn't find anything. In other words, they didn't collect any residual information about viruses and bacteria. Gun Yinji replied to many messages in one go and waited anxiously for Lu Jin's reply. The first thing Lu Jin thought of was bacteria and viruses. Although these things were small, they were pervasive and could cause many unimaginable consequences. However, Gun Yinji said that He Chungjin had already sent the chemical defense team to investigate, but there was still no result. If it wasn't bacteria and viruses, then what was it? Lu Jin thought about it for a while and replied, What about that surveillance video? Can I take a look at it? Gun Yinji nodded repeatedly. Yes, yes, yes. She shared her cloud account with Lu Jin so that he could see the surveillance video. The surveillance video was the surveillance video that came with the ward. The resolution wasn't high. She could only see the rough figures and movements of a few people. Their expressions were slightly blurry, just like the images from the color television sets with low resolution in the last century. Gun Yinji couldn't help but complain. The Qin Corporation's private hospital claims to be rich and imposing. They charge so much, but the surveillance is so crude. They aren't even willing to install a high-resolution camera. Lu Jin scoffed and replied, The Qin Corporation's private hospital is essentially a for-profit hospital. Their goal is not to treat patients and save people, but to make a profit. Treating patients and saving people is their way of making a profit. Don't think that just because it has the word hospital in its name, it will have the heart of a doctor. For private hospitals, that doesn't exist. They only recognize money. Gun Yinji hissed and shook her head. She didn't know much about this, so it wasn't convenient for her to comment. Lu Jin was going to look at the surveillance video, so he replied to Gun Yinji, "I'll go see what's going on with that video. Don't worry. Even if Ji Chu doesn't wake up, I'll let you go home." After Lu Jin finished speaking, he cut off Gun Yinji's secret connection. He turned on his mainframe, which was comparable to the Huaxia Empire's central control system, and began to analyze the surveillance video. Since it wasn't bacteria or viruses, then it had to be something else. There were many mediums that could be transmitted through the air, and each of them could cause Ji Chu to fall unconscious. But at the same time, the other two people were safe and sound. That was interesting. No, that wasn't right. Gun Yinji had said that Qin Yaoguang had also fainted later. A little later than Ji Chu. What was the reason? Lu Jin slowed down the surveillance video like Gun Yinji and watched it frame by frame. However, he was also analyzing a large amount of data at the same time. Gun Yinji was using Ji Chu's laptop. Although that laptop had excellent performance, it couldn't compare to Lu Jin's extremely powerful supercomputer. This was a computer that Lu Jin had built himself. Even the chip had been designed by himself. It was 100,000 ET hashes ahead of the most powerful computer on the market. ASIC the distance of a minor chip. However, even with such a powerful computer analysis system, it took him nearly 4 hours to find a clue. This was today's second update, Chapter 1670, Reverse Scale and 7 inches. May's double monthly votes would be on the 7th day of the month. Dear friends, hurry up and vote. Don't keep the monthly votes until the end of the month. Mwah mwah, little angels. Chapter 1682. In Lu Jin's private laboratory, the entire wall was filled with computer screens of all sizes. Over the years, the equipment in this private laboratory had followed him wherever he went. He sat in front of the console in the middle of the room, his fingers still typing on the keyboard. He continuously refined the resolution of the surveillance video, and at the same time, analyzed all kinds of physical data. Because Gun Yinji had said that Changjian's anti-chemical defense team had not found any remnants of bacteria or viruses, Lu Jin did not waste time investigating the chemical aspect. Instead, he directly analyzed it from the physical aspect. The reason for Ji Chu's sudden coma was not because he had a relapse of his old illness, nor was it because he had been infected by an unknown bacteria or virus. That left only a physical blow. Lu Jin's data analysis was also based on physics. The electromagnetic and optical reactions in the video, as well as the length, width, and height of the physical world, plus time, could be analyzed in 4 dimensions. Such a complicated analysis would take a long time. 4 hours later, the data analysis of the entire video was completed. On the big green screen in the studio, the Snow White ward was no longer a ward in reality, but a ward that had been structured by data. The entire scene was like a 3-dimensional analytical geometry drawn by a computer. The 3-dimensional structure of the ward could not hide from his analysis, and the truth of all the conspiracies was revealed. After Gun Yinji sent the shared cloud account to Lu Jin, she couldn't take it anymore and fell asleep on the sofa in the living room outside Ji Chu's bedroom. When she woke up, Hua Xiaoheng had already returned. He was sitting beside her and gently covering her with his coat. Gun Yinji opened her eyes in the darkness and quietly looked at him. Her eyes were black and white, and her pupils were extremely black. The whites of her eyes were even a little blue, and they were as bright as the most transparent glass. Her eyes, which had just woken up, were still filled with laziness and trance that she couldn't hide in time. She blinked and slowly reached out to touch Hua Xiaoheng's cheek. She murmured, "Major General Hua, is that you? I had a dream again. I dreamed that I was home with you." Hua Xiaoheng pursed his lips and covered her with his coat. He said lightly, "I'm sorry. You've mistaken me for someone else. Gun Yinji. Sitting up on the sofa, she pushed Hua Xiaoheng's coat away and curled up in a corner of the sofa to sulk. Hua Xiaoheng didn't comfort her. He continued to hold his coat and sat quietly on the other end of the sofa. He stared at the wall-mounted TV on the opposite wall. At that moment, Lu Jin called. It was a video call invitation. Gun Yinji looked down, and her heart almost jumped out of her throat. She quickly ended the call. Before she could send a text message, Lu Jin's text message had already arrived. Answer the phone. Don't be afraid. I've already hacked into the He family security system. Gun Yinji, Yu's mood immediately improved. Lu Jin had already hacked into the He family security system. What was there for her to be afraid of? Gun Yinji happily accepted the video call and called out coquettishly, "Dad." Lu Jin was elated when he heard this. He quickly said, as if he was presenting a treasure, "Go and lock the door of this room. Daddy will show you the tricks." Gun Yinji quickly agreed and got up to lock the door to He Jichu's living room. As Gun Yinji walked toward the sofa, she pointed out, "Dad, Mr. Peter is also in this room. Can you see him?" If Lu Jin had hacked into the He family security system, then Lu Jin should be able to see everything in this room. Actually, the surveillance cameras in He Jichu's room were not connected to the security system of the He family's mansion. They were in his own hands. This time, because he had suddenly fallen unconscious, He Chengjian had connected the security surveillance system of the mansion to He Jichu's suite so that he could check on He Jichu's condition at any time. Although Gun Yinji and Hua Xiaoheng were alone in this room, they didn't dare to say a word because of this reason. Lu Jin had said that he had hacked into the He family security system, which meant that the entire He family security system was under his control. He could show whatever he wanted to the people watching the surveillance. If they didn't come and check it themselves, they wouldn't know what was going on in this room. Therefore, Lu Jin asked Gun Yinji to lock the door so that she could have some undisturbed time. It was 4 or 5 o'clock in the morning, when everyone was the most sleepy. Most people probably wouldn't disturb them at this time. Lu Jin said resentfully, "I know he's here. Fortunately, he still has the rules. If he dares to take advantage of you while you're asleep, I can make him a eunuch immediately." Gun Yinji. Lu Jin's voice was very loud. Gun Yinji held her phone, and the sound leaked through her fingers. Hua Xiaoheng's face darkened, and he frowned unhappily. Gun Yinji was secretly pleased and deliberately said, "Dad, you're exaggerating. You're just monitoring. How can you climb over the network cable?" Lu Jin was amused and said, "For a physicist, if he wants to, anything in this world can become a deadly weapon. Although I'm far away, as long as I can monitor this room, I can transform the appliances in this room into automatic attack weapons." Gun Yinji could only use a underscore to express her ignorance and admiration. She didn't understand, and she couldn't afford to offend him. Hua Xiaoheng saw that the father and daughter were getting further and further away from each other. He looked at his watch without batting an eyelid and said, "We don't have much time." Gun Yinji quickly stopped him and said, "Dad, what kind of trick are you going to do for me?" Lu Jin also returned to the topic at hand and said, "Just you wait." As he spoke, he seemed to be doing something on the other side. Then, the wall-mounted TV on the wall opposite He Jichu's living room suddenly turned on by itself. After the blue screen, a ward appeared on the TV. It was old Master Qin's ward. It was also the ward He Jichu had been in for 24 hours. Gun Yinji's eyes widened, and she said in surprise, "Dad, is this the surveillance video?" "Yes," Lu Jin said happily. "Now, we're going to start conjuring." Soon, the ward on the TV screen gradually began to turn translucent and illusory. Lines appeared on the screen, and all kinds of data were labeled. Gun Yinji looked at the ward model built by three-dimensional analytic geometry on the TV, and her beautiful lips parted into a circle. "See? This ward is actually not the rectangular shape that you can see with the naked eye, but a convex shape." Lu Jin's voice came from the stereo Bluetooth speaker in the room. Gun Yinji could see clearly that the two extra parts below the convex shape were tightly covered by two long postmodern gray leather sofas. There were also green plants placed behind the sofa. The green broadleaf plants, as tall as a person, not only eased the tension in the ward, but also took the focus of the view. If Lu Jin hadn't analyzed the ward's physical data, even if he had the architectural design of the entire building, he might not have been able to discover the small wings on both sides. Now, this ward was no longer a building in their eyes, but a model built from data. The mouse in his hand slid casually across the ward model. Every time he clicked on a spot, not only could he see the length, width, and height of the spot in the ward, as well as the data of the building materials, but he could even see the global coordinates of the spot. When He Xiaoheng saw Lu Jin's system, he immediately reacted and sat up straight. What kind of system was this? This was a F*King Super Accurate NMD. NMD, in international politics, was national. Missile defense was a ballistic missile defense and counterattack system developed by the United States military. This system used to be very popular, but it later declined because the accuracy of the real-time coordinate processing required by this system was too difficult to achieve. The military believed that it had invested too much and the results were not high, so the United States had already installed it themselves. But what if the difficulty of real-time coordinate processing could be broken through? What if this system was installed on a satellite? Did you modify this based on NMD? He Xiaoheng finally asked. His voice was suppressed to prevent the excitement in his heart from leaking out. Lu Jin's smug voice rang in their ears. Give me a video. I can decode the global coordinates. What's NMD? Gun Yinji was confused. She looked at He Xiaoheng, who was obviously suppressing his emotions, and then at Lu Jin's smug face on the phone. Her gaze wandered between the two of them, and she felt that there was something between them that she didn't understand. Lu Jin smiled and said, I'm much better than that half-baked NMD. If you use a system like mine, even if it's a missile from a neighboring country, the satellite system will be able to decode the missile's location the moment it's launched from the base. At the same time, it will calculate the missile's trajectory. Our own interceptor missiles will be able to take off unhurriedly and intercept the missile outside the country. Gun Yinji finally understood. He Xiaoheng had already said, such precise positioning will also be a great help to the precision strikes of drones and guided missiles. Uncle Lu, have you ever considered? No, I haven't considered it. Lu Jin rejected him flatly. NMD, drones, and precision guidance were not within his consideration. Because of all these years of escape, in order to protect himself, he needed a monitoring system that could monitor his opponents and locate their coordinates in real time. Therefore, he designed and built such a system himself, and it was connected to the mainframe he had designed. He could keep track of the other party's movements at any time. This was the first update of the day. Chapter 1671, Daddy Will Do Tricks for You. It was the penultimate day of the double monthly votes in May. Everyone, hurry up and cast your monthly votes. Don't keep your monthly votes until the end of the month. 8 o'clock in the evening, the second update. Moi moi, all the big shots and little angels. Chapter 1683. The main purpose of my system is to accurately locate the target. There's no other intention, Lu Jin said firmly. He Xiaoheng still wanted to persuade him. Actually, I think there's still more room for exploration in Uncle's system. For example, if we cooperate with the global satellite navigation system, he wanted to use the globally supported Nandu satellite system to attract Lu Jin's interest. Lu Jin chuckled and raised his eyebrows proudly. If necessary, I can hack into any satellite system in the world and use the global satellite resources to monitor any target in all directions without any blind spots. He Xiaoheng, he was actually trying to get something without risking anything. He Xiaoheng had never admired anyone before, but in front of Lu Jin, he felt that he had to make an exception. She thought about it, then whispered, My father doesn't need to do this. He doesn't have the ambition to dominate the world. It's fine as long as he can have a lab like this and immerse himself in the world of technology and data. Lu Jin nodded repeatedly. That's right. Nianji is right. That's what I think. Let me tell you, it's all thanks to this system that I discovered the abnormal fluctuations in the magnetic field energy. I also discovered that He Changjian had actually sent people to kidnap Nianji. Therefore, he had fought a devastating energy battle with He Changjian. Although there was no smoke, it was extremely destructive. And now, he was using this advanced system that could monitor any target in the world to analyze an inconspicuous ward. Not only was everything in the ward analyzed by him into data, but even the flow of air in the ward could not hide from him. Nianji, I'm going to perform a magic trick for you now. Watch carefully, Lu Jin said as he focused his attention on the data analysis of the video. The problem with this ward is indeed related to the air, but it's not bacteria and viruses. That's been ruled out. Then what does it have to do with? We can start with the central air conditioning system of the entire building. Under normal circumstances, a sealed ward has a central air conditioning system. The airflow should be a self-circulation system. But look, Lu Jin's mouse pointed at a set of data points. This set of data doesn't show such a simple airflow. You can see it very clearly from here. Among the airflow data, there's a set of data that continuously flows towards the corner of the wall where He Jichu is sitting. In other words, this is not a simple flow of air. There is another kind of energy in it. Lu Jin clicked on air data again with the mouse and instructed the system to conduct further analysis. Soon, the computer system made a precise calculation and came to a conclusion. Look, this is the result of the computer system's analysis. The other type of energy that follows the flow of air is none other than sound waves. To be precise, it's a group of infrasound waves below 20 Hz. Infrasonic wave weapon. Hua Xiaoheng's eyes flashed. So the culprit was the infrasonic wave weapon. There are people using this kind of weapon here. He recalled that there had also been incidents of sound weapons injuring people in the other world. It was during the process of Gun Yinji being kidnapped and missing. Lu Jin didn't know about the other world, so he continued to explain, for sound waves, the frequency that the human ear can hear is between 20 Hz and 20,000 Hz. Sound waves below 20 Hz are called infrasound, and sound waves above 20,000 Hz are called ultrasound. Infrasonic wave weapon, as the name implies, is a weapon that uses infrasound to kill enemies. Because different organs in the human body have different frequencies of pulsation, this kind of pulsation happens to be in the same frequency range as infrasound. In other words, it is in the range of less than 20 Hz. Therefore, infrasound of different frequencies will resonate with different organs in the human body. Infrasonic wave weapons use this to attack the enemy. Infrasonic wave weapons can cause mental and physical damage to the human body. Mild cases include nausea, vomiting, and dizziness. Serious cases can cause mental disorders, pain all over the body, and even death from internal organs rupturing. He Jichu's condition was that an infrasonic wave weapon of a specific frequency was continuously attacking him. However, because the other party didn't find the resonance frequency accurately, it took a full 24 hours to finally cause physical damage to his body. If I were to control this infrasonic wave weapon, I would only need 2 seconds to paralyze anyone within the attack range of the infrasonic wave weapon. Lu Jin seemed to shake his head regretfully. The infrasonic wave weapon they use can be said to be very crude. Gun Yinji's mouth opened even wider. But before she could speak, Hua Xiaoheng had already frowned and asked, but the weakness of infrasonic wave weapons is also very obvious. May I ask how they managed to get around this weakness? What weakness? Gun Yinji quickly asked. It sounds very powerful. It's practically a siege without a drop of blood. Yes, it's indeed a siege without a drop of blood, but not necessarily a siege. Hua Xiaoheng sat leisurely on the sofa, crossed his legs, and said calmly, infrasonic wave weapons have a very big weakness, and that is that they attack indiscriminately. In other words, they don't distinguish between friend and foe at all, and it's very easy for both sides to suffer. This kind of kill 1,000 enemies and hurt 1,000 oneself weapon was not that meaningful in war. Lu Jin nodded approvingly and said, indeed. Not only does infrasonic wave weapon attack indiscriminately, but it also has a special range of attack. If it's too far away, it won't be of much use. Yes, infrasonic wave weapons require the instrument that emits infrasonic waves to be not far from the target. Then where is the source of their infrasonic wave weapons? Hua Xiaoheng was obviously more interested in military technology. Lu Jin excitedly pointed at the two small rectangles below the convex shape and drew a line with the mouse. He said, "Look at what's inside." He double-clicked the mouse and asked the system to analyze the two small rectangular rooms hidden on both sides of the ward. On the television screen, the two small rectangles that Lu Jin had drawn with the mouse were originally a whiteboard, showing that there was nothing there. However, Lu Jin entered another series of instructions and said with a smile, "Dad's trick is continuing." At that moment, the two small rectangles that had originally been empty suddenly seemed to have been dispelled by magic, revealing the hidden treasure underneath. In the two small rectangles that were originally empty, two instruments in the shape of large rollers gradually appeared. In front of the roller was an upright black gauze amplifier. It was a circular amplifier. Lu Jin pointed at the two instruments that had been revealed and said, "These are the culprits that emitted infrasonic waves." It emitted infrasonic waves at Hijichu for at least 24 hours before Hijichu fainted. Gun Yinji was very surprised. Why did it take so long? Then young master, he must have suffered a lot. I don't know why it took so long, Lu Jin said with a smile. It depends on how the people over there try to remedy it. Gun Yinji looked at the data modeling of the war displayed on the television and suddenly asked, "Since you said that infrasonic wave weapons attack indiscriminately, why is young master he the only one unconscious?" Qin Yawang managed to hold on for a while. As for old Master Qin, he's completely normal. Lu Jin looked at her with a smile and praised. "That's a better question. Why? I'll show you the reason now." At that moment, Lu Jin moved the mouse to old Master Qin, who was lying under the oxygen mask on a hospital bed. Old Master Qin's oxygen mask was a real oxygen mask. It didn't just cover his nose, but covered his entire body. Lu Jin moved the mouse to the oxygen mask and said, "Look at the data." The data was as small as a grain of rice. It was densely packed on the oxygen mask, and it was impossible to see what it meant at all. Lu Jin pointed at the data and said, "Take a closer look at this oxygen mask." Gun Yinji shook her head. "I don't understand it. Please explain." Xiaoheng observed the oxygen mask carefully and suddenly said, "This oxygen mask isn't simple. It has 2 layers and is a vacuum." Lu Jin smiled and said, "That's easy to explain. Because the biggest weakness of infrasonic wave weapons isn't that they attack indiscriminately, but that it's too easy to intercept them." As long as a vacuum zone is established around the target, infrasonic waves won't be able to hurt him. Gun Yinji understood and quickly said, "Then this double-layered full-body oxygen mask actually creates a vacuum zone in the middle, so the infrasonic wave attack works on him." Lu Jin looked at the oxygen mask on old Master Qin's hospital bed on the screen and pursed his lips. He said lazily, "This old guy really cherishes his life. That oxygen mask on him isn't an ordinary oxygen mask. Not only can this thing provide oxygen, but can also shield against all external energy, including but not limited to electricity, magnetic energy, light energy, and sound waves." This was today's second update, Chapter 1672. Daddy will do tricks for you too. It was the penultimate day of the double monthly votes in May. Dear friends, hurry up and cast your monthly votes. Don't keep your monthly votes until the end of the month, at 8 p.m., the second update. P.S. When I'm done with my work, I'll make up for the monthly votes, rewards, and chief updates. Don't worry, dear friends. Moi, little angels. Chapter 1684. That powerful. Gun Yinji was shocked. She leaned forward and asked eagerly, What about Qin Yaowang? She didn't seem to have any protection, did she? Did the infrasound weapons attack her as well? Lu Jin laughed and used a mouse to click on a green figure on the data model of the ward. This is Qin Yaowang, right? On the TV screen, the man was wearing a green surgical gown, a green surgical cap, and a large surgical mask. Gun Yinji nodded. Yes, this is Qin Yaowang. She just followed someone into the operating room, so she's dressed like this. Lu Jin clicked on the person's data and explained to Gun Yinji, "Did you see the data on her surgical gown?" Gun Yinji, she saw it, but with so many numbers piled up together, she had no idea what they meant. This data shows that the surgical gown she's wearing is not made of ordinary materials. Lu Jin smiled and clicked on Qin Yaowang's figure further. He said, "My system can perform a three-dimensional image of the people in this video. 3D dialysis imaging?" Gun Yinji instinctively looked at Hua Xiaoheng. Hua Xiaoheng said, "It's like going through security at the airport. They use X-rays to check if a passenger is carrying any dangerous goods. They can see through the person's clothes." Gun Yinji was embarrassed. Sigh. Should she cover his eyes? Lu Jin wouldn't be so unreliable as to expose his mother-in-law's 3D in front of his son-in-law, right? She opened her mouth and wanted to remind Hua Xiaoheng in fear, but she was worried that if she said it, Hua Xiaoheng would realize that she had seen through it. Based on Hua Xiaoheng's way of doing things, if he sensed danger, he would immediately stay away from her. Gun Yinji didn't want to separate from Hua Xiaoheng, so she could only pretend to be deaf and mute. She couldn't bear to look away. However, Lu Jin's voice rang out in the room. "Yes, it's just like going through security at the airport. My system is more sophisticated, and the three-dimensional dialysis image should be clearer, almost like a real human model." "But look," Hua Xiaoheng exclaimed softly. Gun Yinji's expression was conflicted as she thought to herself, "What do you mean by, huh? Does mother-in-law have a great figure?" Embarrassed, she couldn't help but glance at the TV screen. What was going on? There was no 3D dialysis imaging on the TV. Qin Yaowang was still wearing the green surgical gown, a green surgical cap, and a big mask to cover herself up. Did Lu Jin suddenly think of this? Gun Yinji was about to ask when Hua Xiaoheng spoke first. Why didn't Qin Yaowang have a three-dimensional dialysis image? Lu Jin said, "It's very simple. It's because my scanning system couldn't penetrate her surgical gown, the surgical cap, and the mask. So powerful. Your scanning system did not penetrate it. But what about the infrasonic wave weapon? Could not penetrate?" Gun Yinji asked curiously. Lu Jin nodded and praised with a smile. "Yinji is so smart. That's how it is. Look at the material of her surgical gown, surgical cap, and mask. They're all nanograde, and just like her father's oxygen mask, they all have a vacuum layer." Gun Yinji finally understood. She clenched her fists and said excitedly, "The oxygen mask on old Mr. Qin's body is actually multifunctional. It can block infrasonic weapons, but that's just a coincidence. However, the only function of Qin Yaowang's surgical gown was to block infrasound weapons. That doesn't make sense." Hua Xiaoheng smiled. "This means that at least Qin Yaowang knew about this infrasound weapon a long time ago. She's dead meat." Gun Yinji clasped her palms together and beamed. "As long as we tell General He this evidence, she'll definitely die a horrible death. If she dared to lay a hand on He Chengjian's son, she would suffer He Chengjian's wrath." Although Hua Xiaoheng agreed with Gun Yinji, Qin Yaowang was Gun Yinji's biological mother after all. Although what Qin Yaowang had done to Gun Yinji was no longer worthy of being a mother, others didn't know. Gun Yinji couldn't show such happy emotions in front of others. He coughed lightly and reminded Gun Yinji, "That's about General He. Don't be too agitated. She's your mother." Gun Yinji rolled her eyes at him and said coldly, "I'm sorry. I never acknowledged her as my mother from the beginning. Whether she lives or dies has nothing to do with me." "Well said. It has nothing to do with you." Lu Jin couldn't help calling out to Gun Yinji. Gun Yinji laughed happily. As long as Lu Jin didn't care about Qin Yaowang's life or death, Gun Yinji didn't have any psychological burden. She understood what Hua Xiaoheng meant. He was reminding her not to show such emotions in front of outsiders. It would make people who didn't know better think that she was cold-blooded and heartless for gloating over her biological mother's death. But she really didn't care. Hua Xiaoheng, however, he heard something else in Lu Jin's words, and his brows furrowed slightly. Did Lu Jin know what he was talking about? Hua Xiaoheng's mind raced as he began to ask Lu Jin, "Uncle Lu, Miss Gu doesn't admit that Din Qin is her biological mother. You're a scientist, so it's not good for you to deny this, right?" "It's because I'm a scientist." Lu Jin was caught off guard and missed a sentence, but he quickly came to his senses. Holy **T. This KGB was so scary. Time to slip away. Lu Jin didn't want to video chat with them anymore. He was worried that he wouldn't be able to resist the KGB's interrogation. So he quickly said, "That's the situation. He Jichu was attacked by an infrasonic weapon. Judging from his unconscious symptoms, the left side of his brain was attacked. If he were to rest in a pure vacuum for 12 hours, his symptoms should be greatly alleviated. You should wake up soon. I still have something to do. Come back early." Gunyinji thought about it, then stood up and replied, "It doesn't matter. The monk can run, but the temple can't. They've removed the equipment, but I don't believe they can seal off those 2 secret rooms. As long as I find those 2 secret rooms, won't I have the final say on what was in those secret rooms? Besides, General He is so suspicious. As long as he's given the slightest clue, he'll come up with a big show. What's more, 2 secret rooms suddenly appeared near the ward where his son had an accident. If he doesn't dig 3 feet into the ground of that Qin private hospital, I'll write my name upside down." Gunyinji threw down those words valiantly and walked toward the door. Hua Xiaoheng quickly stood up. "Wait for me, I'll go with you. Just say that I discovered it." Gunyinji turned around and frowned at him. "It was clearly me. How did you discover such a thing?" Hua Xiaoheng didn't even look at her. He picked up his coat. "Only we, the KGB, are the most sensitive to secret rooms. Therefore, He Chengjian wouldn't think anything else if he said that it was Peter, the ace of the Far East, who had discovered it." Gunyinji understood, and her eyes darkened. "Okay, then let's go find General." This was the first update of the day, Chapter 1673, Daddy Will Show You Tricks 3. It was the last day of the double monthly votes in May. Everyone, hurry up and cast your monthly votes. Don't keep your monthly votes until the end of the month, at 8 p.m., the second update. Mwah, all the big shots and little angels. Chapter 1685. Gunyinji went to He Jichu's bedroom to take out his laptop, then left He Jichu's suite with Hua Xiaoheng. The guard standing at the door immediately stopped them and said, "May I ask where you 2 are going?" Gunyinji looked at Hua Xiaoheng carefully and said to the guard, "This is Mr. Peter, the Deputy Chief Consul of the Soviet Union. We have something important to tell General He. It's related to young Master He's condition. Can you pass on a message?" The guard looked suspiciously at the charming Gunyinji, then at the handsome and dignified Hua Xiaoheng. He thought for a moment and said, "I'll go ask someone." He asked another guard to stay here to watch Hua Xiaoheng and Gunyinji while he went to look for He Chengjian's personal secretary. "Do you think the chief is free?" Miss Gu and Mr. Peter said they have something important to see the chief about. The guard saluted He Chengjian's personal secretary. He Chengjian's personal secretary said awkwardly, "The chief isn't in a good mood." He Chengjian had asked the anti-chemical defense team to search the ward carefully, but they didn't find anything. He was very depressed. "Huh, then maybe these 2 can distract the chief by talking?" The guard respected He Chengjian from the bottom of his heart. He Chengjian's personal secretary's heart skipped a beat, and he felt that it made sense. "Okay, I'll go make a call first." As he spoke, he took out his phone and dialed the landline in He Chengjian's study. He Chengjian sat in the study without turning on the lights. Only the dark night could hide his emotions. He looked at He Jichu, who was still unconscious and motionless on the surveillance screen, and tears involuntarily flowed down his cheeks. He Ji-chu was the only son Qin Suan had left for him, the only bloodline, and the only trace Qin Suan had left in this world. Was he going to lose it? How could he have the face to see Suan after he died? He Chengjian closed his eyes and let the tears flow. At that moment, the landline in the study rang. He didn't want to answer the phone, but the phone kept ringing. It looked like it wouldn't give up until he answered the phone. The phone in the study usually only rang when there was something important. He Chengjian took a deep breath and wiped away his tears. He picked up the phone receiver and said lightly, "Hello." The personal secretary on the other end of the phone quietly wiped the sweat off his forehead and said with a smile, "Chief, Miss Gu and Mr. Peter said that they have something important to report. It's related to young Master He." He Chengjian was stunned. She said that? He looked at the surveillance screen and pursed his lips when he saw He Ji-chu's motionless expression. "Okay, take them to the small meeting room. I'll be there right away," He Chengjian said. He put down the phone and got up to go to the small meeting room again. He had met the ace of the Far East, Peter, here yesterday. He hadn't expected the ace of the Far East to come again today. He was really chasing after Gun Yinji. He Chengjian snorted in his heart. His face had already returned to normal. With a warm smile, he entered the small conference room. Gun Yinji and Hua Xiaoheng were already seated in the small conference room. He Chengjian walked in with steady steps, and the two of them stood up together. "General He." Gun Yinji greeted him first. "Are you all right?" She noticed that He Chengjian's eyes were a little red, but she couldn't believe that He Chengjian had cried. He Chengjian smiled. I'm fine. Sit." Gun Yinji and Hua Xiaoheng sat down together after He Chengjian sat down. He Chengjian looked at the couple who seemed to have a tacit understanding of each other, and then thought of his son, He Ji-chu, who was unconscious on the hospital bed. He Chengjian felt a little uncomfortable. His expression darkened, and he looked at his watch. "What do you want? Tell me quickly. I only have 5 minutes." Gun Yinji placed He Ji-chu's laptop in front of He Chengjian and said, "General He, I had nothing to do when I was with young Master He, so I watched the surveillance video over and over again. Mr. Peter happened to come to see young Master He. After watching the video a few times, he found something interesting." Hua Xiaoheng nodded slightly and said, "I watched the video without your permission. I hope you don't take offense." "It's fine." He Chengjian waved his hand. "Go ahead." Hua Xiaoheng picked up a mouse and pointed at the location of the 2 secret rooms on the video. He said to He Chengjian, "General He, I watched the video a few times and realized that although the people inside don't look like there's anything wrong with them, this ward is a little interesting." "The ward is a little interesting?" He Chengjian narrowed his eyes. "You mean?" "Yes, look here." Hua Xiaoheng pointed at the green plants behind the sofa in the corner. "There seem to be 2 rooms behind this, but I can't tell from the outside." He Chengjian sat up straight and stared at the computer screen for a long time. "You mean there's a secret room here? But I can't tell?" Hua Xiaoheng smiled. "Trust me, I've seen this kind of room during special training. There's definitely something wrong with both sides. If you don't believe me, you can send someone to the 2 places I circled and smash them to see if there's a secret room there." He Chengjian rubbed his chin with his hand and said in confusion, "Even if there is, what does that mean?" "That means a lot. Why are there secret rooms on both sides of old Mr. Qin's ward? What's in this secret room?" Gun Yinji asked. "General He, don't you want to know? Maybe young Master He's illness has something to do with these 2 secret rooms?" He Chengjian thought about it silently for a while, and his expression gradually changed. He stood up and said to Gun Yinji and Hua Xiaoheng, "I want to go take a look for myself. Do you want to come with me?" Gun Yinji quickly said, "I'd love to." Hua Xiaoheng had no choice but to stand up as well. He smiled and said, "If possible, I also want to go and broaden my horizons to see if my judgment is correct." He Chengjian couldn't help glaring at him. "What do you mean? Didn't you discover this? Why do you look so uncertain?" Gun Yinji quickly tried to smooth things over. She smiled and said, "Mr. Peter is from the KGB. The KGB's reasoning is basically based on guessing. so I'm not too sure. The corners of Hua Xiaohing's mouth twitched imperceptibly. He thought to himself, what KGB's reasoning is basically based on guessing. If the KGB found out about this, they would probably be so angry that they would yell and challenge Gun Yinji to a one-on-one duel. However, he didn't say anything. He maintained an awkward but polite smile and stood quietly beside Gun Yinji. He Chengjian snorted. Let's go. If there's nothing, you'll have to take responsibility. Gun Yinji was nervous. She took 2 quick steps forward and followed He Chengjian. She whispered, General He, if there's nothing, you can't blame Mr. Peter, right? He was kind enough to help us. We can't just contribute money and effort, right? The corners of He Chengjian's mouth twitched. What do you mean contribute money and effort? How did he contribute money? I was just giving an example. Gun Yinji blinked her large eyes, which had a built-in contact lens effect, with an innocent expression on her face. He Chengjian's mind went blank for a moment. Through Gun Yinji's expression, he actually thought of Qin Suan. Every time he bickered with Qin Suan and Qin Suan deliberately acted shamelessly, she would show this expression, and then he would unconditionally surrender. All the reasons he had ever spoken in his life were only in front of Qin Suan. He Chengjian silently looked away and didn't say a word. He brought 2 platoons of people to the Qin Corporation's private hospital again. Previously, he had placed a platoon of people here to guard the ward, and now he had brought 2 platoons of people to demolish the house. The people from the Qin Corporation's private hospital didn't dare to say anything. As the executive director of the Qin Corporation's private hospital, Wen Shuyi rushed over when she received the news. General He, what are you doing? Her face darkened as she walked up with her legal team. Not only did she bring the Qin Corporation's huge legal team today, but she also informed all the major new media outlets to give them big news. Therefore, behind them, not only were there legal teams, but there were also many new media practitioners. Gun Yinji's eyes were sharp, and she immediately saw Xie Qingying standing in the front row. There were 2 people carrying cameras beside her, and they were filming this way. This was today's second update, Chapter 1674. Reasoning basically relies on guessing. It was the last day of the double monthly votes in May. Everyone, hurry up and vote. Don't keep the monthly votes until the end of the month. Today was also Monday. I forgot to ask for recommendation votes in the morning. Everyone, I forgot. Moi, all the big shots and little angels. Chapter 1686. Xie Qingying was wearing a smoky gray dress. Her long hair was tied into a bun at the back of her head. She did not have too many accessories, and the makeup on her face was very light and elegant. Just like how she usually appeared on camera in the news, she showed a magnanimous and intellectual style. She had a professional smile on her face. It wasn't overly enthusiastic, but it wasn't cold either. However, she still maintained a certain sense of distance. Because the biggest characteristic of news was that it had to be fair, it had to always maintain an objective perspective and mentality. Therefore, people who were too emotional were not suitable to be reporters, but more suitable to be actors. Gun Yinji hurriedly glanced at her face, then at the lawyers in front of the group of reporters, and finally at Wen Shuyi's face. She had only caught a glimpse of Wen Shuyi and did not pay much attention to her appearance. Now that Xie Qingying was here, and Wen Shuyi was wearing a smoky gray dress suit that was similar to Xie Qingying's, Gun Yinji suddenly realized something interesting. She realized that Wen Shuyi's appearance actually resembled Xie Qingying. In the past, the 2 of them were completely different. However, Xie Qingying was the same as Gun Yinji. She was tall, but Xie Qingying was more voluptuous and steady. Therefore, although Wen Shuyi's face looked a little like Xie Qingying's, there was still a difference in her petite figure. Gun Yinji's eyes darted back and forth across Wen Shuyi's face. She wasn't worried at all that Wen Shuyi would look at her. Wen Shuyi did feel Gun Yinji's gaze. That kind of blatant provocation and contempt made her very uncomfortable, but her identity was different now. She was no longer a nobody like Gun Yinji. She was now the executive director of the Qin Corporation's private hospital group. She had already relied on her own ability to rise to the top of the country. She had enough confidence and strength to ignore Gun Yinji's childlike quarreling tactics. When Shuyi walked forward calmly and stopped 3 meters away from He Chengjian. This was the warning line drawn by He Chengjian's orderlies. Unrelated people could not cross this distance to He Chengjian's side. He Chengjian glanced at her indifferently and said, "The military has received a report that there are secret rooms hidden on both sides of your hospital ward. It's speculated that it has something to do with Major General He's serious injury, so we have to thoroughly investigate your building." When Shuyi smiled and said gently, "You can demolish someone's house just because you report them? General He, when did you disregard the law? If Lawyer Qin was still alive and saw you like this, who knows how sad she would be?" It had to be said that when Shuyi's understanding of the He family's father and son was extraordinary. Perhaps even Qin Yaguang didn't know them as well as she did. Just as she pulled Qin Suan out, a hint of hesitation flashed across He Chengjian's eyes. However, he still maintained his genial appearance. His eyelids were half closed, and no one could see his mood swings. But he said nothing. Although Gun Yinji didn't know why, she sensed that He Chengjian's breath seemed to have stopped. She immediately stepped forward and retorted, "Dean Wen must have become unfamiliar with the law after becoming a dean. Our general, he brought people to investigate the hospital thoroughly to find the secret room. How is that ignoring the law?" When Shuyi ignored Gun Yinji and continued to smile warmly, she stared at He Chengjian without moving. He Chengjian was quiet for a moment, then chuckled and said, "Lawyer Gu is now my lawyer. It's not up to Dean Wen to decide whether I'm ignoring the law or not." He turned his gaze to Gun Yinji and looked at her gently. He encouraged her, "Lawyer Gu, it's up to you." Gun Yinji was overjoyed. She thought that she had a good reason to do so. The smile on her face grew even wider. She was like a begonia blooming in May under the morning light. She was incomparably beautiful. When Shuyi's expression changed, but she quickly calmed down. She nodded and said, "Okay, then may I ask why you came to our private house to demolish it? Is there a demolition order from the court?" He Chengjian's personal secretary immediately handed a translucent folder to Gun Yinji. Gun Yinji only needed to look at the small labels on the folder to understand what was there. She held up the folder and said calmly, "Dean Wen, don't forget that this ward is where young master he was attacked. It's already the crime scene that the police have delineated. Now that we, as the plaintiffs, are coming to the crime scene to look for evidence of the crime, are you going to stop us? Or do you have a guilty conscience? There's something shameful on both sides of this ward, so you won't let us in at all costs? Secondly, which eye of yours saw that we were going to demolish the house? Did you see that we were holding shovels in our hands, or picks, or chainsaws and electricals?" Gun Yinji waved her hand behind her. He Chengjian had just arrived at the door of the ward with 2 platoons of soldiers and had yet to start looking for the secret room. So Gun Yinji seized the loophole in Wen Shuyi's words and rebutted her. When Shuyi pursed her lips and said seriously, "I'm just reminding you that this is a private house. Even if it's a crime scene, it's still the property of the Qin Private Hospital Group. It's not a public asset, nor is it a state-owned asset. Please respect our private property rights." Gun Yinji sneered and said, "The suspect doesn't have personal freedom. Similarly, the crime scene doesn't have exclusive private property rights until the case is closed. Have you forgotten about that?" Gun Yinji kept saying that this was a crime scene, and when Shuyi was furious. However, He Chengjian had indeed called the police and said that He Zhichu had been attacked here. The police had also filed a case. Although the people guarding and investigating here were not from the police, but from the military, they had all the procedures. It didn't seem right to say that they had broken the law. When Shuyi secretly regretted coming earlier, it would have been better to wait for He Chengjian and the others to tear down the house before appearing. However, on second thought, if they had come too late and the other party had found the 2 secret rooms, therefore, it was better for her to come earlier. When Shuyi's expression softened slightly, she said, Okay, this ward is indeed a crime scene delineated by the police. Please limit your activities to this ward. Other places are not crime scenes delineated by the police. We still have exclusive private property rights. Gun Yinji nodded and looked behind Wen Shui. She smiled and said, "But Director Wen, it's one thing for you to bring your own team of lawyers, but why did you call your friends from the media?" The group of new media practitioners were now like they were on steroids. They were filming like crazy and preparing to publish exclusive news. The expression on Wen Shui's face was very intriguing. She said, "We are citizens, and General, he is an official. Since ancient times, citizens have not fought with officials. We can't win even if we want to, so we can only ask our friends in the media to help us report this matter fairly and let public opinion supervise the government's actions." Gun Yinji stretched out a thin white finger and shook it. She spoke quickly and anxiously. "Director Wen, you keep saying that the government is persecuting you, but Major General, he suffered a fate worse than death in your territory. Tell me, who is the one who persecuted who? Also, what we are doing today is not the government's actions, but a military case. You have also been in the military before, and the military has military laws. Cases related to soldiers must be handled according to military laws. Director Wen, are you old and forgetful, or are you pretending to be confused?" Wen Shui hated Gun Yinji's habit of talking about age. She said coldly, "Anyway, a higher official can oppress people. Of course you can say whatever you want now." Gun Yinji's face also darkened. She said solemnly, "Director Wen, you are going back on your word. If you want to talk about the law, we will talk about the law with you. But when we talk about the law, you say that our higher official can oppress people. Please forgive me for being blunt, but if we really wanted to oppress people with a higher official, would you still have the chance to stand here and talk to us?" Gun Yinji's words made Wen Shui sound like a 3-year-old naughty child. Her face instantly flushed red, and she almost flew into a rage out of humiliation. At the same time, the new media practitioners had already begun to upload all kinds of videos and news to the internet. Many of them had been bribed by Wen Shui. With a little tampering with the angle of the video and the way the news was written, they could immediately stir up the emotions of the readers. Hashtag military chief. He forcibly demolished the Qin Corporation's private hospital. Hashtag the 2 leaders of the Qin Corporation's private hospital are in prison, and the beautiful director can't hold on alone. Hashtag lawyer. Gu Shiji's tongue is full of lies and bullying people. Hashtag. This series of topics immediately became a trending topic. Gun Yinji was still confronting Wen Shui, but He Chengjian's personal secretary had already received the news on the internet. He couldn't help frowning. He secretly sent the news to Gun Yinji. Gun Yinji felt her phone vibrate, so she took it out and quickly glanced at it. "Ah, friends from the media, you are really fast." Gun Yinji raised an eyebrow and stared at the group of new media practitioners. She said calmly, "Any new media that falsifies information online to fan the flames, wait for my lawyer's letter. I'm a person who doesn't go to court. Once I do, I won't stop until I make you go bankrupt." For this kind of media infringement case, the biggest punishment was financial punishment, especially the punitive clause, which worked every time. Gun Yinji said that most of the new media practitioners began to consider whether they should get involved in this mess or not. A small number of people were Wen Shui's diehard fans, and they immediately shouted, "It's illegal for you to threaten us journalists. We journalists have immunity." They were right, but Gun Yinji said forcefully, "The law doesn't protect fake news. If you falsify information, you will still be sued." Xie Qingying said calmly, "Lawyer Gu, the media should be left to the media to handle. I'll start a live broadcast now." As she spoke, she began to speak confidently to the camera. Xie Corporation News Report. Today, we broadcast a piece of breaking news. We received an invitation from Director Wen, saying that they were being suppressed by an unknown force in the government. They hoped that the media would uphold justice for them. But when we arrived at the scene, we found that the situation here was somewhat different from what Director Wen had said. The ancient said that if you listen to both sides, you will be enlightened. If you listen to one side, you will be darkened. Let's listen to both sides. Dear viewers, let's first interview the lawyer representing the unknown force in the government, Gun Yinji. As she spoke, Xie Qingying walked in front of Gun Yinji and handed the recording microphone to her. Lawyer Gu, may I ask why you came to the Qin Corporation's private hospital? Gun Yinji looked at Xie Qingying and saw that she was slightly encouraging. Her heart skipped a beat. This was an ally. Gun Yinji immediately frowned and said anxiously, "A few days ago, Major General, he was attacked by an unknown force here. He is still unconscious, but there is nothing unusual from the surveillance video. Later, we received a report that there was a secret room in this ward. It might have something to do with Major General, he being attacked in the ward." "Oh, so there's a secret room? Can you point out to the audience which direction the secret chamber is?" Xie Qingying's live broadcast was the one with the most fans in the new media. Moreover, she was on a live broadcast, and it quickly became a craze on the internet. The number of people watching the live broadcast rose from hundreds of thousands to millions, and it was approaching the 10 million mark. The topic that had just been trending on Weibo was immediately ignored. It hung there alone. It was comical and ridiculous. Gun Yinji calmed down and walked forward to the location of the secret room on the left. She pointed at the green plants behind the sofa in the corner and said, "The location mentioned in the report should be here." When Shuyi's pupils suddenly constricted, and even her heart seemed to stop beating, she quickly walked over and said unhappily, "What are you doing?" Xie Qingying turned around in time and said seriously, "Director 1, are you going to stop us from investigating the truth with our audience?" This is the first update of the day, Chapter 1675, Enemy and Allies. A reminder for everyone's monthly votes and recommendation votes. Thank you for your monthly votes during the double period. When I'm done with my work, I'll start adding updates. At 8 p.m., the second update. Moi, all the big shots and little angels. Chapter 1687. When Shuyi looked at Xie Qingying, she hadn't expected her to help Gun Yinji. She had clearly investigated that Xie Qingying had a bad attitude towards Gun Yinji because she was in love with Yijichu. She had even had a public conflict with her. Had she been tricked? When Shuyi's gaze gradually turned cold, but her demeanor remained the same, she said lightly, "I just want to remind you that the so-called crime scene is only this ward. You have no right to harass other places. Director Win, we're just looking for the secret room. As long as we find the secret room, it will be an extension of the crime scene, so we can investigate thoroughly," Gun Yinji replied. Her voice wasn't loud. Her voice was gentle, but every word was clear. It was very soothing to the ears. The audience watching the live stream hadn't seen Gun Yinji's face yet. They only heard her voice, and people immediately started to comment. "Lawyer Gu has a nice voice. My ears are getting pregnant. Damn, I feel like I'm turning gay. Lawyer Gu, I want to have your babies. Give birth to my ass. Lawyer Gu can give birth to babies herself. Lawyer Gu, let's have babies together." What a lunatic! Xie Qingying glanced at the comments on the screen and almost laughed out loud. When Shuyi saw Xie Qingying laughing, and the corners of her mouth twitched in dissatisfaction. "What if we can't find a secret room?" Gun Yinji snorted and drawled. "If we can't find it, then we'll still be at this crime scene. It's none of your business." When Shuyi, her expression was still indifferent. She turned around and walked towards the door as she said, "Since you guys don't want to give up, then do whatever you want. Just remember not to break the law." Gun Yinji shrugged and asked Xie Qingying, "Miss Xie, are you still going to follow the live stream?" Xie Qingying nodded vigorously. "Of course. This is the professional ethics of us journalists. Discover the truth, confirm the truth, and spread the truth." Gun Yinji's impression of her improved a little. Although the two of them had some disagreements before, it would be more difficult for Xie Qingying to step in than for Gun Yinji to use the law to fight against the new media. Even if they could win the lawsuit, the influence of public opinion wouldn't be so easy to disperse. Indeed, as Xie Qingying had said, it was best to use the media's methods to solve the problem. Gun Yinji turned around and walked behind the plants to touch the wall. She remembered that Lu Jin had shown her the location of the secret chamber. It was here. It looked like a rectangular ward, but in fact a wall was added on both sides of the back, which turned the protruding ward into a rectangular ward. She roughly estimated the location of the green plants and turned around to wave at He Chengjian's personal secretary. "Can you send someone to break this wall for me?" He Chengjian's personal secretary looked at her speechlessly for a while. She waved her hand and called for the most powerful engineer under her command. She said, "Go take a look and see what's behind that wall." The soldier walked over. He looked ordinary and didn't even have a gun. But when he reached the wall, he suddenly pulled out a flashlight-like object from his waist and stuck it on the wall. Xie Qingying asked curiously, "May I ask, what are you using to probe?" The engineer replied without turning his head, "High magnetic energy wall detector." Gun Yinji, Xie Qingying was also confused. She picked up her phone and checked it. She said to the live camera, "The wall detector that can be bought on the market can detect metal objects, cables, and plastic pipes in the concrete. It can also detect the thickness of the wall." That's a little interesting. The high magnetic wall detector used by the engineers must be even more powerful. Xie Qingying watched with interest as the engineers probed with Gun Yinji. Occasionally, she asked if she wanted to show her face on the live broadcast, but Gun Yinji declined with a smile. After a few minutes, the engineer turned around and said affirmatively, "Behind the wall is empty. There should be a room about 10 square meters in size." TSK, that's not small. Gun Yinji nodded in approval. She pointed in the opposite direction and asked, "What about over there?" "It's in the same position." When He Chengjian heard that there was indeed a secret chamber, his face darkened slightly. His jaw was tightly pursed, and one could see his square jaw. He was tense and ready to attack. He had always been amiable in front of outsiders, but at this moment, he couldn't help but turn cold. He Chengjian's personal secretary immediately ordered, "Smash it." When Shuyi's eyelids twitched, and she looked at Gun Yinji in disbelief. How did she know the location of these two secret chambers? When Shuyi didn't believe that someone had reported her. It was just like when someone posted on the internet asking about my best friend, my friend, and my neighbor. It was actually all her own doing. She also thought that the person who had reported it was either Gun Yinji or, when she shifted her gaze to Deputy Chief Consul of the Soviet Union, Peter Huoxiaoheng, who was standing beside Gun Yinji. This person looked exactly like Huoxiaoheng over there, so he should be his counterpart. She didn't expect him to fall in love with Gun Yinji. A hint of bitterness flowed through Shuyi's heart. It was extremely light, like the small footprints of a sparrow on the white snow in winter. After a while, it would be covered by the continuous snow. However, those dense thoughts were like the footprints of a sparrow on the snow. They were deeply suppressed in the bottom of her heart and couldn't be erased. She had worked so hard for the person she loved. However, Gun Yinji was able to make several men fall in love with her so effortlessly. What a top-notch green tea bitch. When Shuyi looked down on Gun Yinji from the bottom of her heart, she was only arrogant because she was beautiful and had a bit of eloquence. She really didn't even know how she died. Gun Yinji was actually getting along well with Major General Huo's counterpart, Peter. Did her fiancé know? When Shuyi's eyes flashed slightly, she stood at the door and looked at them calmly with her arms crossed. At that moment, another engineer came over and pulled out the universal engineer shovel from behind his back. He aimed at the structural lines drawn by the previous engineer and swung the shovel at the weakest point. The number of viewers watching the live broadcast had already exceeded the 10 million mark and was even approaching 20 million. This was a record-breaking number of viewers in the history of the live broadcast on this side. Everyone held their breaths and nervously waited for the secret chamber to appear. They didn't even spam the bullet screen, afraid that they would miss a single scene. Clang! The sharpest part of the shovel was directly embedded into the wall and stuck. He Chengjian's personal secretary saw that there was a chance, so he immediately waved his hand and sent 3 more engineers up. They all took out small engineer shovels. There was strength in numbers, and after a few moves, there was a loud bang. The wall in front of them collapsed along the weakest part of the structure, revealing a bright room behind it. However, at a glance, the room was empty. There was nothing in it. Gun Yinji's eyes sparkled as she looked at the secret chamber. She clapped her hands excitedly. Oh my, there really is a secret chamber. As she spoke, the opposite wall was also knocked down by a few engineers. A symmetrical room appeared. It was also very bright and empty. When Shui didn't know whether to laugh or cry, she shook her head and said, "You call this a secret chamber? How can an empty room with nothing be called a secret chamber?" This was the second update of the day. Chapter 1676, Secret Chamber. Mwah, all the big shots and little angels. Chapter 1688. Gun Yinji's gaze swept over Wen Shui's face. She smiled and immediately said, "Then Director Wen, do you think there should be something in the secret room? But this place is empty. Where did the things go? They couldn't have grown legs and flown away, could they?" Wen Shui's smile froze, and she quickly said, "Don't change the topic. This isn't a secret room at all. Where did the things come from? What I mean is, according to Director Wen, the secret room should be a place to hide things, right?" Gun Yinji turned on the court, questioning mode again. Wen Shui frowned. "I already said this isn't a secret room. I'm just confirming what you mean. The secret room should be a place to hide things. You just have to answer yes or no." Wen Shui was about to deny it, but Xie Qingying had already silently pointed the live broadcast camera at her. The screen was completely blocked by the dense barrage of bullet comments. Wen Shui calmed down and said calmly, "Of course. Otherwise, why would we need a secret room? But this really isn't a secret room." Gun Yinji walked in slowly and stood in the middle of the room. She turned around and faced the sofa in the corner in front of her. She said, "Major General, he stayed on the sofa in the corner in front of us for almost 24 hours. He Chungjin's expression grew darker and darker. He put his hands behind his back and rubbed his thumbs against each other subconsciously. He thought to himself, there must be something here, but before they came, or even earlier, they had already moved it away. At the thought of this, He Chungjin reached out and knocked on the shoulder of his personal secretary a few times. It seemed like he was just patting him on the shoulder, but in fact he had already sent a series of instructions in modified Morse code. Seal off the hospital entrance. Only enter, not leave. He Chungjin's personal secretary understood and quietly sent a message to his men outside, asking them to set up a blockade at the hospital entrance and back door. On the other side, Gun Yinji walked around the secret room a few more times and said, "This is also a hospital room. May I ask, Director Wen, are there any surveillance cameras here?" Wen Shui smiled and said, "This is just an empty room, so there are no surveillance cameras installed." "Is that so?" Gun Yinji stopped in front of Wen Shui and said calmly, "Are you sure?" Wen Shui nodded heavily and said confidently, "I'm sure. This is just an empty room. There's no need to install surveillance cameras." In other words, whatever happened here would be left unnoticed. Dean Wen is amazing. Gun Yinji praised her and gave her a thumbs up. "May I ask how long you've been the executive director of the Qin Corporation's private hospital?" "About 10 days. Wen Shui stopped smiling. She felt that something was wrong again. Gun Yinji clapped her hands lightly and asked in surprise, "Then how many hospitals like this are there in the Qin private group?" Wen Shui's heart sank, and she pursed her lips tightly. The more she spoke, the more mistakes she made. How could she have forgotten about this? Dean doesn't know. Gun Yinji took another step forward until she was almost standing in front of Wen Shui. She was tall and looked down at Wen Shui. "Director Wen, if you don't tell me, I'll take it that you don't know." Wen Shui opened her mouth, but in the end, she bit the bullet and said, "Many. There are about 78 hospitals like this in the country." "So, how many of these buildings are there among the 78 hospitals?" Wen Shui, "And how many rooms like this are there in such a building?" Gun Yinji stretched out her arms and turned around freely. "Even Director Wen can't tell? Then how can Director Wen be so sure that there are no surveillance cameras in this room?" Gun Yinji stopped in her tracks and raised her voice. when Shuyi was a little flustered and exasperated. She suppressed her discomfort and clenched her fists. Because this room is old Master Qin's ward. It's different from other wards, so I know very well. I know it's not monitored. Can't that do it? Sure, why not? Gunyinji smiled. Director, when has finally admitted that this room is part of old Master Qin's ward. That means that this room is also a crime scene. You can't use private property as an excuse to refuse our test. I request to check the electricity consumption of this room in the past 10 days. If this room is really just an empty room, then its electricity consumption should be negligible. Gunyinji remembered that Lu Jin had said that infrasound emitting sources required a lot of energy, which was electricity. If it was just an empty room, then the electricity meter definitely wouldn't show any abnormalities. But in reality, there had once been a high-power infrasound emitting source here. It had been working for 24 hours straight. The electricity consumption. The blood drained from Wenshuyi's face. How is it? Director Wen, don't tell me that this room doesn't have an electricity meter, right? Gunyinji put a hand on Wenshuyi's shoulder and smiled infuriatingly. Wenshuyi was furious. She pushed Gunyinji's hand away and said coldly, I don't know if there's an electricity meter or not. You'll have to ask the electrician about that. Gunyinji quickly turned to He Chungjin's personal secretary and said, Did you hear that? Director Wen agreed to let us find an electrician to test the electricity consumption of this room. He Chungjin's eyes lit up. Even he couldn't help cheering for Gunyinji. He had wanted to ignore everything and search the entire hospital. Although he could find clues that way, it would still give others a bad impression. It was only natural for Gunyinji to start with the electricity consumption of this room. He Chungjin's personal secretary was overjoyed and quickly said, We have plenty of electricians. Get to know the world's #1 engineering unit. He quickly waved his hand and called the two most powerful electrical engineering experts in the engineering unit. He said, Did you hear what Lawyer Gu said just now? Can you find out the electricity consumption of this room for the past 10 days? The two electrical experts quickly said, Yes, sir. We just need to check the direction of the power lines, and we'll know where the electricity meter is. Then hurry up and check. He Chungjin's personal secretary turned around and gave Gunyinji a thumbs up. He smiled so widely that his teeth could not be seen. What's the point of crushing them with brute force? Crushing them with IQ is the most fatal. After saying that, he deliberately glanced at Wenshuyi contemptuously. When Wenshuyi had taken over Gunyinji's position in the He family, this personal secretary had also been respectful to her. Now that she was sucking up to Gunyinji, she actually looked down on her. Wenshuyi closed her eyes. Her face was so red that it looked like it was about to drip blood. She forced herself to calm down and put her hands behind her back. Her right hand clasped her left wrist, and she began to tap gently on her watch. She was also sending out the Morse code. Wenshuyi used to be He Zhichu's personal secretary, so she had also received special training in intelligence work. She was no stranger to these little tricks. Hua Xiaoheng's eyes flickered as he saw Wenshuyi's arm tremble slightly. Was she sending a message? Hua Xiaoheng's fingers moved slightly, and a steel ball the size of a grain of rice shot out from between his fingers. It directly hit Wenshuyi's right elbow joint. At the same time, He Chungjin also caught a glimpse of Wenshuyi's arm movements. He also flicked a coin over and hit Wenshuyi's left elbow joint. Both sides came at the same time. Wenshuyi's left and right arms instantly felt as if they were crippled. She was in so much pain that she was on the verge of collapsing. Not only did she lose her balance, but her entire body was about to lose consciousness. She gritted her teeth and held back the scream that almost escaped her mouth. However, her right hand could no longer send out the Morse code. Just like her left hand, it hung limply by her side. She broke out in cold sweat. It was as if she had been fished out of a river. Her entire body was drenched in sweat. Fortunately, her assistant saw that the situation was not good and immediately supported her, so she did not fall to the ground. At this moment, the two electrical experts from the Corps of Engineers had already finished testing the wiring and successfully found the location of the electricity meter. Perhaps the person who designed these two secret rooms was too conceited. He had never thought that someone would forcefully break into the secret room from the outside, so the wires inside were all self-contained. There was also a super-functional electricity meter that was used as an electrical control device. Reporting Chief. The electricity meter shows that these two rooms have used a lot of electricity in the past 2 days. It shows that there was a large instrument running here. Without waiting for his personal secretary to speak, Chengjian had already given the order calmly. Lock down the entire hospital. Find the large instrument, even if you have to dig 3 feet into the ground. I want to see what kind of large instrument they used to attack Major General He. Out of the 3 platoons of troops surrounding the ward, 2 platoons were suddenly missing. Moreover, Chengjian's personal secretary was giving orders to mobilize more manpower. If such a large instrument hadn't been moved away, then it must be in this hospital. However, to be on the safe side, Chengjian's personal secretary also ordered the water, land, and air transportation in the imperial capital to be sealed off. He also ordered them to search for the means of transportation that could transport large instruments. On the live stream, the audience was intoxicated by this turn of events and crazily cheered for Gunyinji. Even a group of usually more reserved technical otakus began to crazily fan her. If men started to chase after stars, women would have nothing to do with it. Anyone who dared to say anything bad about Lawyer Gu would immediately be attacked by a group of people. They would be singled out on the internet and beaten up until the other party was completely obedient and no longer dared to say anything unpleasant about Gunyinji on the internet. The fake reviewers that when Shui had bribed were not as strong as these real fans. Basically, the moment they opened their mouths, they were judged by the fake reviewers. The technical otakus among the men could even follow the clues and find the IP address of the company that the fake reviewers belonged to and expose it online. Xie Qingying was also shocked and said repeatedly, "Lawyer Gu is too amazing. I become a fan. Who would have thought that we could find so many clues in an empty room?" Let's hear Director Wen's opinion again. As Xie Qingying spoke, she actually brought her livestream camera to Wen Shui. Her smile turned cold. "Director Wen, aren't you going to say a few words? What exactly happened in this room? Why is Major General He unconscious after staying here for 24 hours? How would I know?" When Shui was in so much pain that her tongue was stuck out, and her words were unclear. Xie Qingying didn't know that when Shui's arms had almost been crippled. She thought that when Shui was feeling guilty, so she sneered and asked, "Director Wen isn't saying anything. Are you regretting saying too much just now?" If Director Wen knows what's going on, please be merciful and let Major General go. Xie Qingying was basically pointing out that when Shui was the culprit, when Shui felt that it was ridiculous. Finally, the pain in her arms eased a little. She quickly said, "How would I know what the reason is? I don't know why the electricity consumption here is so high either. I have to go back for a meeting and ask the management here." "That's right. Ask if it was done by a temporary worker." Gunyinji pouted disdainfully. "What else can you do other than let a temporary worker take the blame for you?" "I didn't say it was done by a temporary worker." When Shui looked at Gunyinji calmly, "Lawyer Gu, don't accuse me of anything. I've only been the dean for more than 10 days, and you expect me to know everything. You even want me to know the reason for the electricity consumption of an empty room. That's too much for me." "Did I?" Gunyinji pointed at herself. "You were the one who personally confirmed that there was nothing here and that it was just an empty room. Then let's check the electricity consumption and see if this room is empty, as you said. Isn't that logical? You checked and found out the problem. I don't know the reason, so it's logical for me to have a meeting to find out the reason." When Shui imitated Gunyinji's tone of voice, she actually imitated her speed and tone of voice quite well. Gunyinji smiled meaningfully and patted Wen Shui's shoulder again. "Lawyer Wen really admires me. I know. You've been secretly practicing how to speak to me for a long time, haven't you? It's been hard on you. However, the most important thing to do is to have your own characteristics. Do you know what it means to learn to walk? Also, learn to draw a tiger, but end up like a dog. When Shuyi's arm had just recovered a little when Gu Nianji patted it, she felt like it was about to be dislocated again, and cold sweat broke out on her forehead again. She said almost intermittently, "I'm just mimicking your tone of voice and being sarcastic. Lawyer Gu, you can't even tell? I'm very satisfied with myself. I've never thought of mimicking others' words and actions." Gu Nianji sneered and crossed her arms. "I only said that you were mimicking my words, but I didn't say that you were mimicking my actions. Don't tell me you're secretly mimicking my way of doing things. Sigh, I have to charge you. Otherwise, you're a pirate." The corners of Wen Shuyi's mouth twitched. "You're so shameless. You're getting better and better at talking to yourself. I've never learned from anyone. I just said, Lawyer Gu, don't use the same tactics you used in court against me. It's useless." "Useless? Wasn't it quite useful just now?" Gu Nianji said with a smile. She walked around Wen Shuyi and kept provoking her with words. In fact, she was stalling for time, hoping to find the two sources of infrasound emitters as soon as possible. Wen Shuyi knew what she meant. She was now in a difficult position. She secretly guessed that Gu Nianji must have an expert behind her. Otherwise, how could she have discovered the location of the secret room? Chapter 1689. However, even though these two secret chambers had existed for a long time, Wen Shuyi only found out about them recently. She quickly glanced at Gu Nianji and didn't dare to look in He Chengjian's direction. She drooped her eyelids and said weakly, "All right, you guys can do whatever you want. I have to go back and have a meeting with the management. Why does this room use so much electricity? I'll give you an explanation." As she spoke, she turned around, gritted her teeth, endured the pain in her arms, and pretended to be fine as she walked towards the elevator. She brought a lot of people with her. In addition to the staff from the director's office, there were also members of the Qin Corporation's private hospital's legal team. In addition to the bodyguards she hired and the new media people she brought, there were almost as many as He Chengjian and the others. Gu Nianji was furious to see her leave just like that. She was sure that Wen Shuyi knew something. Even if she didn't know the whole truth, she at least knew part of it. However, the problem was that although Wen Shuyi often fell into the pit she dug, as a lawyer, Wen Shuyi's ability to protect herself was extraordinary. Even if she had to cut off her tail to survive, she could still play on the edge of the law so that people could not investigate her further. Last time, in the kidnapping case involving Gu Nianji, she had clearly interfered and deliberately misled He Jichu. Because she insisted from beginning to the end that she didn't know who she saw, the court couldn't convict her at all. However, He Jichu was too concerned and had the misconception that Gu Xiangwen had taken Gu Nianji away. As long as she didn't mention Gu Nianji's name, there was no way to convict her of perjury. Also, because her parents voluntarily took all the blame, Wen Shuyi was able to get out of the lawsuit unscathed. Gu Nianji's expression darkened. She silently watched Wen Shuyi's silhouette as she walked towards the other end of the corridor. Seeing that most of the reporters had left, Xie Qingying couldn't stay alone. She briefly repeated the entire process to the live camera and finally said, "We've already begun to search the entire hospital for any large equipment that might exist. I wonder if you're interested in continuing to wait?" On the live stream, the word wait flashed across countless times, filling up the entire screen. Since the audience said that they would wait, Xie Qingying took the opportunity to stay. Ever since He Jichu had gotten into trouble, she had been extremely anxious. However, the He family was not a place you could go just because you wanted to. Moreover, after He Jichu's accident, He Chengjian had kept a close eye on the entire He family. The people who went in and out were all his trusted aides. The others, including the He family servants, were all kept in the workers' room and could not move around freely. The He residence was currently under military control. It was not until when Shuyi sent someone to call her and tell her about the hospital that she rushed over. There wasn't much she could do. All she could do was help He Jichu to the best of her abilities. But now that she was working, it wasn't appropriate for her to pry into his personal affairs. She hesitated and glanced at He Changjian a few times. She really wanted to ask him personally about He Jichu's situation. However, He Changjian was surrounded by a lot of people. She couldn't get close to him at all, let alone ask him questions. As for inviting him to do a live broadcast with a live camera, that old man had eaten arsenic and was tired of living. Just as the entire ward fell into a strange silence, He Changjian's personal secretary's walkie-talkie suddenly rang. He quickly picked it up and asked, "What's going on?" The soldiers' surprised voices came from the other end of the walkie-talkie. "Reporting, Chief. A large piece of equipment was found in the CT room. After being tested by the equipment experts, it's a large infrasound emitter source." "What? Infrasound emitter source? Infrasound weapon?" He Changjian's personal secretary shouted. "So, Major General, he was injured by an infrasound weapon." He Changjian's entire body trembled, and his brows furrowed tightly. His expression was filled with hostility, and there was a gloomy and heavy pressure that came before a storm. He strode towards a door. The orderlies beside him quickly followed, still surrounding him in the middle. Everyone moved too quickly. With so many people walking towards the door in unison, it was inevitable that they would crowd. Gunyinji couldn't dodge in time and was almost squeezed to the ground by a few sturdy soldiers. She staggered back, but still couldn't stop in time. Just as she was about to fall to the ground, a pair of strong arms reached out from behind and helped her up steadily. It was Hua Xiaoheng. Gunyinji instantly felt all the strength in her body return. She took advantage of the situation to stand firm. She turned around and was about to say, "Thank you," when she saw Hua Xiaoheng suddenly walk past her. He bent forward and picked up something from the ground. At that moment, Gunyinji wasn't sure if Hua Xiaoheng had discovered the thing on the ground mainly to help her up, or if he had helped her up to pick up the thing on the ground. She quickly lowered her eyes and retracted her hand. Her long eyelashes were like 2 rows of small fans, covering the rolling emotions in her eyes. Hua Xiaoheng casually supported her waist with one hand, and his other hand was open. In his palm lay the thing he had just picked up from the ground. The place near the door was where Shui had been standing just now. Gunyinji also glanced at it, and was surprised to find a round coin lying in Hua Xiaoheng's palm. It looked yellow. It looked like a gold coin. Or maybe it was plated copper. Just as Gunyinji was about to ask, she saw He Changjian stride back. He looked around the ground at the door and looked up to see Hua Xiaoheng standing nearby. He opened his palm, and there was a round coin in his palm. It was a golden coin. He Changjian's face darkened. He suddenly reached out and snatched the round gold coin from Hua Xiaoheng's palm. "Thank you," he said stiffly, turned around, and left again. Xie Qingying looked at Hua Xiaoheng curiously and chased after He Changjian and the others. Her livestream audience was waiting for her to take them to see the infrasound emitter. Soon, there were only a few people left in the ward. Other than Gunyinji and Hua Xiaoheng, there were also a few orderlies from the He family who followed Gunyinji. He Jichu hadn't woken up yet, so He Changjian wouldn't let Gunyinji move freely. Gunyinji also understood this, so she treated these orderlies as free bodyguards. She walked slowly to the elevator and asked Hua Xiaoheng softly, "Mr. Peter, is that General He's coin? It looks yellow and very shiny. It seems to be rubbed a lot." Hua Xiaoheng remembered that when he had hit Shui's arm with the steel ball, he had seen He Changjian attack from the corner of his eye. He nodded. "It should be his. I saw him throw it out just now." Gunyinji became more curious. Throw it out? The coin that he threw? But he had already thrown it away. Why did he come back to look for it? Especially at a critical juncture like this, is it worth it? Hua Xiaoheng was deep in thought. His fingers rubbed a round gold coin in his trouser pocket. He couldn't take it out in front of Gunyinji. The moment he took it out, he would be exposed, because the round gold coin in his trouser pocket was found in Gunyinji's pocket all those years ago. When she came to their world at the age of 12, other than the clothes she was wearing, she only had a small backpack on her back and a doll in her hand. There was a photo in the small backpack with Gunyinji's name and birthday written on it. There was also a very advanced engine blueprint in the backpack. In addition, there was a round gold coin in her pocket. The gold coin was exquisitely made. On the front was a heart formed by two hands together, and on the back was a set of numbers 1314. The set of numbers was held in the middle by a string of raised cursive English words below the edge. This string of cursive English words have been interpreted many times, but the alphabet experts in the other world still couldn't figure it out. Hua Xiaoheng's finger swiped across the string of raised cursive English words. He didn't need to look to know that the string of cursive English words on the left was happy, calm, justice, and the string on the right was queen, supper, wonder. Hua Xiaoheng's heart skipped a beat. He turned to ask an orderly who was following them. That coin just now belonged to General He. Does it have any special meaning? The orderly also saw He Changjian personally coming back to look for the coin. He smiled and said, "Everyone knows it. Don't you know, Mr. Peter?" Hua Xiaoheng, he smiled calmly. "I only came to your country this year, so I don't know much." Gun Yinji was also very interested. She quickly asked the orderly, "So you know? Little brother, don't hide it anymore. Tell me quickly." The orderly was indeed young, but he wasn't young either. He was in his 20s, and his face turned red when Gun Yinji called him little brother. He scratched his head awkwardly and said embarrassedly, "That's the gold coin that the chief specially minted for his wife. We all know about it. It was minted the year they got married, and only 11 were minted in total." Gun Yinji, she asked in disbelief. "The wedding souvenir is actually a minted gold coin? Is it a real gold coin? Or is it just a commemorative coin?" "Of course it's a currency minted by the national mint that can be circulated. How could our chief use a commemorative coin to fool his wife?" The orderly quickly spoke for He Changjian. "It's just that it's not publicly released. They were all collected by the chief and given to his wife as a betrothal gift." This was the first night watch of the day. Chapter 1678, Wedding Souvenir. A reminder for everyone's monthly votes and recommendation votes. At 8 p.m., the second night watch. Moi, all big shots and little angels. You're tuning into the Romance Rendezvous YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.